One day, Mu Chang'an unexpectedly rescued a woman in the immortal mansion. Ye Chushui was originally a peerless powerhouse in the land of the 9 provinces. After being schemed against in the Dao battle, she fell into a bottomless abyss, only to find herself lying on the bed of an unfamiliar man. Ye Chushui, did you touch me? Mu Chang'an. It was for healing purposes. A sword was hanging at Mu Chang'an's throat. At that moment, Mu Chang'an swore to the heavens that he would definitely chase this woman to be his wife. You're a cultivator, and you still can't read? That's a computer, not a magical artifact. Hey, that's money, don't tear it, don't tear it. What happens when a cultivation expert dons a white silk skirt and steps onto the campus? Chapter 1. Farming is not as fun as being a woman. Puyang City, Chongqing University. Jingle. The moment the bell rang, a figure rushed out of the classroom. Mu Chang'an ran while paying attention to the time on his watch. It was 3:30 in the afternoon. There is only one class this afternoon, so it should still be in time for me to run home. Not long after, his cell phone rang. Hey, Shu Yu, what's going on? Mu Chang'an, don't tell me you're going home now. Shu Yu on the other end of the phone seemed a little annoyed and a little strange. What is the first time this month? How come there are people who run home as soon as get out of class is over? Going to university is like going to elementary school. Yes, what's the matter? Mu Chang'an pulled at the sagging shoulder strap of his school bag and slowed down slightly. You're still asking me? Shu Yu said irritably. Today's social gathering. Didn't you say you were going? Ah. Mu Chang'an slapped his head. I remember now, there is still a social gathering. Well, I have something to do at home today. You live alone? What could possibly happen? Shu Yu asked into the phone. Today's social gathering. The school beauties all made an exception to attend, and you're still making excuses not to go. Mu Chang'an sighed. I really have something to do today. He has an order, and if he doesn't finish it today, the financier will ask him to return the money. No matter how important the matter is, it is not as important as the school bell. Shu Yu was speechless. He remembered that Mu Chang'an was not like this before. 2 years have passed since he finished his 4 years in college, and Mu Chang'an is still single. A month ago, the boy was so anxious that his standard for choosing a partner was just a woman. However, after a month, he seemed to have no interest in women, as if he had become a completely different person. I'll tell you the truth. I have an order that I must complete today. If I don't complete it today, I'll have to pay you. You know how important reputation is in the power leveling business. Shu Yu. Bullshit. You just think women are not as important as games? Mu Chang'an. That's right. There is no fun in playing games for women. I've been working on this order for half a month. I can't give up. This time it's mine. I didn't make arrangements. Next time for sure. Are you still counting on next time? There won't be any school beauties next time. Shu Yu didn't know what to say and sighed helplessly. Forget it. Just forget it if you don't come. It's none of my business anyway. He wasn't the one who wanted to pursue the school beauty, so I don't know why he was so worried. Chang'an, I'm telling you, if Xia Yuchan is taken away by someone else, don't regret it. Before Shu Yu could finish his words, the phone was hung up. He stood at the classroom door with the phone in his hand, looking towards the school gate in confusion. Could it be that Mu Chang'an was possessed by someone else? Mu Chang'an's home is some distance from the school, but not too far. It only takes 10 minutes to get there by taxi. It is located in the suburbs, in an old residential area. Entering the community, Mu Chang'an came to the bottom of a dilapidated residential building. At the bottom of the building, there was a 70-year-old man sitting on a wooden chair, rocking back and forth, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, his expression comfortable and peaceful. The old man smiled kindly when he saw Mu Chang'an. Xiao Mu, why are you here so early today? Don't you have classes? There's only one class this afternoon, old man. Why don't you go to the tea house and play cards? Don't mention it. I lose money every time I play cards. The old woman at home has cut off my source of income. I am suffering as an old man. Mu Chang'an couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. This old man Han is too henpecked. It's okay if you don't play cards. At your age, you should get some sun and walk around more. Old man Han's face darkened, and he fanned Mu Chang'an. Go away. I've asked someone to tell my fortune, and I still have decades to live. Decades. Do you know how old you are now? Mu Chang'an complained in his heart, but smiled on the surface and said, That's not what I meant. I'm not saying anything, but your school obviously has dormitories. Why do you have to run out and rent a house? Mu Chang'an was stunned, then smiled calmly and said, I want to try the feeling of being independent. After saying that, he said hello and went upstairs. Old man Han looked at his back with some hesitation in his eyes. Then he thought of something and shook his head. Such a good child. Let's just forget about it. Mu Chang'an's rental apartment was on the 7th floor. Because it was an old neighborhood, there was no elevator, so he had to climb up step by step. He took the key and opened the door. The room was not big, about 80 square meters, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a storage room of several square meters. The furniture was also complete. Seeing that he was a college student, the landlord gave him a discount, only 500 yuan a month. As soon as I get home and put down my school bag, the first thing I do is open the computer and type the orders. The list is important, but there is no rush. There is something more important than the list. He walked toward the utility room, and the moment he opened the door, he looked dazed and subconsciously closed his eyes. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a strange space. The walls that were supposed to be coated with diatomaceous earth have turned into naturally formed stone walls. The room that was originally only a few square meters has now become a large space of hundreds of square meters. The entire space is about 25 feet high, with several stone benches and stone tables placed around it, just like the cave where ancient monks lived. The air in the cave is fresh, there is no one inside, the light is dim, and there is a feeling of quietness, depth, and mystery. Mu Chang'an did not feel strange about what he saw. His expression did not even change at all. There was even a sense of joy and urgency in his eyes. He walked straight ahead, slowly as naturally as if he were walking at home. After leaving the cave, the view in front of me suddenly became wider. Attics stand tall around it, hidden in the clouds, with pavilions of various colors sitting in between, connecting it perfectly. In the distance, there are mountains that are like dragons and tigers, with towering green peaks and misty clouds, like a fairyland. Looking up, the sky is clear and blue, and it seems that there is no end in sight. Mu Chang'an took a deep breath and suddenly felt a sense of comfort and relaxation. Compared with the air in the city, the air here had less of the mixed smell of coal and oil and more of a fresh and natural smell. Anyone who sees this scene will doubt, is this the Earth? Of course, this is not the Earth, but the fairyland. The incident happened a month ago. He originally wanted to pile up the express cartons in the utility room, but he fainted as soon as he opened the door. When he woke up, he was in the same cave. At first, he was very panicked and ran back to the rental house. As a result, as soon as he walked through the door, a lot of strange memories inexplicably appeared in his mind, until the memory seemed to be forced into his mind. It gave him a terrible headache, and he fainted again immediately. After waking up again, he began to sort out that memory and learned about the situation in the cave. This is a fairy palace. Located in the south of Kyushu continent, it is not even within the scope of the Earth. As for who left this immortal palace, there is no explanation in the memory. And for some reason, his identity became the master of the immortal palace. Although he is the lord of the immortal palace, his power is not as great as he imagined. He could not directly control the entire immortal palace, and even apart from some basic information, he did not know what was in the immortal palace. He also couldn't reach anywhere in the immortal palace through his mind, but there was one thing that made him feel slightly relieved. As the master of the immortal palace, the restrictions and mechanisms within the immortal palace will not apply to him. Intuitively speaking, those restrictions should be very powerful. After all, it is an immortal palace. As for the power of those restrictions, he has no reference and is not sure how powerful they are. Time goes back to the present. After Mu Chang'an walked out of the cave, he walked along the winding stone steps, passed through lush green pines and cypresses, and arrived at a medicinal garden. The medicine garden was covered by a white cover. He stood in front of the cover, and with a thought, a door opened in the white cover. He cannot directly control the entire immortal palace, perhaps because he does not have the authority, or perhaps because certain conditions have not been met. The only medicine garden he could enter now was the one in front of him. After entering the medicinal garden, there are vegetable plants all over the ground, including cabbages the size of watermelons and potatoes bigger than basketballs. Mu Chang'an leaned over to touch a cabbage leaf. It was silky and cool, with a hint of mint fragrance on the leaf. The pure dew reflected his smiling face. The vegetables here were all planted by him personally. Looking at these plump white vegetables, he felt very happy. There is a well not far from the vegetable garden. The water in it is very clear. He uses this water for irrigation on a daily basis. When he first entered here, he was full of expectations, thinking that there would be some magical medicine or something. But it turned out that he was thinking too much. There was only a piece of empty space and nothing else. Since it was an empty lot, he couldn't help but want to grow vegetables. When I was a child, my family lived in the countryside. We moved to the city because the village was occupied for road construction. At that time, the feeling of farming with my grandparents is still fresh in my memory. Once you have an idea, all that remains is action. He went to the supermarket and bought a lot of vegetable seeds and scattered them on the ground. Perhaps because of the special nature of this place, the seeds sprouted the next day. It would take 2 months outside, but only a few days here. He drew a bucket of water from the well and began to water the vegetables. After watering them once, he sat down on a chair not far away to rest. While resting, he habitually used a ladle to scoop a bowl of water to drink. Gurgle, gurgle, tilde. After drinking it, Mu Chang'an smacked his lips, as if he was still unsatisfied. The water here is even sweeter than Nongfu Spring. Ever since he drank the water here, he suddenly lost interest in Fatty's happy water. With the sun shining overhead and the sound of clear spring water seeming to echo beside his ears, Mu Chang'an lay back and closed his eyes comfortably. This little day is really good, tilde. But this time is short-lived after all. He still has orders to fill. Chapter 2. Autumn wind blows on the Wei River, leaves autumn water. Kyushu continent, southern part. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several phantoms flickered in the void, and the sound of thunder resounded through the sky and spread for thousands of miles. Ye Chushui, don't run away. You can't escape. Several men in black robes are chasing a woman in white. Several men were surrounded by tremendous spiritual energy, with overwhelming momentum and murderous intent fixed on the figure in front of them. The woman was holding a 3-foot-long green sword in her hand. She was breathing heavily, her face was pale, and her white clothes were stained with blood. She seemed to have been seriously injured. The woman ignored the voice behind her, and instead burst out with spiritual power again, fleeing far away towards the south. In the southernmost part of Kyushu, there is a forbidden area that no one else dares to enter. As long as she hides in it, she can take the opportunity to recover from her injuries. The men seemed to know what she was going to do, and without caring about the spiritual power in their bodies, they sped up. The speed of these people was even faster than that of a supersonic fighter. Countless afterimages flashed in the air, and finally extended to the south. Finally, someone in the crowd of people chasing her couldn't bear it anymore, and swung his sword. Sword energy swept towards the woman, blocking her way. The woman knew she couldn't break out, so she turned around and pointed her sword forward. A stern sword light slashed towards the crowd. The sword light was so dazzling and powerful that it seemed to split the world in two. Several people's faces changed in shock, and they all used their own magic weapons to resist the attack. Boom! The loud noise caused by the collision dimmed half of the sky. The sword light disappeared, and everyone looked at the woman in shock and anger. At this moment, her white clothes were stained with blood. Her aura was majestic, and the murderous intent she released in an instant made everyone present tremble in their hearts. He can still use such unique skills, despite being so seriously injured, which shows how strong the opponent is. This woman cannot be kept. Ye Chu Shui, you clearly know that there is no way to retreat. Why are you still struggling in vain? Someone shouted loudly in the crowd. Ye Chu Shui glanced at these people coldly, his tone as chilling as the underworld. If you rats hadn't attacked me by surprise, I wouldn't have been forced to flee. Today, even if it means my own death, I will send you, a bunch of shameless people, to hell. Ye Chu Shui pointed his long sword in the air, and the sword intent permeated his entire body and condensed into substance, even to the point of being dazzling. In an instant, sword shadows formed by the sword intent appeared all over the sky and gradually grew stronger until they covered the entire world. Not long after, a giant sword formed by sword intent slowly appeared in the sky. There is water and moon rotating above the giant sword, and stars are reflected in the water and moon, and each star carries the meaning of destruction. The surging sword intent felt like it was piercing the sky, and it was so strong that it was blinding. This is... A look of disbelief flashed in the eyes of several people. Water and moon in the sky, sword light for thousands of miles. Ye Chu Shui's mirror flower and water moon sword. Ye Chu Shui was obviously seriously injured and dying, so how could he still use such amazing magical powers? Run! Run! Some people immediately realized their current situation and turned around to flee. With their strength, they were no match for the power of this giant sword. Ye Chu Shui, you are really crazy. Do you really want to die together with me? Everyone ran and cursed. They saw that Ye Chu Shui was using her life force to drive the power of her soul. Once the sword came out, she was left with only half her life. If I don't kill you today, I will be filled with resentment. Today was supposed to be her most important battle to seek the truth. She wanted to take this opportunity to peek into the supreme path to immortality. But she was interrupted by this group of people's sneak attack. You can imagine how angry she was inside. Just as the giant sword was about to be swung down, a scorching sun suddenly rose in the distant sky, like a real sun, and the flames covered the sky and went towards the giant sword. The scorching flames of the sun wrapped around the giant sword, slowly melting the starry sword intent. Puff! Ye Chu Shui spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned even paler, and he even began to stagger. She didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. She stared at the scorching sun in the sky, her eyes full of anger and unwillingness. Jiang Wuya, a man in a red robe, was walking towards them from a distance. The edges of his robe were covered with sword marks, and there were a few bloodstains on his face. It was not difficult to tell that he had experienced a fierce battle before. The red-robed man looked at Ye Chu Shui with a complicated look in his eyes. Deep within those pupils was a trace of greed and evil that even he himself was not aware of. Chu Shui, today is not what you thought, Jiang Wuya said. Ye Chu Shui's expression was extremely cold. Since you followed me here, there's no need to explain. Today is the battle between the two of them. It determines both superiority and inferiority, and also life and death. But who would have thought that a third party would intervene? And their first move was a fatal one, and they only attacked her, with no intention of attacking Jiang Wuya at all. The originally evenly matched situation changed in an instant. The sudden sneak attack in Jiang Wuya's killing move seriously injured her. She used her secret method to escape thousands of miles away in an instant and began to flee to the south. She didn't believe that the group of people had nothing to do with Jiang Wuya. Jiang Wuya glanced at the group of people behind him and had some vague guesses in his mind, but he would not say them out loud under such circumstances. This group of people were not part of his plan. His preparations were elsewhere, and he had a backup plan. Given Jiang Wuya's character, he would not do a sneak attack during a battle of discussion. I have nothing to do with this group of people, and I don't know who leaked the information about this battle of Taoism. If it's not you, then it's still me, Ye Chu Shui roared. Only the two of them knew about this battle of theories, and now a third party has intervened, so it's easy to imagine who leaked the information. What's more, Jiang Wuya had just rescued these people. The evidence is conclusive. Seeing the look in Ye Chu Shui's eyes, Jiang Wuya knew that he couldn't defend himself, so he didn't want to waste any more words and instead tried to persuade her. Chu Shui, you know what I mean, and I know what you mean. You and I are not incompatible. On the contrary, we can blend yin and yang. His tone was somewhat soft, as if he wanted to show that these words came from his heart. Jiang Wuya, so you are this kind of person. Ye Chu Shui's eyes were full of disgust. Yin and yang blending together? How could it be possible between her and him? Ye Chu Shui's refusal was within Jiang Wuya's expectations. He sighed and took out a stove. The moment he saw the stove, Ye Chu Shui's face looked very ugly. Changkun refining furnace. They are planning to refine her into a cauldron. So cruel. What a vicious heart. Xiao Shui, don't worry. I won't restrict your freedom. You and I together will surely dominate the world. After hearing this, the disgust in Ye Chu Shui's eyes became even stronger. She resisted the urge to vomit and gritted her teeth. You still say you have no plans. What a fiery Jiang Wuya. The sarcasm in the words did not change the man's expression, but instead there was a hint of superiority as a winner. In this battle between you and me, no matter what the process is, I won in the end. The backup plan he prepared was for this goal, and he could accomplish it on his own without the intervention of the group of people behind him. The group of people behind him just helped him achieve his goal ahead of time, which was why he rescued them. Saving someone means eliminating the cause and effect between them, and they no longer owe each other anything. Ye Chu Shui looked at Jiang Wuya's expression, knowing what he was thinking, and couldn't help feeling despair. To her, this discussion was not fair at all. Now she was seriously injured and had used up her last bit of strength to use the water moon sword, leaving her with no energy left to resist. In other words, there was no way she could escape from Jiang Wujiang. Jiang Wuya was also very aware of this, so he was not in a hurry and very gentlemanly gave her time to choose. However, she had only one answer in the end. Even if I, Ye Chu Shui, die, I would rather die than be a furnace for others. Ye Chu Shui's eyes were blazing with fire, and his originally weak aura suddenly returned to its peak. Jiang Wuya narrowed his eyes instantly and saw a ray of water and moonlight emerging from Ye Chu Shui's body. It was an indescribable law of Tao. Snap! It seemed as if something important was broken, and the water moonlight exploded towards Jiang Wuya. The moment Jiang Wuya appeared, she thought this moment would happen. Jiang Wuya's expression changed. He wanted to see what other tricks Ye Chu Shui had up to, but he didn't expect that she would actually destroy her own foundation just to reject him. This is a method that hurts the enemy by 1,000 and your own by 2,000. If the foundation of Taoism is destroyed, the path to immortality will be cut off from then on. Even if one is lucky enough to survive, it will be impossible to recover to the peak. There is also the possibility of becoming a useless person, no different from an ordinary person. For a cultivator, it is more painful than death. However, Ye Chu Shui did it. He's just a lunatic. Jiang Wuya hurriedly gathered the Tao principles and launched an attack that would damage his own Tao foundation. Even he did not dare to take it head-on. Jiang Wuya underestimated Ye Chu Shui's inner pride. He secretly regretted what he had just said in his heart. He shouldn't have used words to stimulate Ye Chu Shui's bottom line. Ye Chu Shui, the one in Shuiyue Tianji, would rather die than be a slave. At the very beginning, he should have acted decisively and captured Ye Chu Shui. Boom! The terrifying Tao principles bombarded Jiang Wuya's scorching body, and the water and moon spirit directly melted the scorching sun. Jiang Wuya's body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, which was filled with the power of fire. Ye Chu Shui's attack, which abandoned his foundation, dealt him a very heavy blow. After the blow, Ye Chu Shui's body fell powerlessly towards the distant abyss. Jiang Wuya wiped off the blood, looked at Ye Chu Shui falling into the abyss, flew over in an instant, but stopped abruptly halfway. Meteoric Sword Abyss, the first forbidden place in Kyushu. If he enters, he will die. Even if he is in his prime, there is no guarantee that he can come out safely after entering. Not to mention that he was severely injured by Ye Chu Shui, and his strength was only 1/10 of his peak period. Going down means death. His eyes were fixed on Ye Chu Shui, watching the woman of his dreams die like this, and he felt an indescribable complexity and loneliness in his heart. He looked up at the sky and sighed heavily. Maybe this is fate. This is God's will. What does not belong to me will never be obtained by me. Jiang Wuya looked into the abyss again, and his figure turned into a ball of fire and disappeared into nothingness. Chapter 3. Conscious Immortal Palace Restriction. At this time in the Immortal Mansion Medicine Garden, Mu Chang'an was lying on a chair enjoying the quiet time. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and suddenly sat up. Huh? It seemed like something fell from the sky. Mu Chang'an used his consciousness to connect to the Immortal Palace to investigate. After seeing what was on it clearly, his face suddenly changed. Damn it! That's not a thing! It's a person! Moreover, that person is falling towards the Immortal Palace. Before Mu Chang'an could come to his senses, he felt something unusual happening in the Immortal Palace. Suddenly, the clear sky was covered with dark clouds, and an inaudible fluctuation occurred in the entire fairy palace, which seemed to be a precursor to the awakening of some power. This is the Immortal Palace repelling the person in the air. Mu Chang'an felt the movement in the air, and his face became anxious. The man in the air actually triggered the restriction of the Immortal Palace. He quickly dropped the bucket, ran outside the vegetable garden, closed his eyes, and used his consciousness to communicate with the entire fairy palace, trying to control the restriction. Boom! Thunder roared above the clouds, and Mu Chang'an gritted his teeth with a painful look on his face. He was forcibly using his consciousness to turn off the restriction. If the ban is allowed to be activated, the person falling from the sky will definitely be killed by the ban. He couldn't bear to watch this happen, so he had to close the ban. In just a few seconds, his face turned pale, cold sweat broke out, his steps became unsteady, and he even seemed to be standing unsteadily. Without authority, it would be too difficult for him to use his consciousness to close the restriction by force, and it would be extremely exhausting for his body. During these few short seconds, he felt as if he had fired 20 missiles in succession, and his body was extremely tired. Not only that, his behavior seemed to have aroused the dissatisfaction of the Immortal Palace's restrictions. Why should I shut it down just because you tell me to? Who are you? The band seemed to have its own consciousness as it conveyed this message, and there was even a hint of contempt in its words. Damn it! Mu Chang'an almost jumped up. He was very dissatisfied with the restrictive attitude. Are you the master or am I the master? Today I still don't believe it. Mu Chang'an rolled up his sleeves and closed his eyes again. This time he did not try to control the restriction directly, but connected his consciousness to the entire medicine garden and then controlled the water in the well. Guided by his thoughts, the water in the well rushed up into the sky and rushed towards the dark clouds in the sky in a spiral shape. Ah, so cool! Give me some more! Matamatama. The forbidden consciousness came again. Mu Chang'an almost vomited blood. His confident water dragon spear actually made the other party feel comfortable. However, on second thought, this is also an opportunity. He began to try to communicate with the band. Do you want more? Yeah, I want it. Hey, I won't give it to you. Are you angry? Ha 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 ha. Boom! Thunder exploded in the air and the sound was more than one level higher than before. At the same time, a bolt of lightning struck Mu Chang'an's head. **K. Mu Chang'an was horrified and just wanted to run away, but he saw that the lightning disappeared in midair. Huh? Mu Chang'an widened his eyes in surprise and figured out the reason. What is his identity? The Lord of the Immortal Palace. How is it possible to use the lightning from the Immortal Palace to strike one's own master? Boom, boom. The forbidden consciousness seemed to be aware of this, and the thunder exploded again. The anger in it could be imagined. However, each thunder disappeared above his head. Mu Chang'an looked up at the sky and laughed. I just like this kind of look, where they want to mess with me but can't do anything to me. However, he did not feel proud for long, because the man in the air had fallen into the dark clouds. Before, he was distracted by the restriction, so he didn't use thunder to strike it. But now, knowing that he couldn't do anything to him, he started to do real work. The purpose of the restriction is to chop people. Hey, wait for me first. Mu Chang'an looked at the destructive thunder condensing in the sky and swallowed subconsciously. I'll give you water, as much as you want. The man in the air, from what I've seen, seems to be unconscious. An unconscious person won't cause any harm to the immortal palace, so don't attack him. Wait for him to fall naturally. After Mu Chang'an finished speaking, the thunder force that was gathering stopped instantly. Are you serious? Of course. Mu Chang'an nodded. Perhaps it was because it realized that the person who fell down was indeed not a threat to the immortal palace. The forbidden consciousness agreed readily. The dark clouds above the immortal palace dissipated instantly, and the sky returned to blue sky again. In just a few seconds, the man in the air had passed through the ban and through the clouds. Mu Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. His whole body relaxed, and he fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Call! I almost worked myself to death. First, he encountered resistance when he tried to forcefully control the restriction, and then he had to control the well water in the medicine garden, which was 100 times more tiring than studying. This experience also made him understand the horror of this immortal palace. If a ban alone has consciousness, then do other hills, streams, or the land in the medicinal garden also have consciousness? After all, this is the immortal palace, not the earth, and common sense cannot be used. He thought about it seriously, then shook his head. He was thinking too much. Hey, where's the water you promised me? The forbidden consciousness came again, interrupting his thoughts. Mu Chang'an lay on the ground. I have no strength left. Let me rest for a while. Tisk, what a waste. Mu Chang'an wanted to curse. This restriction wouldn't be a poisonous tongue. If he had enough authority now, he would definitely make this ban serious. If you don't have the strength to mobilize it, then give me some authority. I want to drink some water. It can be done this way, Mu Chang'an asked in amazement. How to do it? You can't? Ban seemed surprised. Mu Chang'an said awkwardly, no one told me. I definitely won't do it. You don't know how? The consciousness was silent for a moment, and then a disgusted voice came. Useless guy. Are you scolding me again? Mu Chang'an decided that even if he knew how to divide the authority, he would not give it to him. Anyway, his identity as the master of the immortal palace is there, and the other party has no way to do anything to him. Come to think of it, his identity as the master of the immortal palace is really useful. Even such a terrifying restriction couldn't do anything to him. Wait, why is there suddenly wind? Mu Chang'an looked up subconsciously, only to see a black shadow falling from the sky, becoming bigger and bigger. No way. Chapter 4. The Injured Woman. Mu Chang'an looked at the dark shadow that was expanding in the sky, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It won't hit him, right? Probably not. The next moment, the terrifying wind pressure coming towards him left him no time to think, and he subconsciously rolled on the ground. He didn't dare to be a meat cushion. Falling from such a high altitude, for a mere mortal like him, being smashed into a meat patty would be the best outcome. Bang! The man fell to the ground. A loud noise sounded, dust flew up, and the huge impact force directly swept Mu Chang'an on the ground into the air. Oh shit! Mu Chang'an kept spinning in the air, with 1,000 thoughts flashing through his mind. How unlucky! He tried to save others with good intentions, but ended up getting himself hurt. Mu Chang'an was spinning in the air. If he continued like this, he would definitely fall to his death. At this moment, a gentle breeze suddenly blew up, supporting his body, and he began to slowly descend. After landing smoothly, the voice of forbidden consciousness came in my mind. Why should I save a useless guy like you? Judging from his tone, he rescued people not out of his own will, but because he was constrained by certain rules. Mu Chang'an suddenly realized that as the master of the immortal palace, his life safety could be guaranteed. You said that, and I don't even want to thank you anymore. But thank you for saving my life anyway. The forbidden consciousness said, as the master of the immortal palace, you can't even do this little self-protection ability. You are really useless. Mu Chang'an ignored him. In his opinion, this restriction was fine, except that it was a bit venomous. After all, this restriction couldn't really harm him. Just treat him as an annoying, naughty kid, and you will feel much better. Mu Chang'an got up from the ground, dusted himself off, and walked forward to take a look. In the center of a huge, deep pit lay a woman in blood-stained white clothes. The woman's clothes were stained with blood. Her expression was miserable, and her whole body was covered with burn marks. However, her cheeks were not affected at all, without a single flaw, as if they were shaped by the Creator's own hands. Mu Chang'an walked over to observe the woman closely, and was shocked by her beauty. Her face is like a silver basin. Her eyes are like water apricots. Her lips are red without any makeup. Her eyebrows are green without any drawing. She is pretty like a peach in spring, and pure like a chrysanthemum in autumn. There is such a beautiful woman in the world. Those internet celebrities on TikTok and Kuaishou can't compare with them at all. Even the most beautiful girl in school, whom he thought was better than her. Mu Chang'an stared blankly, his eyes somewhat straight. The woman in front of me was lying quietly in a dusty pit, her eyes closed, her eyebrows slightly raised, and a look of pain on her face. There were large stains of clotted blood on his clothes which made people feel pity. Mu Chang'an looked at it for a long time and suddenly thought of it. A stunningly beautiful woman whom he had never seen before was lying defenseless in front of him, She had fainted and was unable to offer any resistance. At this point, if I do something, I think it won't be discovered afterwards. I can even do anything and destroy the body afterwards. This woman fell from a height of more than 10,000 meters, and she was still breathing after landing. This made him feel a little chilly, and the evil thought that had just emerged in his mind disappeared without a trace. It is indeed a world of cultivating immortals which can subvert common sense. Hello, Brother Ban, are you still there? Mu Chang'an asked cautiously. Is she dead or not? Not dead. She's not dead. Mu Chang'an looked at the woman on the ground, and suddenly a bold idea emerged in his mind. This woman must be from the fairyland. If I rescue her and let her teach me how to cultivate immortality, that would be great. Mu Chang'an had longed for that kind of immortal life since he was a child. Thinking of this, he asked about the restriction. Do you know how to save her? This mysterious immortal palace hides a lot of things, any one of which has the power of fortune, and it is not difficult to save people and heal injuries. After a while, the sound of prohibition came slowly. Her injuries are extremely severe. Her body is broken, her spiritual energy is depleted, and her foundation is shattered. If it were anyone else, she would have died long ago. The reason why she is still breathing is entirely because of her own strength. If I am not mistaken, her realm should be in the tribulation crossing stage, and she is the most powerful person in this world. Oh, one of the combat power ceilings, I understand that, Mu Chang'an interrupted and then frowned. If she is so strong, how could she be injured so badly? How should I know? Ask her. Of course I have to ask, so I ask you to find a way to save people. Have you thought it through? Are you sure you want to save her? The band reminded, this woman is very powerful. This is a huge cause and effect. Are you sure you can bear it? Very strong? Mu Chang'an's eyes lit up. Wouldn't that be great? The stronger he is, the more you can teach him. Then he will become even more powerful. If you don't save her, why should I stop you? You are just bored. Mu Chang'an rolled his eyes. As for karma, what is that? Can you eat it? The band was silent for a while and said, ignorant. Although her injuries are serious, the damage to her body is actually minor. The most serious damage is to her foundation and soul. She actually destroyed her own foundation. This kind of person is really cruel to herself. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Mu Chang'an heard a hint of respect in the forbidden voice. Hey, saving her will really be troublesome. Let me ask you again, do you really want to save this woman? The forbidden voice sounded loudly in Mu Chang'an's mind. Mu Chang'an nodded without hesitation and replied, to tell you the truth, I saved her because I wanted her to teach me how to cultivate immortality. You just can't bear it apart with that handsome body, Ban said lightly. Mu Chang'an looked up at the sky speechlessly. Why don't you believe him? I really want to become an immortal. Hey, are you going to save the person or not? Say something. The shepherd put his hands on his hips impatiently. Judging from Banzai's attitude, it seems that he is unwilling to save this woman. It's not that I don't want to save her, but I'm worried about your safety. Mu Chang'an didn't understand. I wanted to strike him with lightning before, but now I am worried about his safety. Tisk, if it weren't for your identity, you would have been struck to death by lightning long ago. The band seemed to hear Mu Chang'an's thoughts and said viciously, this woman was once a cultivator who had transcended tribulation, although her cultivation has been damaged, and her foundation has collapsed. After waking up, her strength is less than 1,000th of yours. But this kind of person can kill you in seconds, with just a breath. I am kindly reminding you because you are the master of the immortal mansion. If you save a woman who is so cruel to me, she may not be grateful to you. Mu Chang'an fell silent. He also didn't want to put himself in danger after saving someone. Mu Chang'an suddenly thought of a solution and said, I've read a lot of novels that have that kind of forbidden setting. Can you put a ban in her head? Mu Chang'an said with a smile. This ban is like an insurance policy. As long as she can't kill me, it will be fine. Nowadays, people's hearts are unpredictable. Even those who help an old man who fell down can be blackmailed. This is even more so in the world of cultivation where people are deceitful and treacherous. It is normal to take out an insurance policy for your own safety. Ban was silent for a while, then replied, it's possible, but... Chapter 5. Ways to save people. But what? Mu Chang'an shouted impatiently. Just tell me. Oh, it's really troublesome. If you weren't so weak, if you were very strong, you wouldn't need this kind of restriction. The restriction retorted impatiently. Damn it, I asked you to save her so that she could teach me how to become stronger. Mu Chang'an said angrily. Through the nesting dolls. He has an immortal palace but doesn't know how to practice. This is miserable. To meet your requirements, I must plant the ban in this woman's head. It's very difficult. The ban couldn't help but curl its lips. Planted in the brain? What kind of restriction is that? Mu Chang'an suddenly became curious about this restriction. What kind of prohibition needs to be planted in other people's heads? It's the kind of master-servant restriction. As long as you engrave your aura on this woman's soul, you will be her master and she will be your slave. With this restriction, you don't have to worry about this woman killing you. You can also use this restriction to control her at will. The restriction consciousness said slowly. How is it? Are you excited? Indeed. No. How can I do that? I'm not that kind of person. Mu Chang'an touched his chin and agreed subconsciously, then reacted quickly and refused righteously. What kind of restriction is this? It's great. Oh, no, it's too indecent. Definitely pass it. Who are you then? Ban's contemptuous voice came. I can see everything you were thinking just now with a flash of lightning. Humiliation, slavery, imprisonment, training. I didn't expect you knew so many tricks. Mu Chang'an's eyes trembled violently. Oh shit, how do you know? Moreover, he knew it in such detail. I just happened to read a similar book, but that doesn't mean I like that kind of thing. Mu Chang'an retorted, isn't it okay to imagine it? If you want it, you must want to do it, huh? Man, I. Mu Chang'an rolled his eyes and said, forget it. It's hard to explain a restriction. However, this suggestion is indeed a good one. He made such a beautiful woman his exclusive slave, and this woman was very powerful. With such strength, her status could not be low. Such a person, such an identity, is very tempting, but I refuse. For things like this, just fantasize about it and satisfy your curiosity. If he really does that, he can't do it. He is not a beast, nor is he a monster who only thinks with his lower body. He has human ethics in his heart and his own bottom line. What's the fun in controlling a person like this, who is like a walking corpse and has no thoughts of his own? The Bon seemed to have not expected that Mu Chang'an would refuse this. Why would you refuse? Isn't this a good idea? It can protect your safety and satisfy the evil thoughts in your heart. Mu Chang'an shook his head and said, I admit that I did think about some bad things, and I don't deny that I had that kind of thought about this woman. I was also moved by your suggestion just now, because I am a man. Mu Chang'an had a calm and frank expression. I'm a man. It's normal to think those things. If I don't think that way, it proves that I'm not a man. But I'm not a beast. It's like liking to look at ****. Looking at it is one thing, and actually doing it is another. What is a color map? The pictures in my head are pornographic pictures. Bah, obscene. Mu Chang'an changed the subject directly. Brother, you should have a way to make him unkillable without turning him into a slave. He doesn't want to enslave others. That's beastly behavior. I don't want to save people and then potentially get killed, so I want to at least ensure my own safety. He believed that the omnipotent immortal palace restriction master would definitely find a way. Indeed there is, but that kind of restriction is more troublesome than the slave restriction and requires many procedures. The restriction was somewhat reluctant. There is a simple procedure that can achieve the goal with no harm and only benefits, but he is forced to use the most complicated procedure to achieve the same goal. Is this man out of his mind? It's a good thing if it exists. Mu Chang'an didn't care what the band thought and felt relieved. Hey, I am the master of the immortal mansion. I am ordering you to execute it immediately. Tisk. Ban smacked his lips and reluctantly agreed to Mu Chang'an. After all, he was the master of the immortal mansion. If he became stronger, he would also benefit. Anyway, just make sure she can't kill you. Wait, is your band serious this time? What's the matter with that? He seemed a little angry and said harshly. As long as this woman's spiritual energy is not exhausted, her body will use the spiritual energy to recover on its own. Now her spiritual energy is exhausted, so she needs to be replenished as soon as possible. You pour the water from the well on this woman to replenish her spiritual energy. Mu Chang'an did as he was told and drew a few buckets of water from the well, pouring it over the woman as if watering a flower. The bloodstains on the woman's clothes were washed away by the water and lay quietly on the ground like a sleeping beauty. Not long after, Mu Chang'an's eyes became a little straight. Because of the watering, the woman's clothes were soaked and stuck to her skin. The graceful curve of her body made his heart hot. The band seemed to have noticed Mu Chang'an's change and said with a smile, What do you think? It's not too late to try the first method now. Mu Chang'an immediately retracted his gaze. I've already said it, although I'm greedy for her body. I'm not a cheap person. He sighed and turned to fetch some water. Hey, one bucket. One bucket is enough. Ban couldn't help but shout when he saw Mu Chang'an pouring several buckets of water on the woman. Mu Chang'an looked back at the woman on the ground and asked, Is that really enough? Of course it is enough. Didn't you see that the water evaporated very quickly? Although this woman was seriously injured, her dantian was not damaged. As long as she has spiritual energy replenishment, she can circulate the body and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. What's more, you are pouring water from this fairy palace. So that's how it is. Mu Chang'an nodded, as if he understood, and then, under the forbidden gaze, poured another bucket on it. Ah, what are you doing? Mu Chang'an replied calmly. You said that as long as there is spiritual energy, she can recover on her own. In this case, more spiritual energy will make her recover faster, right? When did I ever say that? No, that's not right. I think I did, but your behavior is a waste. It's such a waste. The injuries on this woman's body don't require so much water at all. After saying this, Mu Chang'an used another bucket of water. No, don't. It's such a waste. It's such a waste to use so much water to replenish this woman's spiritual energy. Woohoo, my water. Mu Chang'an listened to the sound and scratched his head. By the way, is this water so precious? In the past month, he has used countless tons of water for watering the crops, drinking, washing hands, soaking feet, and taking baths. Even so, the depth of the well water did not drop at all. It is said that things are valuable because they are rare. Water is inexhaustible and can be used endlessly. Is such a common thing really that important? Also, if Ban knew that I use this water to irrigate the soil every day, consuming dozens of times more water than watering these few buckets over several years, would he go crazy? Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Okay, I'll get you a few buckets for a bath later. He spoke softly and gently, as if he was coaxing a child. Nice. Really? He instantly became happy. Don't lie to me or I'll strike you with lightning. After saying this, he muttered softly. In this way, he owes me water twice. Hey, water, my water. Chapter 6. School bells Xiaoyuchen. Puyang City. Beihai Road. Hot pot restaurant. Shuyu, why did Mu Chang'an suddenly stop coming? A burly man walked over and sat down next to Shuyu. Shuyu looked helpless and shrugged his shoulders. He said there is an order to be processed and time is tight. If you don't finish it today, you will be fined. Deduct money? The man frowned and said, Why deduct money from his order? The man's name is Ji Yang. He is a friend and roommate of Mu Chang'an and Shuyu. I also think that Mu Chang'an's excuse is not very reasonable. The game can be played at any time. If the order is gone, it's gone. It's only a few $100s, but the opportunity today is priceless. Hey, Shu Yu, don't forget, a few $100s may not mean much to you and me, but it's different in Chang'an, Xie Yang reminded earnestly. Neither of them lacks money, but it's all from their families. Mu Chang'an was short of money, but he didn't use the money at home. There is a big difference between the two. Moreover, there was a transparent barrier between them and Mu Chang'an, and the two were not from the same world. I understand. I will pay attention next time. Shu Yu looked ashamed. He always subconsciously ignored this point. Maybe he was subconsciously avoiding this point in his mind. However, today is indeed a bit strange. Ji Yang touched his chin. I know his order. He has already won one game in the promotion match, and there are two left. With his skills, it is impossible for him to lose consecutive games. How do you know so much about this? Could it be that you found this list again? Ji Yang looked at Shu Yu, and instead of answering, he smiled and said, don't tell him. When Mu Chang'an knew about it, given his personality, he would definitely refuse. Shu Yu smiled and shook his head, saying self-deprecatingly, as brothers, we can only help a little in this matter. Xi Yang did not continue this topic, he reasoned seriously. Today's party doesn't need to last too long. There's plenty of time. Chang'an must be hiding something from us. After saying that, his eyes naturally looked away. At the gate, there is a girl who is the center of attention. The girl has a beautiful face, bright and charming, red lips and blue eyes, and is pretty and elegant. But unfortunately, she is a little cold. People around her kept talking to her, but she ignored them, walked through the crowd and found a seat to sit down alone. Xia Yuchen is a top student in Evergreen University. She is not only beautiful, but also a top student with a very impressive family background. I heard that her father is the CEO of a top 100 company in the country and has a distinguished status. Many people want to pursue her, but they don't have the confidence. In addition, Xia Yuchen usually doesn't like to communicate with others and has a cold face during class and after school, so no one dares to go up to her and confront her. Despite this, she still had many suitors. 3/4 of the males in the entire university have had fantasies about Xia Yuchen. Shu Yu, do you think Mu Chang'an is avoiding Xia Yuchen? Today's party is a social gathering hosted by Shu Yu. He didn't have high hopes when he invited Xia Yuchen. Because Xia Yuchen had never attended a party since she entered school, many people thought that she would naturally refuse this time. The results were shocking. Shu Yu also saw Xia Yuchen. Combined with Mu Chang'an's expression today, his face suddenly became strange, and he answered uncertainly, no, no way. They knew that Mu Chang'an had feelings for Xia Yuchen. After all, he was still chasing the school beauty a month ago. That attitude is one of persistence and will not give up until it gets what it wants. How can I hide from it? As a result, he seems like a different person in the past month. Could it be that he has realized that there will be no good ending for those who bootlick the dog, so he is playing the trick of playing hard to get? I think it's very likely. Combining his guesses, Ji Yang nodded affirmatively. At the beginning of this month, the incident between him and the school beauty caused a sensation throughout the campus. You must know about it, right? Isn't that a misunderstanding? Shu Yu looked puzzled. The incident started in the school grove. One day after class, Mu Chang'an was busy going home to farm. He was jogging all the way and accidentally bumped into Xia Yuchen while passing by a grove. Mu Chang'an seemed to have hit a wall. After the impact, he took several steps back and almost fell down. After he came to his senses, he covered his forehead and kept apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Are you okay? I'm fine. Xia Yuchen, on the other hand, was as calm as ever, not even moving a muscle. Hence, at that time, Mu Chang'an was in a hurry to apologize and go home and didn't pay attention. After hearing Xia Yuchen say that everything was fine, Mu Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to turn around and leave. However, Xia Yuchen narrowed her eyes and stared at Mu Chang'an as if she had discovered something, and her eyes were full of surprise. Nods. As soon as Mu Chang'an turned around, Xia Yuchen reached out and grabbed him. Strangely enough, Mu Chang'an tried hard but couldn't pull it free, and was held firmly in place. Mu Chang'an turned around and stared at Xia Yuchen with surprise, while Xia Yuchen looked at him in the same way. The two of them stared at each other, stunned in place, and combined with the movements of their hands, it was simply a modern version of a Qiangyao drama, enough to make anyone have wild thoughts. As luck would have it, this scene was captured by someone and later posted on the school forum. That night, the forum exploded. That night, the sounds of ghosts howling were heard in the boys' dormitory. That night, 3/4 of the men in the school suffered from insomnia. Ah, who is this man? Sweet. How can this be asterisk, 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 asterisk? Hold the school beauty's hand. Oh, by the way, look at their expressions. Doesn't it look like the man wants to have asterisk X with her and then abandon her, while the woman is unwilling to try to keep her? Shit. Now that you mention it, it really does look like it. My goddess, why? Who is this man? Give me a name. Knife in hand, follow me, brothers. Let's team up to kill someone with a knife. 0-1000s. Everyone has made dozens, thousands of guesses about this photo. However, no matter how people speculate, the fact that Mu Chang'an held hands with the school beauty cannot be erased. During that period, Mu Chang'an ran home as soon as the get out of class was over. Perhaps this was the reason. If you don't run faster, you'll be stabbed. 3 days after the incident, a person claiming to be an insider suddenly came forward and said that Xia Yuchen happened to pick up Mu Chang'an's things and then met him and returned them to him, which is why he turned into the appearance in the photo. The statement convinced most men. Their goddess is not defiled. Even if it is fake, they will choose to believe it is true. So everyone thought it was a misunderstanding, and then it gradually spread. The so-called misunderstandings are just excuses made up by those people who are unwilling to accept them, Xi Yang said, with an I understand look, nodding confidently. Look over there. Is Xia Yuchen looking for someone? It seems so. Shu Yu nodded continuously, as if he suddenly realized something. By the way, when he invited Xiao Yuchen, the other party inadvertently asked if Mu Chang'an wanted to participate. He said yes, and Xiao Yuchen accepted the invitation. Thinking about it this way, Mu Chang'an and the school beauty must have an unknown relationship. Ji Yang, are we going to tell her that Chang'an won't be coming? Don't tell her yet. Ji Yang glanced in Xiao Yuchan's direction. Wait a minute, let's do this, then that, and finally this. What do you think? Which one? Shu Yu glared at Ji Yang fiercely. Ji Yang laughed, stopped joking, and whispered something in his ear. After saying that, Shu Yu also laughed, and his smile was very funny. I think it's okay. It would be fun if there really is something going on between the two of them. Chapter 7. No woman in my heart, wild nature. God, Mu Chang'an, sometimes really feels that this restriction is like a child. About half an hour later, Mu Chang'an had poured 20 buckets of water. In fact, he wanted to pour more. However, if he continued pouring water, he would really be struck by lightning. When he got to the 10th barrel, he could feel the power of thunder condensing in the air, which really made him break out in a cold sweat. What should I do after replenishing my spiritual energy? Mu Chang'an looked at the woman on the ground. She had poured so much water, but the ground was not wet at all. The woman no longer looked as sickly as she did at the beginning, and the bloodstains on her body were washed away by the well water. Her face is radiant, exuding a kind of ethereal aura, ethereal and extraordinary with a natural beauty. This temperament is completely different from the internet celebrities that Mu Chang'an usually sees on his phone. It was a one-sided crushing, like a beautiful girl you accidentally meet while walking through the woods. After a quick glimpse, it is hard to forget, and it lingers in your heart all the time. The woman's physical injuries are no longer a problem. The most important thing is her soul and foundation. Tisk. She looks pretty, but she's so ruthless in a fight, exchanging injuries for injuries. Most of the injuries to her soul are her own fault. The clothes were not bloodstained, but had cracks and large burns from various sword strikes. This piece of clothing must be an extraordinary item. Even though it is so badly torn, it still remains intact. Stop talking nonsense and speak the truth, Mu Chang'an urged. What to do next? This restriction seemed to have been sealed for tens of thousands of years and finally saw the light of day. Once there was a chance, he would catch it and speak. Get out of the way. I'm going to chop this woman down. Huh? Mu Chang'an stared at the sky in confusion. You don't want to take revenge for the water incident. Am I such a stingy restriction? Yes, Mu Chang'an nodded. The restriction complained to him. Don't worry, she will definitely not be killed. The power of the nine heavens thunder will only stimulate her unconscious consciousness. This way, she will wake up faster. Also, I used lightning to strike her body, which helped a little bit to repair her destroyed foundation, so that she wouldn't suffer a complete drop in realm when she woke up. Hearing him say that, being struck by lightning does seem to make sense. Anyway, we don't understand, and we don't know, so Mu Chang'an ran away. After running for several thousand meters, Mu Chang'an felt that he had done enough, but he heard the sound of prohibition. Not enough! Run further away. It's best to hide in the medicine garden. Mu Chang'an was immediately shocked. What was going on with this restriction? Was it really trying to kill someone? In just a moment, thunderclouds had already formed in the sky, and the dark mass made his scalp tingle instantly. Although he knew that his life would be in danger in the immortal palace, he still ran into the medicine garden at a high speed. With a loud bang, a purple thunder descended from the sky and struck the woman. Then the second thunderbolt struck, and then the third, and the fourth. Thunder continued to roar, and Mu Chang'an felt as if his eyes were being tortured by flashing lights, so bright that he couldn't even open his eyes. I can't open my eyes, but I can hear. The sound of thunder outside was so terrifying. Without the barrier of the medicine garden, any stray bolt of lightning could take his life. After chopping for about an hour, Mu Chang'an heard a voice of forbidden pleasure in his mind. Okay, I'm done. Phew, it feels so good. Judging from the voice, she seemed to be in a good mood. Mu Chang'an ignored him and quickly ran out of the medicine garden to see the woman's condition. Not dead, still breathing, but this. Because of being struck by lightning, the already tattered clothes became even more horrible. Except for some indescribable places that were covered, the rest of the clothes were exposed. The exposed skin turned black, which made Mu Chang'an frown. Hey, you said you didn't take the opportunity to retaliate, but her injuries are more serious than the initial ones. Superficial, Ban said disdainfully. Although she looks seriously injured, she is actually not seriously injured. Is it true? Mu Chang'an walked over and observed carefully. Beneath the charred surface of the skin, there seems to be a hint of icy skin and jade-like bones. If the burnt black color on the surface is removed, it will be like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon with new life. How can I lie to you? Her body has a strong ability to recover. This skin injury will heal in a few hours. Also, the nine heavens divine thunder that I used made up for the loss of her soul. After she woke up, her soul power would not collapse. By the way, don't you want her to be unable to kill you? I have set up the restriction, and all I need is a start switch. Find something that smells like you and wrap it all over her body. Halfway through the ban, Zhao Shu was stunned and added, by the way, this ban has side effects, but you asked me to do this, I don't care. Finally, Ban also complained, oh, Tilda, what a hassle, Tilda. Oh, right. Mu Chang'an nodded. Are there side effects? Are they more important than life? As long as you are not dying, there is no need to worry about side effects. Don't leave this guy in this fairy palace. Why? It's all your fault, the Ban shouted. She has been watered so much. Now her foundation is damaged, her soul is weak, and she can't control her body. So she instinctively absorbs all the water without leaving a drop. She accepts all the water. But that's not all. She is still absorbing the spiritual energy floating in the immortal mansion all the time. He gritted his teeth as he spoke, strongly condemning Mu Chang'an's behavior of wasting water on a woman. Can anyone absorb the spiritual energy in the immortal palace? If this woman keeps absorbing it and cannot digest it, she will explode and die sooner or later. However, the way this woman practices is really interesting. Water and moon? Fusion? It has a bit of the flavor of the sea embracing all rivers, but it's very strange. Restrained from mumbling. Mu Chang'an didn't understand. What was cultivation? What was water and moon? What was the sea embracing hundreds of rivers? He didn't understand. He went to the room and found a roll of bandage, first wrapped it around himself, then around the woman's body, while also bandaging her wound. Back at the rental house, Mu Chang'an put the woman on his own bed and covered her with a quilt to prevent her from catching a cold. After finishing everything, I looked at the time and it was almost 9 o'clock. Thinking of the orders I had not finished yet, I immediately ran to turn on the computer. Probably because too many things happened today, he was in a bad state and lost 2 games in a row. In the blink of an eye, it was a life and death game. If we lose this time again, it will take more time to get back on track. Therefore, he put aside all distracting thoughts, put no women in his mind, and hunted in the wild like a natural god. Be fully alert and concentrate on winning this game. It's just a master promotion match. It would be embarrassing if you lose. Fortunately, I had good luck this time. My teammates didn't get sick or eat, and most importantly, no one gave up. The whole sentence is harmonious. After all, everyone's mothers are very busy, and there is no need for them to come out and walk around for every game. The moment the enemy crystal exploded, his cell phone suddenly rang. Hello. Chapter 8. The Surge of Spiritual Energy. Ziyang. Chang'an, have you finished your order? We just finished fighting. Mu Chang'an took a sip of water and asked, what happened? That's great. Come to No 32, Beihai Road. What's wrong? Mu Chang'an heard the voice and asked anxiously. What happened? Ziyang tried hard to suppress his laughter. The school beauty is drunk. What? Mu Chang'an called out subconsciously. Ziyang felt that there was something going on, so he quickened his voice and said, Chang'an, you don't know how much the school beauty drank today. Those people are just a bunch of mean people. They keep toasting and have ulterior motives. After several rounds, the school beauty can hardly stand. Now the party is almost over, and the school beauty must go back to the dormitory. Shu Yu and I have both drunk and cannot drive. Come and pick her up. Mu Chang'an wanted to agree, but then he thought of the unconscious woman behind him. I can't come. What did you say? Ziyang yelled. You can't come? No way, Mu Chang'an. You actually rejected such a good opportunity. Are you still a man? Mu Chang'an explained. I want to come too, but I have something to do and can't leave. Can you two call a designated driver to help me take her there? Xie Yang and Shu Yu looked at each other and fell silent. I thought it was a good plan to have Mu Chang'an come over to meet Xiao Yuchen and see their reactions. As a result, Mu Chang'an couldn't come. Mu Chang'an, are you serious? Really, I really can't leave, Mu Chang'an answered affirmatively. The woman behind him was unconscious, and he was worried about leaving her alone at home. If we leave this woman alone, what if Yin Zhurping rides Xiaolong away? When this woman wakes up, she will turn the whole world upside down. Xie Yang, Shu Yu, the two of you please help me deliver it. After this, I will treat you to Haidalo. In the next 2 days, my part-time salary will be paid, and I will thank you all then. When this woman wakes up, she will turn the whole world upside down. All right. Hearing Mu Chang'an's tone, Xie Yang and Shu Yu also felt that he was really worried, so they stopped forcing him. After hanging up the phone, the two looked at each other with some regret in their eyes. They thought they were going to see a good show, but it just ended up like that. What a bummer. Your name is Shu Yu, right? Suddenly, a crisp voice was heard and Shu Yu turned around to look. Summer cicada? Shu Yu was shocked and stammered. You, when did you come? Xia Yuchun did not answer, but asked, were you talking to Mu Chang'an on the phone just now? She looked at Xi Yang's phone. When he saw the 3 words, Mu Chang'an, his eyes moved. Why didn't Mu Chang'an come today? Do you know why? The purpose of her attending this party was to meet Mu Chang'an, but he didn't come, so she wanted to find out the reason. Shu Yu was stunned for a moment, then reacted. The school beauty actually cares about Mu Chang'an. It seems that there is really something between them. Something happened at home, so he didn't come today. Shu Yu did not tell Mu Chang'an the real situation, saying that he did not come to the party because he was playing games. Which woman would feel comfortable hearing this? It's like telling a woman about the game and her important answer. As a brother, he would never do such a thing as stabbing someone in the back. Besides, he wasn't lying. Mu Chang'an really had something going on at home today. So that's how it is. Is there something wrong at home? After getting the answer, Xiao Yuchun turned around and left without staying long. From the beginning to the end, she was only interested in Mu Chang'an. Shu Yu kept looking at Xiao Yuchun's back as she left, as if he was thinking about something. Xi Yang patted his shoulder and said, why? Are you also interested in the school beauty? Although the school beauty is very beautiful, she doesn't suit my XP. Shu Yu touched his chin and said, I just wonder what the relationship between Chang'an and the school beauty is. Why do I feel like the school beauty is chasing Chang'an? Xi Yang nodded in agreement, his eyes drifting off into the distance. I think so too. Good fellow, Mu Chang'an is such a jerk. He doesn't tell me what's going on. Next time he treats us, I'll definitely rip him off. The two looked at each other and nodded to each other. Suddenly a gust of wind blew by and they subconsciously closed their eyes. When they opened them again, they felt something different. The two of them had their hands on each other's shoulders and were very close to each other. After a brief silence, the 2 men stepped away. Damn it! Xi Yang, I told you I have a girlfriend. Don't hit on me. Shu Yu touched the goosebumps on his hands and kept distance. Gasters K. Shu Yu, I have a boyfriend too. Xi Yang said, don't do this in the future. I'm afraid he will misunderstand. Him? Xi Yang, you dead man, stay away from me, Shu Yu said with disgust. You TM, a Lolita complex. You have the nerve to say that to me. Ji Yang was not willing to be outdone. What Lolita complex? I just like girls with petite bodies. I'm not a Lolita complex. Isn't that just Lolita complex? You pervert. Ji Yang looked disgusted. She has a petite figure. Isn't she a loli? Shu Yu retorted unwillingly. You're talking nonsense. I've never attacked minors. I'm not a pervert. No, you are the pervert. You actually like men. Damn Tong. I'm pursuing true love. Is that wrong? True love. Then why don't you find a woman? Women are not as fun as men. Fasterisk asterisk K. Shu Yu pretended to dry heave a few times and took a few steps back. Shut up, Lolita. Get lost, Nantong. The two of them were cursing at each other, completely unaware that Xiao Yuchen had been gone for a long time. Speaking of which, there are 4 people in the university dormitory, 1 male Tong, 1 Lolita control, and 1 M. Who can stay here? No wonder Mu Chang'an left the dormitory and lived outside. Xiao Yuchen was walking alone on the roadside, thinking about something. This situation attracted a lot of men's attention. Some people plucked up the courage to come up and chat, wanting her contact information, but were scared away by Xiao Yuchen's look. The streetlights were flickering, and she was walking alone in the shadow of the streetlights, looking at the black night sky, her face full of worry. Since a month ago, the spiritual energy in Pu City has been increasing day by day. As to why, she had no idea. The higher-ups are investigating, but progress is slow. This trend of increasing spiritual energy appeared without any signs at all, and it increased inexplicably. This is not a good sign. Because it happened so suddenly, they had no time to prepare. The increase in spiritual energy is like a split watermelon, exposed under everyone's eyes. Because the spiritual energy in this world is too scarce, the spiritual energy in Puyang City has a fatal temptation. Many people who have been living in seclusion underground for many years could not help but come out. Forces from all sides came one after another and slowly converged towards Pu City. The current Pu City seems calm on the surface, but in fact there are undercurrents. In the past few weeks, she could clearly feel that there were more criminal incidents in Puyang City, and the public security was relatively chaotic. Because she happened to be studying here, she was arranged by her superiors to investigate the reason for the increase in spiritual energy a month ago. After several weeks of investigation, she finally made a discovery because she found a strong spiritual fluctuation in Mu Chang'an. Before this, she didn't know Mu Chang'an, but she knew him as a person. Because the other party tried to pursue her for a while, therefore she was sure that a month ago, there was no spiritual energy fluctuation in Mu Chang'an. At this point in time, I was suddenly exposed to spiritual energy, and there are many things that can be deduced. To this end, she specifically investigated Mu Chang'an, but all she found was useless information. If you want to know more, you have to take the initiative to contact them. So as a cool and aloof school beauty, she would be so attentive to a boy. As a result, the other party was actually avoiding her. Yes, hide from her. After all, she is a school belle, and she is being pursued by the school belle. But she is still hiding. Is it a man? You deserve to be single for so long. Obviously, when Mu Chang'an was pursuing her, she ignored him. But now the situation has changed, and she has to take the initiative to find someone. But the real reason is that Mu Chang'an wants to farm. How can farming be as fragrant as women? I wonder what Xiao Yuchen would think if she knew about this. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise in the distance, followed by flames all over the sky. The gorgeous flames illuminated the entire night sky. Xiao Yuchen heard the noise and subconsciously looked over. His eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he was sensing something. That place is... Her face turned pale with shock. She could no longer sit there and watch, so she quickly ran away. She was moving very fast, and perhaps because the situation was urgent, she did not avoid the crowd. He ran straight towards his destination. People walking on the streets saw this and rubbed their eyes subconsciously, as if they wanted to prove whether it was an illusion. A little boy pulled his father's clothes and screamed, "Dad, I saw Superman!" Someone else picked up a cell phone and recorded the video. Holy shit, someone is flying! The fire in the distance is getting brighter and brighter. Pu City is destined to be restless tonight. Chapter 9. Who are you? The next day, Mu Chang'an woke up groggy, yawned, and went to the bathroom. He suffers from insomnia. Because of the woman who slept in his room. He put the woman on his bed, and then he lay on his side and slept on a simple bed made of a mat. At night, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, my head constantly thinking about what had happened that day. Although it was useless to think so much, he still suffered from insomnia. He kept scrolling through his phone until 3 o'clock and still couldn't fall asleep. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and went to watch an advanced mathematics online course. The effect was surprisingly good, and he fell asleep in a short while. After getting up and washing up, he went to his room to take a look at the woman, who was still not awake, so he went downstairs to buy breakfast. At the entrance of the community, an old man was hunched over and packing up his stall. "Grandma, the tea eggs are selling so fast today." The old woman was cleaning the area around the cart. When she heard the sound, she looked up and saw Mu Chang'an standing in front of her. She immediately smiled kindly. "It's Yamu. Come here. Grandma knew you were coming, so she left 2 eggs for you." The old man skillfully lifted the white cloth from the steamer and took out 2 steaming hot tea eggs. Mu Chang'an happily took the egg and grinned. "Sorry, Grandma, I overslept today. This old lady in front of me sets up her stall at 6 o'clock every day, no matter what the weather is. She sells tea eggs and only prepares 30 eggs a day. She closes the stall after they are sold out. I have been selling like this for several years. Everyone in the community knows that today's closing time is almost 10 o'clock, which is considered slow." "It's okay. We're young, we understand," the old lady said with a smile on her face. "Grandma, I don't have classes this morning, so I'm here to help you clean up the stall." Mu Chang'an put the egg in his pocket and prepared to go up to help. The old man smiled and pointed at the egg, shaking his head slightly. "No, you have to eat first and then do anything else. That's the rule." Mu Chang'an finished eating the eggs embarrassedly and then began to help the old man clean up the stall. There wasn't much to pack, and he didn't help much. After a while, Mu Chang'an pushed the cart and followed the old man home. There is a slope between the entrance of the community and the floor where the elderly live. Mu Chang'an is always worried that something might happen to the elderly, pushing the stroller by himself. Xiaxia, I'm really sorry to bother you like this every time. It's not a bother, Grandma. This is what I should do. You've already cut my rent in half. I'd feel bad if I don't do something, Mu Chang'an said with a smile. The old man is his landlord. He only charges 500 yuan a month for such a nice house. He must have given a discount. Another point is, if it weren't for the old man's house, he would not have been able to become the master of the immortal palace and experience such a different world. The old lady's face was full of smiles. That house is too high. I have to climb up and down every day. My old bones can't stand that kind of work. So I rented it to you, a young man, so you can exercise every day. Thank you, Grandma. As the two were talking, Mu Chang'an pushed the cart to the first floor, said hello, and went upstairs. At some point, Ye Chushui's consciousness slowly regained consciousness. Her spiritual energy that had been depleted in battle was replenished for some reason, and the damage to her soul was repaired by a force of thunder. The most serious injury to Dao Ji showed no signs of healing. She slowly opened her eyes, and her originally confused pupils instantly became clear and sharp. The first thing she did when she woke up was to observe her surroundings. It was a completely unfamiliar space, with walls made of an unknown material. There were also completely unfamiliar patterns on the walls. Were they some women? Why is it a question mark? That's because based on the pen drawings on the pattern, those women are different from normal people. There is a sense of unreality, as if the drawings are not of people, but of some abstract creatures. Also, the clothes worn by the women in those patterns were extremely strange, and they were all things I had never seen before. Not only that, the woman on it was moving in strange and revealing ways, causing her to feel ashamed and angry when she took a quick glance at it. Another thing is, why is the lamp of unknown shape hanging on the roof? Why was no lamp oil used, and why was the shape so strange? Is it a magic weapon? What level is it? After traveling across the 9 provinces for thousands of years, Ye Chushui discovered for the first time that he could not see through something, and his heart was very complicated and strange. The objects around her were completely beyond her understanding. I have never seen a black chair before. Upon closer inspection, it seems to be designed based on the human body structure. In the end, it was a strange man. Ye Chushui finally noticed Mu Chang'an's presence. She subconsciously held her breath and looked at Mu Chang'an's back vigilantly. He is a man, no doubt about it. The man in front of me was sitting on a chair, tapping something square-shaped with one hand, making a click-click sound. If you listen carefully, you can hear a special rhythm. The other hand held a ball-shaped magic weapon, shaking it up and down, left and right. She expanded her weak consciousness and saw a glowing screen through Mu Chang'an. Compared to the images formed by the spell, the picture on the screen is much more vivid. She was completely stunned. What kind of magic weapon is this? It is possible to display such a realistic picture without any spiritual power. A moment of surprise gave her away. Mu Chang'an seemed to notice the movement behind her, put down the mouse and slowly turned her head. Oh, you're awake! The two looked into each other's eyes. Mu Chang'an had gotten used to Ye Chushui's looks, so he didn't lose his composure like he did the first time. He took a quick look, then looked away, feeling relieved. It's good that he woke up, which proves that the restriction did not hit the wrong person. Seeing that Mu Chang'an was not staring at her, Ye Chushui's eyes flashed with surprise. She was very aware of the attractiveness of her appearance, and when the man didn't react much, she began to look at him carefully. Ye Chushui's eyebrows were raised, and a hint of doubt and inexplicable fear flashed in her deep eyes. A strange man. Be alone with her in a room. She quickly looked down at her lower body. She was covered with a quilt, and under the quilt was her tattered vestments. A large area of skin that should have been exposed was wrapped in white bandages. Ye Chushui's face was as cold as frost, and in an instant, murderous intent arose without him even realizing it. Given her familiarity with her own body, she knew that she had not suffered that kind of situation, but she still felt ashamed and angry. She used the little remaining spiritual power to use her magical powers to recall her body's memories. Some fragmented images suddenly flashed through her mind. They were very blurry, but she could roughly guess the specific situation. Her vestments were destroyed by some kind of lightning, not by human hands, and there was no sign of them being taken off. The only thing that bothered me was the bandages. The picture shows that the bandage was wrapped by the man himself, and in the process of wrapping, he would undoubtedly touch his body. Her body was touched by a man. Her face became even colder, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, he was in an unfamiliar situation, with his injuries still not healed, and the fragmented memories of what he had just seen. She had many doubts in her mind, and now was not the time to act impulsively. She took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress her murderous intent. First of all, we need to figure out what happened to her and what is going on here. Ye Chushui looked at Mu Chang'an and was about to ask, but she saw that the man in her eyes seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly turned back to look at the rectangular magic weapon. The man was still muttering, oh no, we're going to lose the team battle. Mu Chang'an was originally in the middle of a team fight, but was distracted by the sound of Ye Chushui waking up, causing the screen to turn gray when he turned back. Looking at the lower left corner, teammates began to greet his family. Dan, yeah, what are you doing? Someone left home? Why are you suddenly not moving? Mad, such a good advantage was lost in this wave, and the Baron was lost. I am so upset. Mu Chang'an had a headache and explained. I'm sorry, this is mine. If we meet again next time, I'll make up for it. After saying that, he switched the screen and closed the application in one go. Then he turned the chair around and faced Ye Shui's face. The woman was awake, and he didn't have the energy to play games. You! Ye Shui looked Mu Chang'an up and down. A hint of murderous intent flashed across his face, and his tone was as cold as ice in a deep valley. Who is it? Chapter 10. This is my home. Who are you? Ye Shui opened her lips slightly, and her voice was like a trickle of mountain spring water, with a hint of tenderness hidden in it, which made people's hearts slightly moved. Mu Chang'an looked at her in surprise. I didn't expect that this woman is not only so beautiful, but also has an amazing voice. With this kind of voice, he will definitely become famous as a voice actor. Ye Shui stared at Mu Chang'an closely, feeling somewhat confused and surprised. There was a very strong spiritual energy fluctuation on this man, but his realm was just that of an ordinary mortal. In this situation, there are only two possibilities. The first one is that he is truly a mortal who has not experienced any cultivation, and the only reason he possesses spiritual energy is because he carries some unknown treasure on his body, and the spiritual energy is emitted by the treasure. The second possibility is that his realm has reached the state of returning to nature and ascending to heaven. With her current spiritual power, she can only sense spiritual energy, but cannot gain insight into the true realm. Her heart leaned toward the second answer, but reality forced her to believe the first one. The reason was that Mu Chang'an was being stared at by her and felt dizzy, with a sharp pain in his chest and difficulty breathing. You, don't look at me like that. Mu Chang'an knew the reason instantly, covered his chest, looked away, and gasped. I finally understand what it feels like to kill with your eyes, as the prohibition says. This woman is too scary. Just looking at her for a few times made me feel a little breathless. If this woman wanted to kill me just now, how many times could I die in that situation? Mu Chang'an's actions made Ye Shui a little confused. With such a reaction, this man was undoubtedly an ordinary mortal, who could not resist even a trace of spiritual power. But how could such a mortal drive those high-level magical instruments? I don't understand. What on earth is going on? Mu Chang'an panted for a while and finally calmed down. He raised his head carefully and looked at the other person. Are your injuries feeling better? Ye Shui opened her eyes, and a brief look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. You were the one who saved me? I guess it's me who saved you. Mu Chang'an scratched his cheek with his fingers, and the one who really saved the life was the child's restriction. He just poured some water on the plants and didn't do much. Does bandaging the plants count? After getting the confirmation, Ye Shui's killing intent towards Mu Chang'an weakened a bit. Well, just one point. This man actually saved her. Then Ye Shui looked around and asked, where is this? This is my home. When Ye Shui heard the word my home, his pupils shrank. Where is your home in Kyushu? Kyushu? Mu Chang'an suddenly remembered that this was not the fairyland of this woman. My home is not in Kyushu. Mu Chang'an shook his head. A trace of confusion flashed across Ye Shui's face. She felt the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, which was pitifully thin. In her impression, even in the most barren wilderness of Kyushu, the spiritual energy was not as thin as here. This is not your original world. This is called Earth, a blue planet. The place under your feet now is the most shining country on the blue planet. Ye Shui spread his spiritual consciousness and saw the vast world in the bustling street scenes. The tallest buildings I have ever seen are like mountains, stretching endlessly. It is indeed completely different from the fairy world. I clearly fell into the abyss. Why do I appear in this world? Ye Shui murmured to himself. She clearly remembered that she fell into the abyss after severely injuring Zhang Wuya with the power of her self-destructive Taoism. Meteorite Abyss, the most dangerous forbidden area in Kyushu. Logically speaking, she couldn't still be alive. She turned her gaze to Mu Chang'an, the man who saved her, and should know the reason. Where should I start? Mu Chang'an had a headache, considering whether to explain the existence of the Immortal Palace. Forget it, I can't hide it. Come with me first. Mu Chang'an took Ye Shui through the door of the utility room. The view in front of him changed. The original storage room turned into an empty cave. Ye Shui's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. She actually had a strange feeling of traveling between two worlds just now. This kind of power was something she had never possessed even in her heyday. She couldn't help but look at Mu Chang'an's profile. Could this man be an immortal? But when he thought about the pained look on the man's face after being stared at by him for a while, the image of him as an immortal collapsed instantly. Mu Chang'an had no idea of Ye Shui's complicated inner feelings and took Ye Shui out of the cave. The vision suddenly widened, and in front of me there were clouds and mist, mountains piled up, and the spiritual energy was ethereal. Ye Shui was speechless when looking at the scene in front of him. The concentration of spiritual energy here was rare in her life. It was richer than any secret realm she had ever seen. This feeling is just like the fairyland rumored in Kyushu. Is this the fairyland? No way. She has practiced for thousands of years, and her ultimate goal is to ascend to the fairyland and experience a wider world. Now this fairyland is somewhat different from what she had imagined. The reason is that it is too small. The entire area is not even as big as Kyushu. Mu Chang'an ignored the surprised Ye Shui and pointed to the sky. It was right here one day ago, you suddenly fell from above, and then I saved you. Ye Shui looked up, and the memory fragments that he had recalled using his magical powers became clearer. After she fell into the abyss, she seemed to have encountered space turbulence, which is why she appeared here. Ye Shui wanted to use his spiritual sense to explore the place, but was blocked by a forceful consciousness. Hey, the things here are not for you to explore. Don't look around casually. There seemed to be thunder roaring in her mind, shaking her soul. Ye Shui's face was filled with pain, and he took a few steps back unsteadily. There seemed to be a flash of lightning in the sky. Mu Chang'an stared at the lightning in the sky, communicating with his consciousness in the prohibition. You didn't do anything to her, did you? If I want to kill this woman, I won't save her, understand? Mu Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. Yet Chu Shui came back to her senses and found that there was a very terrifying consciousness here that prevented her from exploring. She already roughly understood why she was able to survive. It must be that consciousness that saved her. He no longer had any other concerns and turned to Mu Chang'an to express his gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. Wait, don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank the man next to you. If he hadn't kept begging me, I would have killed you long ago. Yet Chu Shui paused and looked at Mu Chang'an with a strange look. Your Excellency pleaded for me. I am very grateful. I happen to have a Yangshen pill here. I wonder if Your Excellency can... Yet Chu Shui was just about to take out the pill when he suddenly froze in place. Someone saved her life, and she didn't want to owe him a favor, so she wanted to use elixir to offset the favor and alleviate the cause and effect. However, she found that her natal ring was missing. She hurriedly recalled her memory, only to realize that the ring had been damaged in order to protect her body from entering the space turbulence, and the things inside had naturally been left behind in the space turbulence. All her belongings were kept in the ring, and now that the ring is gone, she is penniless. The pills that I originally wanted to take out could not be taken out at all. For a moment she was at a loss and stood there blankly. Mu Chang'an looked at her, and combined with the movement of her touching her fingers, he made some vague guesses. Could it be that the storage magic weapon was lost, so nothing can be taken out? This kind of setting is basically standard for fantasy novels. As an old white of online writing, he thought of this instantly. Puff. After a while, Mu Chang'an couldn't help laughing, which made Ye Chu Shui's cheeks a little hot. That touch of bright red is like the sunset in the sky, bright and moving, unforgettable at first sight. Mu Chang'an couldn't help but stare at him, but then he thought it was not good to keep staring at him, so he looked away and coughed twice. I didn't save you for your stuff. That touch of bright red was only a flash after all, and yet Chu Shui looked indifferent. Not asking for something? Is he asking her to repay him with her own life? Yes, although this man did not do that kind of thing to her, he definitely touched her body. The bandages wrapped around her body now are evidence of this. Thinking of this, her tone became a little cold, as if she was keeping people at a distance. If you want me to marry you, I'm sorry I can't agree. How about you let me go, sir? Once I find my lost natal ring, I will definitely be able to repay you for saving my life. You want to leave? Chapter 11. Strong will. I want to go back to Zhuzhou, Ye Chu Shui said with a hint of indifference. She wants revenge. Mu Chang'an was stunned and looked Ye Chu Shui up and down. In your current state, you won't live long if you go out? What do you mean? Ye Chu Shui suddenly frowned. By coming into contact with the restrictions of the Immortal Palace, he knew that outside the Immortal Palace was a terrifying forbidden area. According to the woman's current condition, it was impossible for her to break through the forbidden area. Besides, he couldn't let this woman leave. The secret of the Immortal Palace is very important. If this woman runs away, it may expose the existence of the Immortal Palace. Another thing is that he still needs a woman to teach him how to cultivate immortality. There is a forbidden area outside the Immortal Palace. It is very dangerous. In your current condition, you will die if you go out now. Mu Chang'an answered Ye Chu Shui's question. Ye Chu Shui was stunned. Forbidden area? Could it be that the meteorite sword abyss is outside? Yes. This should be a space inside the abyss. She was seriously injured and fell into the abyss. She entered here by coincidence through the space crack. Finally, she was rescued by this man. After sorting out everything, the fragments of memory that were previously recalled were also answered. The confusion in my heart was gone, and my mentality also changed a little. She closed her eyes and began to feel the spiritual energy here, absorbing it to try to repair the injuries in her body. Mu Chang'an stared at the woman in front of him. Although it looks a bit cold, it looks okay. She has long eyelashes, curved eyebrows, a delicate face, moist and bright red lips, and a slender figure, just like the goddess of Lua River emerging from water. As the ancients said, beauty is a feast to the eyes, nothing more than this. As he thought about it, Mu Chang'an found himself speechless. It was as if he was under a spell of immobilization, and his body couldn't move at all. It was as if an invisible force was controlling his body. He couldn't even speak and could only stand there blankly. The slender and graceful figure was clearly right in front of me, but it seemed as if it was an untouchable illusion. I wanted to reach out, but I couldn't lift my arm. Damn, what is going on? What on earth did this woman do to him? She is absorbing the spiritual energy in the Immortal Palace. After a brief hesitation, the Immortal Palace restriction answered his doubts and released Mu Chang'an's control. Absorbing spiritual energy. Is he practicing? You guessed it right. The voice of the banning officer became somewhat gloating. This woman's foundation of Taoism has been destroyed. It's too late to practice at this time, haha. As soon as the voice of the Ban fell, Mu Chang'an saw the woman in front of him tremble all over and spit out a mouthful of blood. The momentary beauty dyed her clothes red. Ye Chu Shui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his originally rosy face turned pale. He felt mixed emotions and was devastated. The damage to her foundation could not be repaired. Not only that, she could not breathe in and out spiritual energy to practice until her foundation was restored. Moreover, her realm continued to decline. If she couldn't find a way to repair her foundation, she would eventually become a mortal with an immortal body. Thinking of this, her face turned even paler, as if deathly gray. The feeling of a strong man who has practiced for thousands of years, suddenly finding out that he can no longer practice is the same as the feeling of a national-level athlete finding out that he has been seriously injured and cannot participate in training. It was as if the things they had pursued all their lives were suddenly drifting away from them. They could no longer see the way forward and could not touch the ground under their feet. This emotion only lasted for a while, and the sadness on Ye Chushui's face disappeared, replaced by an extremely firm will. Since I have fallen into the forbidden abyss and am not dead, everything is possible. I have to find a way to restore my foundation and then take revenge on Jia Yangwuya. I, Ye Chushui, have never schemed in my life, so naturally I cannot fall into schemes. Tusk. This woman's willpower is truly terrifying. She didn't even give up after facing such a blow. The prohibition murmured in a low voice, and Mu Chang'an did not pay attention to it. Mu Chang'an's attention was all on Ye Chushui. When a person suffers a major blow, few people can recover in a short period of time. However, the woman in front of him pulled herself together with her own will. No one Mu Chang'an admired the way a person held on. He now lives alone and has experienced the pain of trying to hold on alone. Perhaps it's not that she wants to bear it alone, but that there is no one around her who can bear it for her, so she has no choice but to bear it alone. Mu Chang'an moved his lips a few times, wanting to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Hey, why are you being so sentimental? The voice of prohibition suddenly sounded in my mind. If you let this woman stay in this fairy palace again, the person I saved with great difficulty will die in a while. If she dies this time, I don't want to save her again. Mu Chang'an was shocked. If she died, there would be no one to teach him how to cultivate immortality. Her current condition is not suitable for staying in the immortal palace. If you want to continue chatting, go somewhere else. The other place, of course, is the rental house in Mu Chang'an. This ban is meant to drive people away. Mu Chang'an suddenly felt dissatisfied. Are you the master, or am I the master? Mu Chang'an coughed and stepped forward to speak. This fairy? The spiritual energy here is not suitable for your current state. It is not advisable to stay for long. Let's go back to the previous rental house. Ye Chushui seemed to agree with Mu Chang'an's words, glanced at him, and nodded slightly. She is unable to practice independently now, so naturally she cannot absorb spiritual energy and integrate it into her sea of qi. It is useless for her to continue staying here. Moreover, the spiritual energy here is extremely rich. Even if she doesn't absorb it, it will forcefully rush into her body, which would be a poison to her current condition. If her foundation of Taoism was not damaged, she would be able to use the spiritual energy of this place to return to her peak in a short period of time. Unfortunately, things have already been decided. If she were given another chance, she would still choose the same thing. With such thoughts in mind, Ye Chushui's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. After leaving the immortal palace, I returned to the rented house. Ye Chushui couldn't help but ask as he looked at the bandages wrapped all over his body. The bandages on my body. Are you the one who wrapped them around my body? Chapter 12. The power of prohibition. The bandages on my body were put on by you? Ye Chushui said coldly. Before, she had just woken up and had no awareness of anything around her. Now, after understanding the cause of the incident and knowing her own situation, her initial nervousness has disappeared, and she plans to investigate. What she cares most about is her innocence. Mu Chang'an was stunned, thinking to himself that this was not good. I was so excited just now that I forgot about this. When he was bandaging her, he touched her all over her body. Mu Chang'an turned his head blankly and nodded awkwardly. Well, I was the one who pestered you, but... Before he could finish his words, Mu Chang'an felt the temperature around him suddenly drop. Although it was April, he felt the chill of autumn and winter. The aura of the immortal cultivators is so terrifying. When you fell, you were seriously injured and bleeding all over. You definitely needed to be bandaged to stop the bleeding, Mu Chang'an explained as he stepped back. Let me tell you first, when I was bandaging you, I had my eyes closed and didn't see anything. Didn't see anything? Ye Chushui said coldly. You think I'll believe you? When she thought about how her chastity, which she had kept for 1,000 years, was almost lost, she felt an irrepressible anger in her heart. In Juzhou, those men dared not even look at her, let alone touch her body. My body has reached immortality. I can recover from injuries on my own. I don't need to stop the bleeding. You are doing this for... Before she could finish her words, Mu Chang'an interrupted. How would I know that? Speaking of which, how did you train your body? It didn't break even after falling from such a height, but it feels soft to the touch. Mu Chang'an couldn't help but complain. He really wanted to know why. How did he survive falling from such a high place? However, halfway through his speech, he suddenly realized something and quickly covered his mouth. Sure enough, when Ye Chushui heard his voice, murderous intent gradually emerged in his eyes. You touched my body. Today, you must give me an explanation. Ye Chushui's tone was as cold and piercing as a deep pool in a valley. A long sword transformed from spiritual energy was placed on Mu Chang'an's shoulder. The sword was a little far from his neck, but he could still feel the cold edge of the blade. There was no doubt that if the sword's owner moved his hand, Mu Chang'an would be beheaded. The moment Mu Chang'an saw the sword for the first time, his eyes widened. Damn it! You use swords when you disagree with something. Do you still have any reason? However, thinking that he had the forbidden insurance, he heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile evilly at Ye Chushui. I saved you out of kindness, but you repay me with hatred because of this? Mu Chang'an looked distressed. Then go ahead. I will still be a good man after 18 years. Ye Chushui frowned slightly, and a complicated expression appeared on her beautiful face. On the one hand, her pride made her unable to endure the humiliation of being touched by a strange man. Killing quickly can stabilize your mind. But on the other hand, this man saved her life. We should repay the life-saving grace with gratitude. After weighing the merits and demerits, she thought for a long time and finally took back the spirit sword. I can't do it. She values her innocence very much, but she would not kill a person who saved her life just for the sake of her innocence. She, Ye Chushui, is not the kind of person who repays kindness with enmity. Since you saved me, I'll let you go this time. She raised her head and spoke proudly. Mu Chang'an felt the pride in Ye Chushui's heart and looked at her with sidelong eyes, with an unfriendly look. Did this woman do something wrong? You'll let me go? Then you should ask me if I'll let you go. Ye Chushui's eyes narrowed. What's the meaning? What does this man want to do? Under Ye Chushui's gaze, Mu Chang'an reached out to her. Mu Chang'an put his finger on her chin and lifted it up gently. Their eyes met, and her pupils were full of shock. This man? How dare you do this to her? Woman. Mu Chang'an raised his lips to an evil smile. You succeeded in P********, give me off. He saved this woman, but this woman actually wanted to kill him just now. He will feel uncomfortable if he doesn't teach this woman a lesson. Lecher, let me go. The spirit sword reappeared, and Ye Chushui angrily chopped at Mu Chang'an's arm. Before, when I was seriously injured and unconscious, I was molested. After all, he saved her. But now when she was sober, he actually dared to be so frivolous to her. Unforgivable. Seeing the spirit sword coming, Mu Chang'an looked calm with a smile on his face. The next moment, Ye Chushui's eyes were filled with horror. The magic sword actually stopped in the air and couldn't be cut down. How so? Ye Chushui tried hard with his hands, but still couldn't chop the magic sword down. Deep in her heart, it seemed as if there was an invisible force influencing her. What have you done to me? Ye Chushui said angrily to Mu Chang'an. Such an unusual situation must be due to something this man did while she was unconscious. Cut it. Mu Chang'an did not explain immediately. He used his fingers to lift Ye Chushui's chin high and looked down at her condescendingly. Isn't it great to have a sword? Why don't you chop? When he thought about this great immortal cultivator being treated like this by him, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in his heart. Lecher, let me go. Ye Chushui was extremely ashamed and angry. The heat from her jaw and the masculine scent that hit her face made her feel so ashamed that she wanted to die. After all, Ye Chushui was once a cultivator at the peak of tribulation. How could she have ever suffered such humiliation? You have a bad temper. Mu Chang'an curled his lips. Observing closely, this woman was truly the most beautiful he had ever seen. No doubt about it. To tell you the truth, when I saved you, I placed a restriction on your body. With this restriction in place, you can't kill me. Mu Chang'an's fingers brushed across Ye Chushui's cheek. It's so soft and bouncy, very comfortable. You. After Ye Chushui learned about the situation, he glared. Remove the restriction for me. Untie it? Mu Chang'an looked at her sideways as if she was looking at a fool. If I untie you, you'll kill me the first time. I'm not that stupid. Ye Chushui didn't say anything. This man humiliated her so much if it weren't for the damn ban. She would have already ground him to ashes and cut him into pieces. In fact, this restriction has no restrictive effect on you except protecting my safety. Mu Chang'an reluctantly withdrew his hand and said angrily, Still, don't overdo it. Otherwise, this woman will die with him, and it will be a lot of fun. As long as you don't think about killing me, it won't work. After hearing what Mu Chang'an said, Ye Chushui suppressed the murderous intent in her heart, and sure enough, her hands resumed their movements, and her body was no longer restricted. She glanced deeply at Mu Chang'an. Feeling a little unwilling, I wanted to try again. This time, she did not use the magic sword, but directly used magic. A beam of white light shot towards Mu Chang'an's forehead, but just before it hit her, it suddenly changed direction and attacked her instead. Ye Chushui widened his eyes and used magic again to cancel out the white light. Mu Chang'an looked at this scene, spread his hands, and shrugged helplessly. Look, why don't you believe it? Now you know, you can't kill me. Let's calm down and talk. Mu Chang'an sat down on the sofa, tilting his head and looking at Ye Chushui. Don't hate me for putting restrictions on you. People are treacherous, and I am doing this to protect myself. Mu Chang'an changed his tone. Well, besides, I didn't put you under any slavery restrictions. I didn't mean to imprison you or restrict your personal freedom. You are a cultivator, so you should be very clear about this. Ye Chushui suddenly fell silent. The more restrictions there are, the harder it is to do. The slave ban is the simplest. This man did not enslave her. Instead, he set up the most restrictive restrictions just to protect himself. From this point of view, he is quite gentlemanly. She snorted coldly, turned her head and said, Don't think I will forgive you for this. Mu Chang'an listened and laughed. Unexpectedly, this woman is quite arrogant. Chapter 13. Anger. Just when Mu Chang'an was about to have a good talk with Ye Chushui about life, something strange happened. Ye Chushui's face suddenly changed, and he felt a sweetness in his throat. For a moment, he was filled with anger and vomited blood. Ye Chushui thought to himself that this was terrible. Dao Ji's injury had a much greater impact on her than she had imagined, and she had been suppressing it before. However, just now, Mu Chang'an's humiliation of her caused her to lose her mind, and the injuries that she had been suppressing took advantage of this opportunity and suddenly rebounded, catching her off guard. Are you okay? Mu Chang'an noticed Ye Chushui's change, subconsciously stood up and reached out to support him. Ye Chushui reacted and thought the other party still wanted to humiliate her. She pushed Mu Chang'an away and stopped him from touching her body. With this push, Mu Chang'an flew out directly. It felt like being hit by a bull. My body was suddenly suspended in the air and finally crashed into the wall. Oh shit! It hurts! Mu Chang'an touched his chest. His whole body felt like it was falling apart. He was very confused. Wasn't there a ban? Why is he still injured? He thought about the side effects mentioned in the ban. Is this a side effect? An attack without killing intent can hurt him. He didn't think much about it, but instead observed Ye Chushui's current condition. Everything was fine just a moment ago. How come it suddenly became like this? Ye Chushui curled up her body, The anger in her heart made her feel as if she was burned by flames, constantly tormenting her body and mind. Mu Chang'an got up from the ground and felt that Ye Chushui's condition was very wrong. This time he did not approach rashly, but asked from a distance. "What's wrong with you?" Ye Chushui said weakly. "This is a result of anger. I was careless." She didn't expect that she was injured so seriously, which caused her mind to be distracted and anger to take advantage of it. Anger arises from thoughts. If it is not suppressed, there will be endless troubles. "Ah!" Ye Chushui groaned in pain and couldn't even stand. His legs went limp and he fell to his knees. The more Mu Chang'an looked, the more he felt something was wrong. He approached Ye Chushui carefully and asked, "Your injuries have all healed, so why did you get into trouble? Help me up first." Ye Chushui said softly to Mu Chang'an. "Her current condition is very bad. If it is not dealt with in time, she will be affected by anger, lose her mind, and fall into madness. The state of madness will only lead to killing." Mu Chang'an walked over and supported Ye Chushui's body, pinching the soft and boneless body, without a trace of evil thoughts in his heart. This woman is in such a weak condition. Didn't they say that her injuries are stable and her life is safe? Why does she look like someone who is about to die? How did it become like this? Mu Chang'an asked puzzledly. He was a little anxious looking at Ye Chushui's condition. The person he had saved with great difficulty was going to die again in the blink of an eye. Wasn't it a waste of time to save him? He is still waiting for this woman to teach him how to cultivate immortality. We can't let her die like this. Tell me how I can make you back to normal. Ye Chuhong glanced at Mu Chang'an unexpectedly. She had threatened the man with a sword before, but now he wanted to help her regardless of the past. "I really don't understand. Qi fire is caused by thoughts and must be expelled from the body. I need your help with this. If the anger and fire are not released, it will become a disease and will cause serious illness in the future." "Ah," Mu Chang'an pointed at himself. "What can I do? I need you as a carrier to help me get rid of the anger in my heart." She couldn't get rid of her anger by herself. "How to do it specifically?" Mu Chang'an asked. Ye Chushui suddenly grabbed Mu Chang'an's arm with his backhand. She felt a little complicated. This was the first time in her life that she took the initiative to contact a man, and she felt weird. "Wait a moment. You may feel my emotions. You must stick to your heart and not let anger affect your mind." "I understand." Mu Chang'an nodded and kept these words in mind. "Stick to your heart and don't be influenced." Ye Chushui's eyes narrowed, and he silently recited a spell. "A pure heart is like water, and pure water is the heart. There is no breeze and no waves. Sitting alone among the bamboos, I whistle and play the zither. Whish." A gust of wind blew up with Ye Chushui as the center. Mu Chang'an was blown so hard that he couldn't open his eyes and angry whispers came to his ears. "Hate, hate, I hate." Mu Chang'an's eyes instantly became bloodshot. His eyes were filled with hatred, and he was in an extremely angry mood. "I hate it so much. Why? Why did it turn out like this?" Ye Chushui noticed Mu Chang'an's movements and couldn't help feeling sorry. "After all, I am just a mortal. My mind is too weak." She planned to stop. If she continued, Mu Chang'an would be completely engulfed in anger and unable to extricate himself. At this moment, she saw Mu Chang'an's eyes gradually regain clarity, and his expression turned into shock. "What's wrong with this man? I can actually recover to normal on my own." Being able to withstand it, even if her mind was very strong, she never expected that Mu Chang'an would be able to get rid of the influence of her anger with his own ability. After Mu Chang'an woke up, he shook his head, noticed Ye Chushui's gaze, and couldn't help asking, "Not going on?" Ye Chushui retracted his gaze and focused on getting rid of his anger. After a while, the wind pressure beside Ye Chushui suddenly disappeared. She let go of Mu Chang'an's hand, exhaled heavily, and vented out the little anger left in her body. Mu Chang'an on the side was not feeling so well. His forehead was covered with sweat. The experience just now was not easy for him. Mu Chang'an looked at Ye Chushui, who had returned to normal, and asked with a smile, "Are you okay?" Ye Chushui's eyes were clear, and he looked into Mu Chang'an's eyes again, with some different meaning. "Thank you for your help, Your Excellency. I will never forget your kindness." Now her anger is vented, her thoughts are clear, she is in a good mood, and her mind is clear. Ye Chushui put his hand on Mu Chang'an's back. The spiritual energy was slowly transferred from bottom to top. The man was weak and would not be able to bear it if the speed was too fast. But Mu Chang'an didn't think so. The spiritual energy entered his body, bringing with it a cool feeling yet a faint warmth. Mu Chang'an felt as if he was in the fairyland, floating comfortably on the clouds. So comfortable. More. Ye Chushui felt strange again. Originally, with her means, she could heal injuries remotely, but now her realm has fallen, and the effect of remote healing is minimal. Now she can only do it herself. No, she was wrong. It's just healing. Well, healing. Half a minute later, Mu Chang'an seemed to have taken drugs and became energetic. After doing all this, beads of sweat appeared on Ye Chushui's forehead. After experiencing a series of misfortunes and using magic, the spiritual energy in her body is very little. If it is not replenished, her realm will fall again. Mu Chang'an stood up from the ground and looked at the woman in front of him seriously. "Now that you're okay, let's get back to the topic." Chapter 14. "I am Mu Chang'an. I know you have a lot of questions now. For example, why can a door go through two worlds? No, that's not right. It should be two planes." Mu Chang'an looked at the other person and tried to explain using words from the novel so that she could understand better. Ye Chushui nodded in agreement. After practicing for thousands of years, she was still unable to explore the details of the immortal palace with her vision. She also wanted to know the reason. To be able to travel between two dimensions at will, one must at least reach the realm of breaking through the void. That is the lifelong pursuit of cultivators. Otherwise, why would they practice? She is very interested in this place. Honestly, I don't know. Yet Shui fell silent. Why do I suddenly have the urge to beat someone up? The man said a lot of things and finally told her that he knew nothing. Teasing her. For some reason, Mu Chang'an felt a chill on his neck. He stroked it carefully and smiled awkwardly. Don't look at me like that. I really don't know the reason. It had only been a month since he became the master of the Immortal Palace, and he hadn't had time to explore many of the functions of the Immortal Palace. Although I don't know now, the truth will surely come out in the future. Mu Chang'an is painting a big cake. After all, I am the master of the Immortal Palace. Ye Chu Shui fell into deep thought. To be honest, she couldn't imagine that the man in front of her could become the owner of that fairy palace. I really don't know how much water was mixed in. That's all about the Immortal Palace. Now let's talk about you. Mu Chang'an turned the topic to Ye Chu Shui himself. Your injuries are very serious. So serious that you can't practice anymore. Am I right? Ye Chu Shui nodded and did not hide it. It was indeed the fact. So what are your plans for the future? Mu Chang'an asked suddenly. Intend? Ye Chu Shui raised his head, his eyes becoming confused. Now she is seriously injured, with little chance of recovery, and she has come to a completely unfamiliar world. Alone and helpless, she had a strong will to survive, but she didn't know how to show her kindness next. Mu Chang'an understood the confusion in her eyes and suggested with a smile. I have a suggestion. Why don't you stay here? Ye Chu Shui suddenly turned around and looked at Mu Chang'an with bright eyes. The charm of that moment was enough to make all the flowers wither. Mu Chang'an smiled and explained, there happens to be an empty bedroom in my rental house. You are unfamiliar with the place here, so having a place to stay will make you feel more at ease. Ye Chu Shui's eyes flashed and he was somewhat moved. Of course, letting you stay here is not without conditions. Mu Chang'an changed the subject and stared at Ye Chu Shui from head to toe. She was wrapped in bandages, showing off her body curves perfectly. She was like a lotus in clear water, naturally without any decoration. That graceful body really made me want to... Cough, cough. Mu Chang'an shook his head quickly. I am a gentleman and I don't engage in any conspiracy. I will just say it directly. I'll let you stay here and give you a place to live. In exchange, I want you to help me practice. No, I want you to teach me how to practice immortality. Ye Chu Shui fell into deep thought. She could sense a hint of desire this man had for her. Very faint, but it's there. This is normal. If not, she would think that the other party has other intentions. But so what? How could Ye Chu Shui be afraid of a weak mortal? The gap in strength between the two was obvious to all. If he dares to make a move, just use your fist to hit him. Besides, she was very curious about the things in this world. Very curious. The kind of magic weapon that can be used without any spiritual energy, the light screen that forms its own picture, the moving cursor. It was as if there was a door to a new world in front of her, completely different from cultivating immortals, constantly attracting her to explore. Now her foundation has been damaged, and her realm has been falling. If she wants to stop this, she must find a new path and start practicing again. This world is as big as the 9 provinces and 8 regions. Finding a new path is a long process. She couldn't just wander around like a headless fly. She had to have a place to stay, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to listen to this man and stay there for the time being. I promise you. Ye Chu Shui nodded towards Mu Chang'an, his tone as calm as the surface of a lake, without any ripples. Okay. Mu Chang'an snapped his fingers and said confidently when he heard it. I believe that my country will not let you down. Is it possible that our great Huaxia is not as attractive as the world of immortal cultivation? That's impossible. Ye Chu Shui saw confidence in Mu Chang'an's eyes and became even more curious about this world. What kind of world can give birth to such a person? After Mu Chang'an came back to his senses, he looked at Ye Chu Shui and laughed as if his plan had succeeded. Yay! I can finally live with a beautiful girl. And he is also a great cultivator. There is hope for his path to becoming an immortal. Oh, by the way, since you agreed to stay, I have another request. Mu Chang'an seemed to have thought of something and immediately returned to normal and added, first of all, you must listen to me outside. You are not allowed to act rashly, and you are not allowed to use magic at will. Based on the woman's reaction just now, he was very worried. This woman gets violent when she disagrees with someone. If something unexpected happens to her outside, she will definitely be treated as a heretic and studied. In fact, Ye Chu Shui's personality was not as violent as Mu Chang'an imagined. Ye Chu Shui went crazy because Mu Chang'an's behavior angered her, but Mu Chang'an had no awareness of this and did not reflect on it at all. You want me to listen to you? Ye Chu Shui said with a frown. This is impossible. Asking her to obey orders? Even Zhang Wuya wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Mu Chang'an showed an expression of, as expected, looked at her and explained, please don't be so excited. I'm not asking you to listen to me in everything. You lack knowledge of the world and have no idea of your own uniqueness. In this internet age, if something happens to you outside and it's posted online, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. Not only that, if things about you are exposed, I really can't imagine how much trouble it will be. For example, if one day you suddenly found a rare treasure and it accidentally became known to the world, do you think you could still live a peaceful life? Ye Chu Shui was silent for a long time. She was not a high-profile person. On the path of cultivation, the more high-profile one is, the longer and faster one will die. She could understand Mu Chang'an's words very well. Just believe what this man says for now and listen to him. I can promise to listen to you, but if you dare to order me around at will, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ye Chu Shui snorted coldly. She really lacks knowledge about the world. You are a great cultivator who dares to order you around? Mu Chang'an complained. By the way, you haven't met my first request yet. Quick, teach me how to cultivate immortality. Ye Chu Shui looked at Mu Chang'an with narrowed eyes. You? No. Or is it that I don't have spiritual roots and cannot practice? Mu Chang'an looked a little gloomy. Could it be that he had no spiritual roots? Damn, author, please don't do this. What spiritual root? What is that? Ye Chushui asked doubtfully. It's not that you are unsuitable for cultivation. It's just, I don't have any plans to accept a disciple for the time being. Ye Chushui looked troubled and was very conflicted. When she was healing this man's injuries before, she was surprised to find that this man had excellent qualifications. If he were in Zhuzhou, this man would undoubtedly be a rare genius in cultivation, and all the top sects and holy places would be vying to get him. However, Ye Chushui had never accepted a disciple in her life, nor did she plan to do so. The only one who was related to the apprentice was a little girl. When he was traveling around the world, the girl he met by chance could only be considered a registered disciple at best. Mate, I didn't ask you to accept a disciple. Mu Chang'an waved his hand. It's enough if you know you can cultivate immortality. You just need to teach me the most basic cultivation techniques, and I can figure it out on my own, Mu Chang'an said with a smile. To be honest, I am very confident about this. He was too embarrassed to tell anyone that he owned an immortal palace, but couldn't cultivate to become an immortal. Yet Chushui was still thinking about it. It wasn't that she didn't want to teach, but she was thinking about how to teach. After all, this was the first time she treated a man so formally. After thinking for a while, Ye Chushui sorted out his thoughts and figured out how to teach. I have observed your aptitude with my mind, and I think you are suitable for practicing my life-defining skills. However, I will not accept you as my disciple. You don't have to be grateful. Just consider this as some reward for saving my life. I am not the kind of person who would not repay a favor. Then you just hit me. Mu Chang'an curled his lips, thinking about how to take revenge. Yet Chushui blushed a little. Why hit people? It's because she was molested, okay? If it were any other man, he would have died long ago. Ye Chushui looked at Mu Chang'an's smiling face. For some reason, when he thought of the bandages on his body, he felt extremely ashamed and angry. Damn, man. The two of them had their own thoughts, and at this moment, they tacitly chose to remain silent. After a while, Mu Chang'an reached out his hand to her. By the way, I don't know your name yet. My name is Mu Chang'an. Ye Chushui looked coldly at the hand that Mu Chang'an stretched out. His face turned from calm to ruddy, and then suddenly turned livid. With a bang, Mu Chang'an was thrown to the ground and groaned in pain. You lecher. You want to touch me again? Don't think that you can touch my body casually just because you saved me. The previous accounts have not been settled yet. She finally understood what this man's plan was in letting her stay. Pooh. She had thought this man was a gentleman before, but he turned out to be a vile B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Mu Chang'an squatted on the ground, holding his head pitifully. Woo woo, you misunderstood. This is just a simple handshake. In his excitement, he forgot that this woman didn't know the etiquette on Earth. A handshake? Yet Shui looked puzzled. I just said that you lack knowledge about this world, Mu Chang'an gestured. The so-called handshake is just like what you monks do when you greet each other. It's just a courtesy. I am wronged. Mu Chang'an cried and asked, how did you do it over there? Bow and call your name. Yet Shui raised his eyes and thought for a while. I see. Mu Chang'an stood up, dusted himself off, and bowed to Yet Shui. I am Mu Chang'an. Yet Shui looked at him with some surprise. From this perspective, this man seems to be quite stylish. Yet Shui. Chapter 15. When the immortal cultivator is illiterate. The two of them looked up at each other at the same time, with an inexplicable, tacit understanding. Yet Shui. Mu Chang'an felt somewhat amazed as the autumn wind blew on the Wei River. Your name suits me so well. Mu Chang'an thought about it in his heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud. You'll be beaten if you tell it. Mu Chang'an. Yet Shui muttered silently in his heart, and a small ripple appeared. Yet Shui, just stand still and don't move. I'll go find something for you. Mu Chang'an ran out of the room happily, and soon he came back with a few books in his arms. Gore, Outline of Modern History, Ideological and Moral Cultivation and Legal Basis. I don't have any history books at home. You can read these first to get a general understanding of the most basic social rules of this world. After reading them, if you are interested, I will find relevant knowledge for you on the internet. Yet Shui took the book, turned a page, and raised his brows slightly. Then she flipped through several more pages and finally looked up at Mu Chang'an. Mu Chang'an felt a little strange being stared at. Have you finished reading this? This is a cultivator. It's so terrifying. I can't read. As a result, this sentence made Mu Chang'an speechless and stunned for a moment. Damn it. Can't understand the words? You can't read? When Yet Shui heard this, his face turned slightly red. Language is universal, but writing is not. The fonts in Kyushu are much more complicated than those in this book. Although we can find some commonalities from the shape of the fonts, we can also guess the meaning. But there are too many words. I can guess each word individually, but it's a nightmare when they are connected together. Mu Chang'an stared at Yet Shui in silence. Suddenly, my understanding of immortal cultivators collapsed. Before this, he always had a sense of awe and admiration for this woman. They believed that this was a great immortal who was omnipotent. As a result, I couldn't even recognize the words. Grass. Give me back the respect I had before. Ahem, actually, it doesn't matter if you can't recognize the words. There are videos and pictures online. I'll find them for you. Mu Chang'an searched for a video about history from years ago on the small broken website and played it. The video was 40 minutes long. He checked the time and it was almost time. Just watch first. I'll go cook. I believe that my country will not let you down. Mu Chang'an clicked on the full screen and ran to the kitchen to cook. Normally, my stomach would cry out when I was hungry at 12 o'clock, but today there was no response. It turns out that beauty can be eaten. The sky is big. The earth is big. Eating is the most important thing. As for spiritual practice, there is no need to rush. Since Ye Chu Shui has agreed to stay, there is still a long time to come. There will always be time. After Mu Chang'an left, Ye Chu Shui focused his attention on the screen. The video is well made, with vivid images and easy-to-understand audio explanations. There is another paragraph of text below. Although I can't understand it, I can understand it by hearing it. Combined with the text display, you can also start learning to recognize words. Her current realm is at the late stage of foundation building, but she has the spiritual power of the tribulation period, so her memory is extraordinary. Combined with the synchronization of upper tone and characters, her speed of recognizing words can be described as seeing 1,000 miles at a glance. If Mu Chang'an knew, his original perception of immortal cultivators would definitely be rebuilt. I can learn to recognize words just by looking at subtitles. Is this the terrifying thing about being an immortal cultivator? These descriptions are surprisingly similar to some places in Kyushu. As he watched, Ye Chu Shui began to have many doubts in his mind and watched the video more attentively. There is a fish in the North Sea. Its name is Kun. Kun is so big that no one knows how many thousand miles it is. In the Dark Sea in the north of Kyushu, there is a demon king who is 70% similar to this description. Open your eyes for day, close your eyes for night. When the candle dragon opens its eyes, the land is red for thousands of miles. There are also corresponding descriptions of the ancient wilderness of Kyushu. When heaven and earth are connected, all things are connected. When the upper and the lower are connected, their aspirations are the same. This sentence even contains a description of the Tao. When I first heard it, it was still a little obscure and difficult to describe, but after reading it several times, I felt like I had suddenly been enlightened. The power contained in the words of this world was beyond her expectations, especially the last sentence, which reminded her that water and fire can blend together, and yin and yang are one. The originally damaged road actually became a little more stable. Understanding this world was meant to satisfy one's own curiosity, but I never expected that I could actually stabilize the broken path from it. This is such a pleasant surprise. The damaged path gradually stabilized, and the realm that had been falling stopped falling. Her current realm is firmly in the late stage of foundation building. Of course, this change cannot be permanent. The path has not been repaired. Without the ability to absorb spiritual energy, this situation can only last for 3 years at most. If I can't find a new path within 3 years, I will become immortal and never return to the peak. Just a preliminary look at the history of this world has caused such a change in her. If she could fully understand this world, perhaps she could really find a new path. Ye Chu Shui suddenly remembered what Mu Chang'an said before he left. My country will satisfy you. She was very satisfied with the answer to this question. The corners of Ye Chu Shui's mouth rose unconsciously, and he smiled. This was the first time she smiled sincerely since she woke up. This charm cannot be described in any words. All these things in this world made her more curious about the world. Just like the path to becoming an immortal, if you don't know what lies ahead, you will move forward desperately to satisfy your desires. She was looking forward to it. How many things were waiting for her to discover in this world? However, this scene happened to be seen by Mu Chang'an, who was standing at the door. 10 minutes ago, Mu Chang'an was cooking in the kitchen. She washed the rice, wiped the water from the bottom of the pot, and put it into the rice cooker to steam for dozens of minutes. Afterwards, he washed the vegetables to be cooked and put them aside, and arranged all the ingredients in order so that he could start cooking as soon as the rice was ready. I was so busy that it actually took less than 10 minutes. After finishing everything, he hurried back to the room to see how Ye Chu Shui was doing. As a result, I happened to see the scene just now. That smile is so heart-stirring, as if it is engraved on the soul and cannot be forgotten. At this moment, his heart felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer, and he couldn't breathe. After coming to my senses, I found that my chest was stuffy, and my whole body was burning with heat. Looking at Ye Chu Shui staring at the screen intently with a faint smile on his face, his cultivation was fully revealed. Mu Chang'an suddenly felt that the person in front of him was very far away. The gap in strength between the two sides, the difference in status, and the conflict of concepts. It was like an extremely solid crystal wall separating the two of them. If Mu Chang'an wanted to get through, he had to break the wall. Thinking of this, the fire in Mu Chang'an's heart was extinguished like a basin of ice water, and he became a little depressed. Not long after, he started laughing again. If it is something that can be obtained so easily, will he cherish it? Isn't it better to have a challenge? Mu Chang'an quietly left the room and ran to the immortal mansion to get water and prepare to cook. Chapter 16. What happened? 40 minutes passed, the video ended. Mu Chang'an did not set it to loop, and the screen turned black. Ye Chu Shui stared at the screen with a look of unsatisfied feeling on his face. This world, this country, this history is so colorful. 5,000 years of history, covering 90,000 miles. Even if there are thousands of years, there are still 8 wildernesses. Compared with the tens of millions of years of time in Kyushu, it is even longer than that. Clips from the video kept appearing in her mind. The long river was fascinating. After Ye Chu Shui digested the information he had received, he turned his attention to the mouse on the table. Mu Chang'an uses this thing to control this magic weapon. In her subconscious, she still regards the computer as a functional magic weapon. And it was a top-notch magic weapon that could bring her enlightenment. Ye Chu Shui looked at it for a long time and wanted to reach out his hand many times, but then he took it back. It is a taboo for practitioners to rashly touch other people's magic weapons. But she didn't want to just stand there and watch. When she thought about how she had consolidated her foundation with just a few paragraphs of text, she couldn't contain her anticipation. What if she could find a new path from it? Want to understand? Want to give it a try? But it's not good to touch other people's magic weapons without permission. The morals in her heart hindered her actions, and Ye Chu Shui was very conflicted. That's right. Judging from Mu Chang'an's attitude just now, this magic weapon doesn't seem to be that important to him. Since it's not important, it shouldn't be a problem if you just touch it. Yet Chu Shui recalled Mu Chang'an's actions, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Moreover, she had already promised Mu Chang'an that he would teach her how to practice. This was the first time that Ye Chu Shui taught someone how to practice, so wouldn't she have to charge some interest? In this way, this magic weapon would truly belong to her. It shouldn't be a problem if I just touch my magic weapon a little. Moreover, that lecher touched her body without her consent, so it shouldn't be a problem if I touch his magic weapon myself. With this thought to numb himself, Ye Chu Shui no longer had any psychological burden. She stretched out her hand and covered the mouse with her palm. The texture was a little cold, which made her feel a little strange. Aren't all magic weapons extremely comfortable to touch? Why is this thing so different? However, when she thought that this was a magical weapon that could bring enlightenment about the great Tao, she did not pursue the matter any further. A top-notch magic weapon must be unique. Yet Chu Shui began to try to use spiritual energy to test it, but got no response, and felt surprised. This magic weapon seems to be able to block spiritual energy? That's not a given. A mouse is made of plastic and electronic components. It is not a magic weapon at all, so it can naturally block spiritual energy. The funny thing is that Ye Chu Shui didn't know this and was surprised. Then Ye Chu Shui began to try to move the mouse again. She was very careful during this process. This is because magic weapons will have restrictions, and if they are not used by their owners, the restrictions will be triggered. She was worried that she might accidentally trigger the ban and expose the truth. As a result, she felt no resistance. It seems that this magic weapon has not yet given birth to a spirit, and no restrictions have been set. If Mu Chang'an knew what she was thinking at the moment, I wonder what his expression would be. Sister, this is just a mouse, not a magic weapon. After confirming that there was no ban, Ye Chu Shui looked up at the screen. There was a bright white cursor pattern flashing in the center of the black screen. Ye Chu Shui's eyes flickered, and he shook the mouse following Mu Chang'an's movements, and the cursor pattern moved along with it. A strange light flashed in Ye Chu Shui's eyes. This principle seemed to be related to puppetry. He moves the way you do it. Interesting. It's time to eat. Just when Ye Chu Shui was excitedly planning to explore the magic weapon again, Mu Chang'an's voice suddenly sounded at the door. Ye Chu Shui widened his eyes, reacted instantly, turned around beautifully, put his hands behind his back, and hid the mouse. Mu Chang'an came from the door and looked at her, puzzledly. Eat. Hey, what's wrong with you? Ye Chu Shui's expression was obviously different from her previous appearance of a cold and isolated fairy. At this time, she felt the embarrassment of a young girl. Is this the kind of expression a great cultivator can show? Mu Chang'an was puzzled in his heart, but he did not react on the surface. No, nothing. Did you say you wanted to eat? Ye Chu Shui shook his head to deny it, and then changed the subject. I have been fasting for a long time, so I don't need to eat. It was the first time she did such a thing, and as luck would have it, she was caught. It's so embarrassing. Mu Chang'an expected Ye Chu Shui's refusal, and he spoke out the prepared speech. Fasting doesn't mean you can't eat. You have to eat 3 meals a day. This is the rule of this world. Everyone does this. Since you want to live here, you must abide by the rules here. Mu Chang'an didn't wait for the other party to refuse and continued to add. I didn't want to ask you to do anything, but in this matter, no. Listen to me on this matter, eat. Mu Chang'an looked into Ye Chu Shui's eyes with great momentum. Ye Chu Shui was speechless. I feel more and more that this man is not an ordinary person. If you were a mortal, how dare you speak to her like that? Never mind, just a meal, nothing special. Since you have agreed to stay in this world, you should abide by the rules of this world. What's more, within Zhuzhou, there are some small worlds with special rules. Once you enter, you can only act according to the rules of the world and cannot violate them. Okay, you go eat first, I'll wait a bit. Before he could finish his words, a strange sound was heard. It turned out that Ye Chu Shui accidentally clicked on a video in a hurry, and then the video started playing automatically. Cobra, trembling sound. Once I accept my own weakness, I am tilde invincible. What happened? What happened? What happened? Transform. What happened? What happened? Free yourself. A series of voices in those few words of what happened left the two of them stunned. Ye Chu Shui stared at Mu Chang'an blankly, and the other party was also looking at her. Mu Chang'an's eyes were very strange, with a hint of smile. When Ye Chu Shui came back to her senses, she saw Mu Chang'an walking towards her step by step. It's over, we've been discovered. Ye Chu Shui panicked. She was someone who remained calm even when the sky was falling, but now she is really panicking. What to do? What to do? This was the first time she had done such a thing. Mu Chang'an walked to the computer desk and looked at her, holding the mouse in one hand. Combined with her previous abnormal expression, he immediately understood everything and looked at her with even more surprise. Ye Chu Shui was stunned when he was stared at. I'm really confused. I saw that there was no picture, so I wanted to check it out. I didn't mean to touch your magic weapon, she explained hurriedly. Put yourself in her shoes. You can imagine how she would feel if her magic weapon was touched by someone for no apparent reason. Not to mention breaking fingers, it's good enough that he didn't kill anyone. So she really didn't know how to deal with it at the moment. Erase the memory directly? Not to mention whether it would be effective or not, she simply couldn't do this with her current soul power. Or are you acting like a rogue with a clear conscience? I have touched it, so what can you do to me? She, Ye Chu Shui, could not do such a thing. Mu Chang'an looked at Ye Chu Shui's panic and couldn't help laughing. Puff, ha 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 ha. What's your attitude? Ye Chu Shui felt a little uneasy. Don't you mind if I touch your magic weapon? Why would this man react like this? Is he crazy? Yes. Mo Dao likes to laugh like this when he goes crazy. Ye Chu Shui is ready for a big battle. Result. Chapter 17. Do you want to learn? I'll teach you. Result. Mu Chang'an just looked at her with a faint smile. His eyes were very gentle. Yet Chu Shui felt uneasy when being watched. This man actually looked at her like this. I've already said, this isn't your magic weapon. It's just an ordinary electronic product. If you want to play, just play as you like. Play as much as you want. Not only that, I can also teach you how to play. Ye Chu Shui's adorable stunned expression made Mu Chang'an somewhat reluctant to tell her the truth. However, thinking that the other party is so smart, he will understand one day, so it is better not to cause trouble. Mu Chang'an moved the mouse to turn off the video, then looked up at Ye Chu Shui, who had a curious expression on his face. How about it? Do you want to learn? I'll teach you. Ye Chu Shui's eyes sparkled, and she nodded quickly. Her posture was so cute, as if Cupid's arrow had shot Mu Chang'an's heart. From this point of view, Ye Chu Shui is no different from ordinary girls. He felt that the person in front of him and the fairy who had just displayed her cultivation were completely two different people. In order to teach, Mu Chang'an naturally put his hand on the back of Ye Chu Shui's hand, gently exerting force to control the movement of Ye Chu Shui's palm. This is a mouse. It has two buttons on the left and right, and a scroll wheel in the middle. He began to explain the functions of the mouse carefully. Among them, the left button is for confirmation and can open a window. The right button has many functions. You can see for yourself what the scroll wheel does. Mu Chang'an gave personal instruction, and the soft and warm touch from his palms made him feel excited. Her hands were not as cold as her person. There was a refreshing fragrance on the tip of her nose, which seemed to tickle her heart, causing ripples of ambiguity in her heart. So soft and comfortable. Mu Chang'an forced himself to suppress these emotions, empty his mind, and concentrate on guiding. It was precisely because of this that Ye Chu Shui did not lose his temper. When Mu Chang'an covered her with his hand, she felt a little resistant in her heart, but she thought that this was a teaching lesson, and she didn't sense any evil thoughts in this man's heart, so she didn't get angry. Otherwise, as one of the most powerful people in Zhuzhou, if someone dared to touch her hand, she would kill him with a sword. Although she was very resistant to Mu Chang'an touching her hand, she felt relieved when she thought that she didn't know where on her body had been touched when the latter was bandaging her. It's just a hand. If you dare to have other thoughts, just look at her, raising her sword and chopping that thing off. It must be said that Mu Chang'an luckily escaped a disaster. This pattern is to close the window. If you want to open the window, just left. Click. Mu Chang'an grabbed Ye Chu Shui's hand and moved it, talking and operating at the same time very seriously. Try it yourself. After saying this, he took his hand away. Although he felt a little reluctant, he did not linger. He looked at Ye Chu Shui's expression, expecting what her expression would be when she knew what this thing was. After leaving Mu Chang'an's explanation, Ye Chu Shui moved the mouse by herself. She learned very quickly and even understood the copy and paste functions by analogy. Mu Chang'an turned his head, and Ye Chu Shui's perfect profile was displayed naked in front of him. The beautiful face so close to him made his heart beat faster. Ye Chu Shui noticed Mu Chang'an's gaze, and her delicate face flushed slightly. It was the first time for her to be so intimate with a man. She didn't think about it any further and focused on learning how to use the computer. The magic weapons in this world are really interesting. It can be used on its own without injecting spiritual power. Mu Chang'an didn't keep staring at her. He looked up at the ceiling with empty eyes as if he had entered sage time. When I thought about my actions just now, I suddenly felt so excited. The moment he put his hand on the other party, he was prepared to be beaten up, but the other party did not react. Does it mean that we can still do it next time? Mu Chang'an glanced and saw Ye Chu Shui lingering on a page for a long time, patting his head. I forgot, you can't read. This word is... He pointed at the screen excitedly, planning to give another hands-on teaching session. But this time, Ye Chu Shui didn't buy it. The goddess splits the view. Ye Chu Shui opened her red lips and gave the answer accurately, which surprised Mu Chang'an. You don't understand? I just learned it. A hint of cunning flashed in Ye Chu Shui's eyes. She still remembered Mu Chang'an's surprised expression when he found out that she was illiterate. See if you still dare to question the ability of immortal cultivators. How did you learn it? Mu Chang'an couldn't help but wonder. Then I saw Ye Chu Shui open a video and point at the subtitles below. Mu Chang'an was silent, feeling a dimensionality reduction blow. Is this the great master of cultivation? You can learn to recognize words just by looking at the subtitles. After Ye Chu Shui learned how to use the computer, he kept staring at the screen. Mu Chang'an watched for a while and found that he had forgotten to eat, so he couldn't help but run over and hit the spacebar to pause. The video suddenly stopped. Ye Chu Shui stared at the keyboard and then looked at Mu Chang'an. Could it be that this square-shaped thing is from the same series of magic weapon as this mouse? They can actually control each other. She pointed at the keyboard, her voice carrying a hint of charm. Teach me this. Mu Chang'an almost couldn't control himself. What the hell, using voice to test cadres? In the end, he remained sober and spoke with a straight face. No, let's eat first. After dinner, you can play as you like. After saying that, he walked out first. Ye Chu Shui was stunned for a few seconds and followed. When she reached the door, she looked back at the computer with some reluctance. On the dining table, Mu Chang'an had already added more rice. 3 dishes and 1 soup. It can be said to be a very sumptuous meal. When Mu Chang'an is alone, he only makes 2 dishes at most. Try it. Mu Chang'an picked up some shredded potatoes and put them in Ye Chu's bowl, blinking at her, expecting her reaction. Ye Chu Shui didn't act pretentiously and put the shredded potatoes into his mouth. Since she agreed to the request to eat, she would do it. After chewing, Ye Chu Shui's eyes widened. Why? What's wrong? Mu Chang'an was a little nervous. Is it not delicious? No way. Or is it just not to your taste? After all, he is a great cultivator, So it's normal that the mortal food he prepares is not to your taste? For a moment, Mu Chang'an was a little depressed. Good. Delicious. Yet Chu Shui's eyes flickered as he blurted out. Mu Chang'an suddenly perked up. Real? Yeah. Yet Chu Shui nodded, and the expression on his face became much gentler. This taste is the first time I have ever tasted it in my life. After her analysis, she found that it was the oil and seasoning that made this delicious dish, and the taste of the ingredients themselves was not outstanding. In the world of cultivating immortals, apart from practicing and fighting, no one cares to study the taste of food. When you are hungry, eat spiritual energy. When you are thirsty, drink nectar to quench your thirst. As the food was being digested, Ye Chu Shui suddenly felt a stream of pure energy flowing through his meridians. What was incredible to her was that this energy was even greater than the flesh of a high-level monster. This energy, Ye Chu Shui's expression was surprised, exactly like that of a little kid eating candy for the first time. This energy can directly enter the Qi Sea and replenish the consumed spiritual energy. Before this, she was still worried that her foundation was damaged. She could not breathe in and out spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy in her body could not be replenished and would be exhausted sooner or later. In addition, the spiritual energy in this world is thin, and her spiritual power cannot last long, which makes her very distressed. Now the solution is at hand. Why is the energy contained in this food so pure? Yet Chu Shui couldn't figure it out. The purer the energy, the easier it is to absorb. This was the first time she had seen energy that could be directly converted into spiritual power. Do you want to know? Mu Chang'an suddenly smiled mysteriously. Yeah. Ye Chu Shui nodded and looked at Mu Chang'an expectantly, waiting for her answer. As a result, Mu Chang'an just smiled slightly, spread his hands and said, I won't tell you. Ye Chu Shui was stunned and subconsciously exerted force on his wrist. Click! Ye Chu Shui accidentally broke the wooden chopsticks and they fell to the ground. Mu Chang'an looked at it with fear and trepidation. Oh shit. Chapter 18. Ye Chu Shui's revenge. Damn. This woman has such great strength that she broke the chopsticks directly. After a moment of fear and trepidation, Mu Chang'an calmed down and bit back at Ye Chu Shui. Ye Chu Shui, pay attention. These chopsticks cost money. Ye Chu Shui came back to his senses and glared at Mu Chang'an fiercely. If you don't want to tell her, then don't tell her. You have to arouse her curiosity first and then reject her. This man has too many evil thoughts in his mind. How many spirit stones does this pair of chopsticks cost? I'll compensate you, Ye Chu Shui said subconsciously. As a top cultivator, the thing that he has the most is spirit stones. However, Mu Chang'an looked him up and down with a strange look in his eyes. Are you sure you can afford it? When? Ye Chu Shui was about to say something, but suddenly remembered that his natal ring was lost. So how could he possibly take out the spirit stone? Mu Chang'an had a wicked smile on her face. She gritted her teeth in frustration and turned her head away, ignoring him. This man definitely did it on purpose. Write an IOU. I'll owe it to you first. Ye Chu Shui raised his chin proudly. Mu Chang'an bent down to pick up the chopstick residue on the ground and threw it into the trash can. No need for the IOU. Actually, these chopsticks are not worth much. Are you worried that I will go back on my word? Impossible. I have never broken my word in my life. My word is as good as gold. Yes, yes, yes. Mu Chang'an rolled his eyes. I say, can you change your title of this lord? Who in the video you watched called himself this lord? This is not your so-called Juju cultivation world. I understand. Ye Chu Shui finally lowered his head slightly. Mu Chang'an was very satisfied. She's just a woman with some brute force. I can't beat you. If he is suppressed all the time, will the husband be able to take charge in the future? I will definitely return this money to you. Ye Chu Shui's firm voice came. Well, she already owed a life. She didn't want to owe more favors. Mu Chang'an was a little surprised. I didn't expect this woman to be so stubborn. I see. Also, we don't trade in spirit stones in this world. We trade in RMB. Don't worry, there are many ways to make money. Mu Chang'an took a new pair of chopsticks and handed them to her. Continue eating. You look like you're not full yet, right? Ye Chu Shui blushed, silently took the chopsticks and started picking up the food. Since waking up, she has been using her magical power to go back in time, which consumed a lot of her spiritual energy. In addition, beating this man consumed a lot of it. At this point, she has very little spiritual energy left. Now, the opportunity to replenish her spiritual energy is before her, and she must seize the time. At first, Mu Chang'an watched Ye Chu Shui eat calmly. Watching beautiful women eat is a unique experience. But before long, he became anxious. ***, K. Are you a pig? You eat so fast? Slow down. Leave some for me. As it turned out, the fairy did not eat elegantly. Instead, she ate voraciously, finishing several plates of food in one gulp. A few minutes later, Mu Chang'an looked at the empty plate, his chopsticks still suspended in the air, not knowing how to put them down. This is definitely not enough to eat. If I had known you like vegetables, I should have cooked more. Mu Chang'an simply took a few bites of the rice. He used ingredients that were grown in the Immortal Palace, which was much more affordable than buying them outside. Ye Chu Shui looked at the empty plates on the table that she had swept away, her face slightly flushed. It was the first time I tasted such delicious food, and it could also replenish the spiritual energy in my body. I couldn't control myself and lost my composure. Ye Chu Shui, what do you usually eat there? Mu Chang'an put down his bowl and chopsticks and asked her curiously. Ye Chu Shui coughed a few times and answered slowly. Mortals, farm rations, ordinary poultry, and beasts. In fact, as long as the cultivation realm reaches the foundation building level or above, one can rely on spiritual energy to maintain the body's energy consumption without eating. So that's how it is. Mu Chang'an nodded, almost agreeing with what he thought. By the way, you should have monsters there. How about monster meat? Is it delicious? The meat of most monsters is very unpalatable. Yet Chu Shui seemed to recall some bad experiences, and his expression looked a little ugly. Unless it is necessary, no one is willing to eat the meat of monsters. Although the meat of monsters contains huge energy, it is not easy to digest and is difficult to swallow. After Yet Chu Shui finished eating, she wiped her lips with her finger, looking at the grease on her fingertips with bright eyes, feeling a little curious. Although the spiritual energy in your world is thin, there are indeed many unorthodox ways. Yet Chu Shui felt a little emotional. Kyushu does not have such oil. In Kyushu, there is no technology to extract vegetable oil. As I said, everyone is practicing and doing their best to practice. Who would have the time to study such useless things? Mu Chang'an smiled helplessly. After eating, Yet Chu Shui took the initiative to take the responsibility of washing the dishes. She put the dishes into the water tank and lightly swiped her fingers in the air. Somehow, the grease on the dishes disappeared, and they became cleaner than when they were new. Mu Chang'an gave him a strange look. It's just the simplest cleaning technique. Yet Chu Shui looked at Mu Chang'an's surprised eyes with a little pride in his eyes. Want to learn? Yet Chu Shui said with a smile. Yeah. Mu Chang'an nodded continuously. Teach me quickly. Why should I teach you? Yet Chu Shui's words made Mu Chang'an's expression dull. Forehead. Mu Chang'an looked at the smile on Yet Chu Shui's lips and felt chest, tightness, and suffocation. This is revenge! It's definitely revenge. You are such a good D. Yet Chu Shui, you don't want to teach me, right? If you don't teach me, I won't let you touch my computer, Mu Chang'an said viciously. Come on! Hurt each other! Mu Chang'an believes that computers have a great appeal to Yet Chu Shui. She will definitely react. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yet Chu Shui bit his lower lip and looked angry. If you want to learn the art of cleaning, you need to at least reach the foundation building stage, otherwise you can't practice it. Although the cleaning technique is a simple spell, it contains some water laws. With her ability, she can naturally perform it skillfully. Building a foundation? Yet Chu Shui said slowly. On the path of cultivation, one must first strengthen the muscles and bones, then draw the Chana into the body, then build the foundation, form the golden elixir, experience fusion, refine the nascent soul, and ascend to the God of transformation. In the end, if one can survive the heavenly tribulation, one can attain the Tao and ascend to heaven. Your body has not even reached the first level of bone forging. You are just an ordinary mortal. If you want to learn magic, you need to at least reach the level of Qi training. Yet Chu Shui said, with contempt in his eyes, and then thought of what he had promised to the head herdsman before. You want me to teach you now? Mu Chang'an thought about it for a moment and shook his head. Forget it. I have classes in the afternoon. Let's talk about it when I get back. There are classes? Yet Chu Shui looked confused. Hey, how can I explain it to you? Mu Chang'an suddenly realized that communicating with this woman was so tiring. Forget it. You should learn some modern common sense first. With this in mind, Mu Chang'an taught Yet Chu Shui step by step how to use the keyboard and how to search the internet. In the middle, Yet Chu Shui once again demonstrated his terrifying memory when learning pinyin typing. Just by playing a teaching video about pinyin typing, Yet Chu Shui was able to draw inferences from what he learned and understand it on his own. Mu Chang'an estimated that Yet Chu Shui only took 1 hour to learn how to type. If I were to take the postgraduate entrance examination, wouldn't I have to pass it in minutes? Really, it's so terrifying. Okay, stay at home and don't run around. If you see bad guys knocking on the door, don't answer, and don't use your magic to hurt others. Before Mu Chang'an left, he reminded Yet Chu Shui of some precautions as if he was coaxing a child, and he left in dismay only when Yet Chu Shui's eyes turned completely cold. Chapter 19. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. Chongqing University Classroom. Chang'an, you seem to be in a good mood today. Xi Yang sat next to Mu Chang'an, watching him humming from time to time. Really? Mu Chang'an smiled. Yeah, normally you would fall asleep while listening to the Mediterranean lecture. But today you are smiling and seem to be in good spirits. Xi Yang pushed him. Hey, if you have any good news, tell me. Of course, Mu Chang'an couldn't bring himself to tell Yet Chu Shui about this, so he just made up an excuse to get away with it. I just finished a big order for half a month and made a few $100s. I must be in a good mood. That's it. Xi Yang was disappointed. Chang'an, a classmate of mine from elementary school, just got a girlfriend recently and has no time to play games. Would you be interested in helping him with maintenance every day? How long? Mu Chang'an asked with some interest. 1 month. Xi Yang stretched out a finger. Mu Chang'an thought for a while, then nodded and agreed. You can take it, but I won't guarantee points. If you want to get more points, you'll have to pay extra. Yes, I know. I'll ask him later. Xi Yang patted Mu Chang'an on the shoulder. Chang'an, with your skills, why don't you do a live broadcast? That's where you can make money. Mu Chang'an sighed. It's not that easy, and I'm not that cut out for it. He also tried to be a technical anchor, but he didn't know how to make it work, wasn't good at teaching, and didn't talk much, which resulted in few viewers and little profit. Moreover, Mu Chang'an is a bit socially anxious, which Xi Yang also knows. I think it's pretty good now. I take some easy orders, make money, and enjoy the game at the same time. Upon hearing this, Xi Yang curled his lips and said, the gaming environment in the league has become like that? Either you're playing badly or you're idle, or you're feeding people. How can you have any fun? Mu Chang'an smiled bitterly, unable to refute. The higher the rank, the harder it is to please, and the more people will give up. Playing games now is not as fun as before. Maybe one day in the future, he will really not feel happy and will quit. Mu Chang'an didn't continue talking. He lowered his head and scrolled in through his phone, clicking on the hottest news of the day. The content is roughly, at 10:10 last night, a serious explosion occurred at the Daxia Hotel, and the explosion caused a fire. Many people died as a result. Judging from the pictures taken at the scene, the explosion affected surrounding shops and even affected residential areas not far away. Mu Chang'an watched very seriously. He hadn't had time to count the casualties yet. However, the scene was bombed into that state. Those people must have... He couldn't help feeling a little depressed. He once read a report that said that 5 new lives are born every second in the world, and 2 lives leave the world at the same time. Those who died in the accident are probably one of them. Ji Yang also knew the news. He took a look at it and felt inexplicably sad. Chang'an, I know some inside information about this news. Mu Chang'an turned around in surprise and asked, what's the inside story? Ji Yang's expression turned serious, and he pointed at the news and said, when the fire broke out, Shu Yu and I happened to be nearby, so we ran over to watch the excitement. You don't know, the scene at the scene last night was so shocking. The whole building was covered in flames, and the sky was full of gray smoke. I could feel the heat of the fire even from such a far distance. Was it an accident or man-made? Mu Chang'an asked. If it is man-made, the nature is completely different. Man-made? Ji Yang nodded affirmatively and said with a complicated expression, I know the situation of Daxia Hotel. That kind of explosion could not be an accident. It's really strange. The fire caused by the explosion didn't subside even after the fire truck put it out for an hour. Ji Yang's face turned horrified as he recalled the fire last night. If the firefighters hadn't fought desperately to control the fire, if the fire had continued to burn, all the people watching nearby would have been affected. Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'an asked with concern, how are the firefighters? Since the fire is under control, they should be fine. Ji Yang's eyes dimmed and he shook his head. I don't know. There were many people trapped in the hotel at that time. I saw several firefighters running in, but no one could get out. Mu Chang'an couldn't help feeling a little sad as he listened to Ji Yang's description. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. Without those firefighters, the casualty toll would have surely been significantly higher. I really hope nothing happened to the firefighters last night. But is reality as beautiful as we imagine? Those firefighters are probably in danger. For some reason, Mu Chang'an thought of Ye Chushui. If it was Ye Chushui instead of Jie Yang, who was present at the time, would she choose to rescue him? With the ability of a cultivator, putting out a fire should be no problem. But will she do it? According to Mu Chang'an's guess, Ye Chushui would most likely not save anyone. Chang'an, guess how the fire was finally put out? Shi Yang suddenly became mysterious. Mu Chang'an stared at him. Don't talk nonsense, just say what you want to say. Shi Yang glanced around to make sure no one noticed them, and whispered in Mu Chang'an's ear, I saw someone rushing into the fire. I was too far away at the time and I couldn't see his face clearly. The man rushed into the fire with a high-pressure water gun, and the fire was out soon. Before that, so many firefighters rushed in, but the fire didn't get any smaller. It wasn't until this person rushed in that the fire was put out. Don't you think it's strange? What's so strange about this? Maybe he has good personal skills. But he wasn't wearing protective clothing, Zia Yang said in surprise. I saw her run in wearing ordinary clothes. Mu Chang'an showed a thoughtful expression. Chang'an, I accidentally read a report that said some people can awaken a superpower. Do you think that person has awakened a superpower? Ji Yang said with a hint of anticipation and curiosity. Mu Chang'an rolled his eyes and said, you must have read too many novels. Where in the world do supernatural powers come from? As Mu Chang'an spoke, he thought of his own immortal residence and couldn't help but feel a little insecure. Probably not. By the way, I thought of one more thing. I'll tell you this alone. Ji Yang leaned close to Mu Chang'an's ear and said, I saw it. I saw the culprit of the explosion. He stared with a look of horror. Last night I saw a man jumping out of a fire. No, it couldn't be called jumping at all. It was like he was flying out of the fire. Huh? Mu Chang'an was surprised. Fei, are you sure? Chang'an, I definitely didn't see it wrong. Ji Yang held Mu Chang'an's hands. You have to believe me. I saw with my own eyes that guy flying down from the 11th floor. After landing, he was still as if nothing had happened, and he ran away immediately. Ji Yang's tone was excited, as if he wanted to prove that he was not bragging. You're the only one who saw it? Mu Chang'an quietly freed his hands. In fact, some people saw it, but they all thought it was a spark. Ji Yang said confidently, but I'm sure it was a person. Ji Yang had very good night vision, so he saw it very clearly at that time. A man covered in flames jumped down from the 11th floor, then landed gracefully in the air as if he was flying. Mu Chang'an was startled. A man flew out of the fire and was safe and sound. Normal people would definitely think Ji Yang was bragging when hearing this, but Mu Chang'an thought it was true. Because something similar happened to him. He is the master of the Immortal Palace. Compared with the things in the Immortal Palace, it seems normal for a person to fly in the sky. But Mu Chang'an couldn't show it. It's better not to let other people know about the Immortal Palace for the time being. Shi Yang, did you see that person's appearance clearly? I didn't see it clearly. The fire was too big at the time. However, the man seemed to be injured. Chang'an, don't think I'm bragging. In fact, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. I trust you. Mu Chang'an gave him a trusting look and didn't ask any further questions. Ji Yang looked at him gratefully. It felt so good to be trusted. Mu Chang'an did not intend to pursue the matter further. The murderer's affairs had nothing to do with him. He was looking for ancient historical documents on his mobile phone. Judging from Ye Chushui's performance today, she is very interested in history. He wants to learn more about it so that he can tell her about it after returning and find some common topics. Not long after, someone tagged him on WeChat. Mu Chang'an, are you free after class? The sender's name is Yu Chengchun. He speaks directly without any unnecessary politeness. Mu Chang'an took a look and replied directly, no time. Ji Yang happened to see this scene again and came over to ask, Chang'an, who is this? Chapter 20. Sister Lan. Mu Chang'an answered subconsciously, Xia Yuchun. **K. Jie Yang called out subconsciously, instantly attracting the attention of his classmates and teachers. Students at the back, please keep your voices down and don't disturb the students in the front. On the podium, Teacher Mediterranean shouted to Xi Yang. Got it, teacher. Xi Yang nodded awkwardly, then pulled Mu Chang'an and asked quietly. Chang'an, you are talking about Xiao Yuchan. Which school beauty Xiao Yuchan is it? Who else could it be? Mu Chang'an looked puzzled. You're still asking me. That's the school beauty's WeChat ID. Our school group all uses QQ. Many people want to know the school beauty's WeChat ID, but no one knows it. I didn't expect you to have it. Chang'an, tell me the truth. What is your relationship with the school belle? Xi Yang looked at him with strange eyes. It doesn't matter. Mu Chang'an took Xi Yang's hand away, looked at his eyes, and inexplicably felt her anus tighten. He knew this guy's hobbies. If he falls in love with him, one day it would be troublesome. It doesn't matter. Do you have his WeChat? It's okay. He took the initiative to private message you? It's okay. I'm still asking if you have time. Xi Yang looked unconvinced and looked unhappy as he watched from the side. On the other side, Xiao Yuchen saw Mu Chang'an's rejection and sent another message. Mu Chang'an, I have something to talk to you about. I'll wait for you behind Section C of Jixing Building after class. Oh my God, Area C, that's the school's confession site. Xi Yang was excited. You still say it's okay, Chang'an. The school beauty is about to confess her love to you. You are so disloyal. You misunderstood. There is really no relationship between us. Mu Chang'an explained and then typed a reply. Sorry, I really don't have time. Xiao Yuchan. In that case, I'll go to the classroom to find you. It won't take up much of your time, although there might be a lot of people. Mu Chang'an. Don't come. He could imagine that scene, and at that time, he would definitely not be able to leave. This reply made Xi Yang, who was watching the show on the side, dumbfounded. No, the school beauty came to the classroom to look for you, and you told her not to come? Is this a human? Mu Chang'an, are you still a man? Mu Chang'an, you are incredible. You can refuse this. Xi Yang grabbed the shepherd's arms and shook them. Tink, you are not the Mu Chang'an I know. Who are you and why are you trying to take over my brother's body? Get lost. Mu Chang'an's face was dark. I don't have time. Why can't I refuse? That's Xiao Yuchan. Last night she specifically asked you why you didn't come. Xi Yang didn't know what to say. If it were someone else, they would squeeze out time even if they didn't have time. Of course, he was not one of them. Women are not as good as men. Actually, I think the school beauty is just so-so. Mu Chang'an looked at Xi Yang and said seriously. Xi Yang remained silent. If he was not sure that the person in front of him was Mu Chang'an himself, he would really suspect that Mu Chang'an was possessed by an evil spirit. This change is quite big. In fact, what Mu Chang'an said was true. Having seen a practicing fairy like Ye Shui, the school beauties in the mortal world are just like that. Although they all have their own shining points, in terms of temperament, Ye Shui wins hands down. By the way, Xi Yang, if you call my name later, please help me. I have something to do. Xiao Yuchan is coming to block the door after class. If I don't run away now, when will I run? I know. Xi Yang waved his hand to send the man away, looking at Mu Chang'an with a strange look. It seemed as if Mu Chang'an had fallen in love with someone else overnight. Even though many of his actions this month were abnormal, he still took notice when he heard about the school beauty. After all, he had pursued the campus beauty before, so it must be interesting. But today he acted completely indifferent, as if he was not interested at all. Could it be that Mu Chang'an has become a vegetarian like himself? Thinking of this, Xi Yang's eyes lit up. It was as if he had found a like-minded mentor, and his eyes were sparkling with excitement. After class, Xiao Yuchen looked at the empty classroom and gradually tightened the grip on her phone. Ran away? Mu Chang'an actually ran away. It was the first time she took the initiative to ask a man out, but she was rejected. Xiao Yuchen was very angry, and she wanted to find Mu Chang'an to ask for clarification. What does that mean? I don't care about my reputation. At this moment, the phone in my pocket suddenly rang. Xiaochan, I remember your school is very close to Guiyang Road, right? Yes, Sister Lan. Is there any progress on what happened last night? When talking about last night's accident, Xiao Yuchen's tone became grim. He actually used his abilities without regard for the safety of ordinary people. That person is simply lawless. Yes, we restored the surveillance video of the explosion at Daxia Hotel last night and confirmed the identity of the murderer. It was Yan Fei from the fire gate of the Magic City. It's him. Xiao Yuhan was a little surprised. The Demon City Fire Gate is one of the hidden organizations. It is very powerful and can be ranked in the top 10. She had vaguely heard rumors about Yan Fei, saying that he was the most famous rookie in Huoyan sect in recent years, and his strength should not be underestimated. The spiritual energy in Puyang City increased this time, and the Huoyan Gate actually received the news. Sister Lan, what were the casualties last night? Xiao Yuchan couldn't help but ask. Sister Lan said sadly, the situation is very bad. Only 30 of the 439 people staying in the hotel were rescued that day. 150 were seriously injured, and the rest had to be buried. Not only that, in order to put out the fire created by Yan Fei last night, 32 firefighters suffered heavy losses, and 20 of them died. If you hadn't arrived in time, the whole team would probably have been wiped out. The higher-ups are taking this matter very seriously and have issued a death order that Yan Fei must be arrested. If Yan Fei is allowed to go unpunished, who knows how many people will fall victim to his murderous hands? Sister Lan, do you have any clues about the results of my investigation? Xiao Yuchan said in a cold tone. There were obvious signs of a fight in the hotel last night, and there was another person present besides Yan Fei. We have a clue. The person who fought with Yan Fei in the hotel last night was Chen Hongyi. For some reason, the two of them had a dispute and fought each other, which led to the accident. Chen Hongyi? Xiao Yuchen frowned. Chen Hongyi is the legitimate son of Chen family Bao. Among the hidden sects, Chen family Bao's strength should not be underestimated. Why did the two of them fight in the hotel? The fight between these two people is likely to escalate to the two major hidden sects, Chen Jiabo and Huoyamen. The reason is under investigation. Last night, Chen Hongyi abided by the Hidden World Treaty and controlled his strength. He did not harm ordinary people, but Yan Fei was completely unscrupulous. He was the one who caused the fire. Through Skynet surveillance, we have found Yan Fei's whereabouts, and Chen Hongyi is also within our surveillance range. Xiaochan, let's put aside the matter of investigating the source of spiritual energy for now. Go to Guiyang Road to find Yan Fei. I will take people to see Chen Hongyi and ask him why they fought last night. I understand, Sister Lun. Xiao Yuchen nodded seriously. One more thing, if you deal with Yan Fei alone, there might be accidents. I'll let Luo Yang go over to assist you. Her ability will restrain Yan Fei. Although Yan Fei is injured, his strength should not be underestimated. It's better to be careful. Finally, if Yan Fei refuses to go with you and resists fiercely, I give you the power to shoot him on the spot. The voice on the other end of the phone turned grim. In the Hidden World regulations, one thing is very clear. People with special abilities cannot harm ordinary people. Yan Fei, who came from a hidden sect, treated the regulations as waste paper and wantonly caused explosions that hurt innocent people. This has already doomed his fate. There is a price to pay for the reckless use of force. Learn. Zhao Yukin hung up the phone with a stern look, immediately asked for leave, and ran out of the school. Chapter 21. When the immortal cultivator gets scolded, I'm back. Mu Chang'an opened the door with the key and shouted inside. He didn't know why he shouted like that. He just happened to think of it and shouted it out subconsciously. I always feel that this feeling of having someone waiting for you at home is a bit strange. It's like a warm breeze blowing across my heart, soothing my tired heart. She felt a little bit of anticipation in her heart. How nice it would be if Ye Shui came out to greet her and say, welcome back at this time. Unfortunately, his expectations were not realized. He waited in front of the door for a while, but Ye Shui did not come out. With a wry smile, I thought too much. Mu Chang'an put his things in the living room and walked towards his room. Sure enough, Ye Shui was sitting alone in front of the computer, staring at the screen intently. Mu Chang'an walked over quietly and stood behind her. You're back? Ye Shui's calm voice came. She did not turn around. Her eyes were fixed on the screen. Mu Chang'an was stunned when he heard the voice. Although it was different from what he thought, Ye Shui's words conveyed a very important message. Ye Shui was not an indifferent passerby to him. Mu Chang'an suddenly felt a sour, sweet, and bitter feeling in his heart, although the sweetness was stronger than the sourness. Now we are just passers-by, but who knows what will happen in the future? Well, I'm back. Mu Chang'an was in a good mood, looking at the screen and asked with a smile. How was your afternoon? I hope it didn't disappoint you. Ye Shui nodded in agreement. The history of this world is profound and extensive. There are many things that even I cannot understand. Mu Chang'an was very satisfied and had a leisurely sense of honor. This is a country I am proud of. Just as he was thinking about it, Ye Shui clicked on another video. The content of the video was about the explanation of the Book of Changes, and Mu Chang'an couldn't help but feel confused. What are you looking at this for? I found that reading ancient books from this world helped me recover from my injuries. Reading can heal injuries? There is such a thing. Mu Chang'an was amazed. Then he thought of something and turned his head carefully. Could it be that your injury has healed? Ye Shui looked up upon hearing this, staring at him with bright eyes as if he saw through something. My injuries are still far from being healed. Although reading ancient books from this world has helped, it cannot cure them. However, my injuries have finally been stabilized, and my realm will no longer continue to fall. Ye Shui's explanation put Mu Chang'an at ease. He was just worried that once the woman's injuries healed, she would have no reason to stay here. Ye Shui is clear about this. This man has so many little thoughts. This world has a great attraction to her, so she will not leave immediately even if her injuries are healed. Ye Shui didn't say these words because she was worried that Mu Chang'an would have bad thoughts after hearing them. Just reading the ancient books of this world won't help me get back on track. I need to try other methods. Ye Shui shook his head while watching the video explanation. There are many descriptions about the great principles in human relations in this world, and many of them are difficult to understand even for her. The more she reads, the more she risks becoming obsessed and cannot continue on this path. After saying that, she skillfully turned off the video and searched again. It can be seen that she is very proficient in using computers. The ancient path of cultivation. The search results were full of advertisements for games related to cultivation, and the rest were various novels containing the keyword. Yet Shui didn't know this. He clicked on them one by one to view them. After reading them, he frowned and closed them one by one. Mu Chang'an covered his forehead with his hands, looking strange. Could it be that this was how this woman spent the entire afternoon? I clearly told her to learn more about modern common sense, but didn't she listen? Mu Chang'an grabbed the mouse with some uneasiness and checked the search history. Let me see what you've been watching all afternoon. The search records are all about ancient history and books. There is not a single bit of information about the modern era. He looked at Ye Shui speechlessly. Sister, I didn't ask you to go online to see these things. Ye Shui was also looking at him, staring at the head herdsman's hand with his eyes narrowed. Mu Chang'an actually dared to snatch the mouse from her hand. Did he want to die? What did I say before I left? Mu Chang'an did not show weakness, but instead put on a stern face. What did you say? Ye Shui tilted his head, as if recalling something. When Mu Chang'an saw this, he was furious and immediately pointed at the search history on the screen. These things only require a little understanding. They are totally useless in modern times. No use? Ye Shui frowned slightly. What does this mean? That long river of history, which even she found shocking, ancient, and modern literature, is actually useless. What is wrong with this world? Well, actually, it's not completely useless. Only professionals would study these things. Ordinary people like me don't need them at all. Mu Chang'an said tactfully. I have already said that I want you to know more about modern common sense, such as what a school is. If he had to teach him everything, Mu Chang'an guaranteed that he would go crazy. We are not living in the ancient times now. If you want to live according to the ancient customs, you will be locked up as a mental patient, and it will be difficult for you to survive in this society. Being belittled like this, Ye Chu Shui stared at Mu Chang'an's face, with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. I also know some modern common sense. For example, Ye Chu Shui was stunned for a long time, and then found that he seemed to have nothing to say. Suddenly he saw the computer screen, pointed at it, and said, "This thing is called a display. Its working principle is that under the action of an electric field, the arrangement direction of liquid crystal molecules changes, which changes the transmittance of the external light source, modulation, and completes the electro-optical conversion." This series of explanations left Mu Chang'an speechless. These things are not common sense at all, but professional knowledge. It is useless to know them in such detail. Do you know what these things can do? Can you make a display screen? No. Ye Chu Shui's face suddenly turned ugly. She can use her magical powers to create a computer, but it only has the appearance and cannot have the functions of a real computer. So, what's the use of knowing? Mu Chang'an shook his head, raised the pocket in his hand, and pointed at one of the things. What is this, do you know? Ye Chu Shui looked over with a puzzled look. After holding it in for a long while, he finally shook his head. This is a toothbrush, used for brushing teeth, and toothpaste, used with the toothbrush to clean teeth. And there is paper in it, which is equivalent to the handkerchief you have, but it is a disposable consumable. What is common sense? These are common sense. The working principles and ancient cultural knowledge you learned are completely useless in modern times. Don't you understand? After hearing what Mu Chang'an said, Ye Chu Shui was completely stunned and finally understood why Mu Chang'an had such an expression. Ye Chu Shui just stood there with a very cute expression. Mu Chang'an found it pleasing to the eye, so he didn't have the heart to continue to attack her. Thinking about it carefully, he just scolded Ye Chu Shui, but the other party didn't get angry. How exciting. Forget it. Take your time. Mu Chang'an shook his head, then randomly searched for a web drama on the internet for Ye Chu Shui to watch. I'll go cook first. You can see how the people here live, and naturally you can learn some common sense. Chapter 22. Let's go shopping for clothes. About the time of an episode of a TV series passed, and Mu Chang'an came back to the room after finishing the meal and called out, "Let's eat then." Ye Chu Shui turned her head blankly, her bright eyes full of astonishment, her beautiful face flushed with a light blush. Mu Chang'an, what are you showing me? As soon as she saw the shepherd's face, she screamed like crazy. With a wave of his arm, the mace transformed from spiritual energy, flew directly towards Mu Chang'an's head. **K, what are you crazy about again? Mu Chang'an dodged the attack of the mace and cursed. Ye Chu Shui's face was filled with shame and anger, and his mind kept recalling the TV series just now. Mu Chang'an hasn't watched a TV series for a long time, so I just found one on the trending search list. Who would have known that this TV series was actually a melodramatic, ethical romance drama? The first episode started with a man and a woman making out with each other, and they were so passionate about it. Not only that, the exciting scene coupled with the perfect background music directly broke her 1,000 years of practice. They actually recorded this kind of thing for the world to see. This is even more shameless than the Heihuan sect. Maybe he saw something inappropriate for children, but that shouldn't be the case. Combined with Ye Chu Shui's reaction, Mu Chang'an had some vague guesses, but was very confused. Since it is something that is broadcast online, it must have been reviewed by the radio, film, and television authorities. There should not be any indescribable scenes. This is not in Japanese action drama, so why did Ye Chu Shui react so strongly? Mu Chang'an ran to the computer carefully and quickly browsed the plot. When he saw the passionate kiss scene at the beginning, he was petrified on the spot. You actually showed me such a filthy thing, Mu Chang'an. Are you ready to die? Ye Chu Shui's voice appeared behind Mu Chang'an, who burst into spiritual energy, and a strong wind blew around him. His long flowing hair fluttered like an evil ghost that wanted to take people's lives. Mu Chang'an squatted down with his head in his hands and kept explaining, "It's just hugging each other, kissing and rolling in the sheets. It's not exposed. This is normal." Ye Chu Shui pointed his sword at Mu Chang'an, glared at him, and said angrily, "They are like this, and you still call it normal? It's really normal for this society. The reason you feel weird and embarrassed is because you haven't fully integrated into and adapted to this world. If you really understand this world, you will understand that these things are very normal." Seeing that she didn't really want to take action, Mu Chang'an slowly stood up and gradually gained confidence. "I say, you are a great cultivator after all. Your ability to accept is a little too poor." Ye Chu Shui's chest kept rising and falling. "You actually said she has poor adaptability? She is Ye Chu Shui." Ye Chu Shui forced himself to suppress his anger, glared at Mu Chang'an, then turned and walked out of the room. Mu Chang'an held his head and asked, "Where are you going?" "Have a meal." At the dinner table, Ye Chu Shui was still recalling the previous scene. If it is really as Mu Chang'an said, this is a very normal thing, and it is understandable that he said before, "Isn't it just a touch?" I never thought that people in this world are so open-minded. The TV series just now had a huge impact on her worldview, and she needed some time to adapt. After finishing the meal, Mu Chang'an looked Ye Chu Shui up and down and asked, "Ye Chu Shui, why are you still wrapped in bandages?" Ye Chu Shui's entire body was wrapped in white bandages, which looked out of place with the vestments she was wearing. However, against the backdrop of her stunning appearance, they did not look weird, but rather had a kind of morbid beauty. "Hasn't your injury from the lightning strike healed yet?" "After such a long time, the injury should have healed. My external injuries have healed." Ye Chu Shui washed the dishes with one hand, looked up at Mu Chang'an, and said, In that case, why not take off the bandage? Isn't it uncomfortable to keep it on? After hearing this, Ye Chu Shui glared at him fiercely, with shame and anger in her eyes. Downstream! Damn it! Mu Chang'an was immediately dissatisfied when he heard it. I didn't touch you, and I didn't kiss you. Why are you scolding me again? I didn't do anything. Why are you scolding me? Do you really think I won't lose my temper? Ye Chu Shui ignored his threats, with a cold face and raised his head proudly. My vestments are badly damaged and can't cover my body well. You want me to remove the bandages now, just to see my body? This is obscene. As soon as he finished speaking, a chill came towards Mu Chang'an. Hiss Tilda! Mu Chang'an rubbed his arms, his teeth chattering. This woman is too cruel. If you can't kill me by chopping me, you'll freeze me to death. How should I know this? Hey, this isn't right. Aren't you able to use magical powers? You can even conjure up such a long sword. But how come you can't even make a piece of clothing now? Mu Chang'an was very suspicious that Ye Chu Shui was deliberately looking for trouble. If it was me before, I would have been able to use my magical powers to make clothes. But now, Ye Chu Shui bit her lip, her eyes showing reluctance. Creating something out of nothing, this kind of magical power requires a strong realm to support it. She is currently only in the late stage of foundation building and is still far from that step. Of course, there is a solution. She can use illusion to cover the surface of her body, which is equivalent to putting on clothes. However, these methods are too low level. The illusion can never last long, and there is a danger of being spied on if one is not careful. Therefore, clothes created using illusion and clothes created using magical powers are two completely different concepts. The illusory clothes are always illusory. In the eyes of others, she may be wearing clothes, but in her heart, she is naked. She would rather keep wearing these rough bandages than cast an illusion. I couldn't help but shudder at the thought of myself standing in front of this man without clothes. So that's how it is. Mu Chang'an suddenly had an idea. In that case, let's go buy clothes. Chapter 23. When Ye Chu Shui puts on a white silk skirt, you're going to live here anyway, so how can you survive without clothes to wear? I have no money. Ye Chu Shui glanced at the bandages on his body and muttered softly. Mu Chang'an looked at her. Still have some common sense. Know that buying clothes requires money. Mu Chang'an laughed and said, It's okay. I just finished a big order, so I can still buy you a set of clothes. Ye Chu Shui pondered for a while and shook his head. To her, clothes are just a tool to cover the body. Since bandages can cover it, there is no need to borrow money to buy clothes. She always felt that if she borrowed too much money from this man, she would be in danger. This is a woman's intuition. So refuse. But Mu Chang'an obviously doesn't think so. What's the point of wearing a bandage all day long? Must go clothes shopping. Must buy. Mu Chang'an seemed to have seen Ye Chu Shui wearing modern clothes. It will definitely look good. He thought for a long time and gave a reason that Ye Chu Shui had to accept. I forgot to tell you that before I bandaged you, I rolled my body on the bandage. So the bandage has my scent on it. Since you don't want to remove it, I have no objection. The moment Mu Chang'an finished speaking, Ye Chu Shui's eyes widened. Her body trembled slightly, her brows furrowed, and her face gradually turned from red to purple. It seemed that she had already sensed the aura on the bandage. Mu Chang'an! Ye Chu Shui cursed in shame and anger. Mu Chang'an remained calm. Look, you don't want to be wrapped in bandages all the time, so go buy yourself a set of clothes. I'm not sure about the rest, but there are definitely more clothes than in your Kyushu. Mu Chang'an's mind flashed with various JK short skirts, white and black silk stockings, and maid cats. I wonder if Ye Chu Shui will be scared when he sees these things. Mu Chang'an became very excited. Without saying anything more, he took Ye Chu Shui's hand and went out. This kind of road is asphalt road. We all call it a road. The iron box on the road is a car. You have to look at the traffic lights and use the zebra crossing to cross the road. Mu Chang'an took Ye Chu Shui out and came to a crossroads. Ye Chu Shui was listening nearby, frowning slightly. There are too many rules. In the world of cultivation, doing things one's own way is the norm, and the higher the level one reaches, the less one cares about the rules. By the way, the jacket Ye Chu Shui is wearing now is Mu Chang'an's sportswear. It looks strange no matter how you look at him, going out with bandages all over his body. Mu Chang'an was about 1.78 meters tall, and Ye Chu Shui was a little shorter than him, about 1.71 meters. The difference between the two was not that big, and with Ye Chu Shui's slender figure, the loose sportswear was very suitable for her. Watch out for cars when you cross the road. Mu Chang'an pointed at a Maybach speeding past. You think you can jerk me around with these scraps of metal? Ye Chu Shui raised his head with a look of disdain. I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about the driver. If someone is unlucky enough to hit you, that would be trouble. Mu Chang'an rolled his eyes. Judging from Ye Chu Shui's methods, it wasn't the car that hit her, but she that hit the car. In order to save time, Mu Chang'an took a taxi directly to the clothing store. As soon as she entered the store, Ye Chu Shui's stunning appearance instantly attracted the attention of others. My lady, you are so beautiful. Nowadays, if you are good-looking and beautiful, you will really be sought after. Before Mu Chang'an and Ye Chu Shui even started looking at clothes, they were surrounded by the shop assistants and asked questions. She is just like the internet celebrities in those videos, walking out without any makeup. She has been in the industry for more than 10 years and has never seen such a beautiful woman. Beautiful lady, go buy some clothes. Whatever style you want, our store is having a summer promotion right now, with discounts starting at 20% off for everything. Take your pick. 80% off. Mu Chang'an's eyes lit up when he heard this. Looks like I can save a lot of money today. The clerk glanced at Mu Chang'an, then at Ye Chu Shui, and smiled at Mu Chang'an as if he understood something. Handsome guy, your girlfriend is so beautiful. She must be dressed accordingly. Mu Chang'an. Sigma, she's not your girlfriend yet. Mu Chang'an was frightened by the clerk's words and glanced at Ye Chu Shui quietly. and found that although her face was puzzled, she showed no signs of anger. That's right. After all, Ye Chu Shui is not from this world and doesn't know the true meaning of the word boyfriend or girlfriend. But we found out later that the outcome would be even more miserable. Look at the clothes over there. The clerk gave the two of them a professional smile, pointed to a counter, and skillfully pulled Ye Chu Shui to take her over. This was the first time that Ye Chu Shui bought clothes in modern times. As a cultivator who had lived for 10,000 years, this was an experience he had never had before. So she was a little nervous, and as her hand was held by the clerk, she forgot to resist. The clerk saw this and secretly smiled triumphantly. Nowadays, as long as a woman likes a piece of clothing, a man will not lose face and will buy it no matter how expensive it is. It seems that I can talk about my performance today. Mu Chang'an looked over when he heard the voice. His expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly grabbed Ye Chu Shui's hand and walked in the opposite direction. We're not going there. Between Mu Chang'an and the clerk, Ye Chu Shui naturally chose to listen to Mu Chang'an. Mu Chang'an endured the clerk's contemptuous look, and Ye Chu Shui's dangerous eyes and ran towards the affordable area. He knew that counter, and the clothes inside were counted in thousands. He is still a student. He usually relies on playing games to get orders, and he does save a little money by working part-time on weekends. However, he still can't afford clothes that cost thousands of yen. When they reached the affordable area, he let go of Ye Chu Shui's hand, looking a little embarrassed. The clothes over there are too expensive. Ye Chu Shui glanced at him and said nothing, but shifted his gaze to the hands of the two men. You still won't let go. Do you want me to chop you down? Mu Chang'an then realized that he was holding Ye Chu Shui's hand. He smiled awkwardly and let go immediately. Misunderstanding. It's all misunderstanding. I always feel that after getting used to the threat from Ye Chu Shui, there is nothing to be afraid of anymore. Anyway, I won't die, so the worst that can happen is that I'll get beaten up. As a man, be tough. Mu Chang'an glanced around and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he pointed at a model and asked Ye Chu Shui, Look, is this outfit okay? Ye Chu Shui looked over and frowned subconsciously. The upper body was fine, but the skirt felt too short for the lower body. When the wind blows, won't you be able to see everything? What's wrong with the aesthetics of this world? How could they design such an obscene skirt? Ye Chu Shui didn't know that in this world, there is a kind of man's lifelong enemy called safety pants. Ye Chu Shui stared at the costume for a long time. She remembered that the wallpaper on the wall of Mu Chang'an's room had pictures similar to this outfit. The person in the picture is wearing an extra pair of white socks on the model. That's right. If you have socks, you can cover the exposed part. I am truly a genius. Does this dress come with socks? I think the skirt is too short, and it exposes too much of my thighs, Ye Chu Shui said with a confused expression. Mu Chang'an suddenly thought of something when he heard this, and his eyes lit up. Yes, of course. Wait, I'll go find it for you. Not long after, Mu Chang'an came running over with a pair of pure white socks. The silk stockings were pure and flawless. Mu Chang'an held them in his hands as if he were holding a piece of art. Okay, go try it. It must be very beautiful. He handed a set of clothes and socks in his hand to Ye Chu Shui. Ye Chu Shui nodded slightly and went into the locker room with her clothes. Handsome guy, your girlfriend is so beautiful. This is the first time I see such a beautiful person. Her reaction is so cute too. It's as if she is buying clothes for the first time. At this time, an intern started talking to Mu Chang'an outside the fitting room. Mu Chang'an neither refuted nor agreed. It was indeed Ye Chu Shui's first time. He stood there smiling stupidly. Very cute indeed. But don't you geez say that. If Ye Chu Shui knew what his girlfriend meant, he would die. You will definitely die. Woo woo woo. Thinking about what might happen in the future, Mu Chang'an felt both sad and happy. The clerk's voice naturally did not escape Ye Chu Shui's ears. In the locker room, Ye Chu Shui looked at himself in the mirror and actually felt that it was a little unreal. I didn't die, but came to a world completely different from Kyushu, and I was still trying on clothes. It's really a bit dreamy. Female friends? But her intuition told her that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Why do I feel like punching someone whenever I think of Mu Chang'an's smile? She didn't understand what her girlfriend meant, and it was her own fault. I spent the entire afternoon searching for ancient classics without learning any modern knowledge or common sense. Now I'm being taken advantage of. This is a foreshadowing. Holding the clothes, Ye Chu Shui moved his mind, and the bandages wrapped around his body slowly slid off, revealing the tattered robes. The burn marks on the vestments are so horrifying that it is hard to imagine how fierce the battle was. It's really badly damaged. Ye Chu Shui carefully put away the robes, folded them neatly, and placed them aside. I wonder if there is material in this world to repair the robes. This vestment has been with her for nearly 1,000 years, so naturally she has feelings for it. Now that the robes are torn into pieces like this, I feel very sad. In a blink of an eye, Ye Chu Shui was dressed. There was a mirror in the dressing room. Looking in the mirror, she could see that she was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with a white bow decoration on the collar and a classic plaid pleated skirt. That's right, the whole set of clothes is a youthful and beautiful JK uniform. Ye Chu Shui looked at herself in the mirror, her face flushed. She bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. Her eyes showed shame and anger, and she didn't even know what to do with her hands and feet. It's the first time I wear such strange clothes. I feel so embarrassed. Ye Chu Shui turned his head away, not looking at himself in the mirror, turned around, and pushed the door open to leave. Mu Chang'an suddenly showed a look of surprise and stood there in a daze. The clerk next to him had the same expression as him. His eyes were full of surprise and even a hint of jealousy. Why do the same clothes look so different on different people? It looks so beautiful. It's so suitable. The design of the clothes is actually not very outstanding, and the texture is not as good as silk brocade. After all, it is cheap stuff, so why bother? However, it looks very different when worn by Ye Chu Shui. Most people would look more or less girlish when wearing this kind of uniform. Yet Chu Shui did not have this feeling at all. Perhaps she learned from a certain video blogger. She tied her long hair into a single ponytail, which made her look mature and intellectual overall. Especially with her ethereal temperament and the vague anger in her eyes when facing Mu Chang'an, she is like an insurmountable flower on the mountaintop, which makes people only dare to watch from afar and not touch it. As he watched, Mu Chang'an's gaze naturally moved to Ye Chu Shui's chest. Because the clothes fit tightly to the body, you can roughly see what's inside. Judging from the shape, it looks like a breast wrap, not modern underwear. Wearing something like that must be very tight on the flesh. How about recommending some current underwear to Ye Chu Shui? This thought suddenly came to Mu Chang'an's mind, and he couldn't stop it. I really want to bring it up, but I don't dare. He was holding it in, and his face turned red, which made Ye Chu Shui tilt his head in confusion. Could it be that this man is possessed by evil fire? After a long while, Mu Chang'an finally plucked up the courage, put on a heroic expression, and whispered something in the clerk's ear. The clerk looked at Mu Chang'an with a strange look for a long time. Well, just go back wearing this. Mu Chang'an said something to Ye Chu Shui and followed the clerk. I'll go pick out another set of clothes for you. Stand still and don't move. Chapter 24. First practice of the technique. After returning home, Ye Chu Shui stared at Mu Chang'an with a strange expression. Mu Chang'an, I always feel that people on the street look at me strangely. Could it be because of the clothes you chose for me? When the men on the street saw her, their expressions were like a cat seeing a mouse, with desire in their eyes, not concealed at all. Several men stared at her, causing the women around her to look at her with resentment and jealousy. If Mu Chang'an hadn't been persuading her all the way and holding her back from doing it, and if she hadn't made a promise to Mu Chang'an before, there would probably have been a river of blood. The reason those people stare at you is because you are so beautiful. It is definitely not because of your clothes, Mu Chang'an explained to her. But Ye Chu Shui bit her lower lip tightly. When she put on this dress, she clearly felt that Mu Chang'an's attitude towards her had changed a little. There was also a hint of aggression in the way he looked at her. Although it was hidden well, it could not be hidden from her at all. I remember seeing someone wearing the same style of clothes as you on the street. Look, everyone else is wearing the same clothes. So how can it be a problem with the clothes? Mu Chang'an explained earnestly, which made Ye Chu Shui feel a little better. I did see people wearing the same style of clothes as her on the street, and there was more than one. Not only that, many women wear clothes that are much more revealing than her, either exposing their shoulders or their thighs, which is simply unreasonable. Ye Chu Shui once again realized the open-mindedness of people in this world. By the way, I noticed that you bought other things besides clothes. What were those things? Mu Chang'an's eyes were a little vague. Let me make it clear in advance that I bought those things for your own good. I definitely didn't have any other intentions. Huh? Ye Chu Shui looked puzzled. Mu Chang'an opened the bag with trembling hands, revealing the white ice silk lace underwear and black hollow lace panties inside. What are these? Ye Chu Shui's eyes flickered, and he had some bad guesses in his mind, but he didn't dare to be sure. Mu Chang'an turned on the computer and searched for a video about common sense about women's underwear. You watch it first, and then you'll understand. After saying that, he quickly ran out of the room. Ye Chu Shui stared at the screen. After a while, Mu Chang'an heard Ye Chu Shui's earth-shaking cry in the living room. Mu Chang'an! Mu Chang'an hid in the corner with his head in his hands, crouching to defend himself. Woo-woo. Mu Chang'an was lying on the ground, covered in dust and with a look of pain on his face. I really am doing this for your own good. Those things are very protective and have no harm at all. Ye Chu Shui crossed his legs, his face as cold as frosty. By the way, Ye Chu Shui is now wearing the things that Mu Chang'an bought. At first, Ye Chu Shui didn't want to wear it, but after watching the video, he became extremely curious. Driven by curiosity, I put on those things with the mentality of trying them out a little. As a result, it feels surprisingly good. The texture of the underwear is completely different from that of the JK uniform. It is very comfortable to wear and fits well. As for why Mu Chang'an knew her size, Ye Chu Shui didn't care. After all, she had no idea of size in her mind right now. I'm so stupid. I know it's a thankless job, but I still insist on buying it. My money. Mu Chang'an burst into tears. Today, I bought a uniform, a pair of shoes, and a set of underwear, spending a total of 1,000 yuan. Bras and underwear alone account for half of the money. After all, it is something close to your body, so you absolutely cannot buy cheap products. Why didn't he realize before that it costs so much money to support a woman? Woo, woo, woo. The money you used was borrowed from me. You bought those things for me just to satisfy your dirty thoughts. Rogue, vulgar, lecher. Ye Chu Shui felt ashamed when she thought about wearing the clothes bought by this man. G. Mu Chang'an lay on the ground, unable to refute. He had anticipated this situation before, so he did not regret it. Not long after, a warm current spread throughout his body from the vest, and Mu Chang'an looked up at Ye Chu Shui in surprise. Ye Chu Shui turned his head away and snorted coldly. You want to practice, right? I will teach you the most basic bodybuilding techniques now. Ye Chu Shui pointed his finger at the back of the pastor's head, and a strange light shone from his fingertips. Don't move. Ye Chu Shui impatiently pushed harder, and Mu Chang'an felt as if his head was hit by a stone and it hurt. The pain did not last long and returned to normal, followed by a strange yet familiar text. It is very obscure at first reading, like chewing a piece of uncooked beef, but when you read it several times, you will understand the power contained in it. This is the technique. Mu Chang'an muttered to himself. Although there were many things he didn't understand, he began to circulate the qi according to his intuition. It feels like an inexplicable energy is generated in the body, flowing from top to bottom through the entire body. Ye Shui stared at Mu Chang'an with a hint of surprise in his eyes. So fast. He could actually complete the qi circulation in such a short time. This man's talent was even more terrifying than she had imagined. If an ordinary person were to practice the technique for the first time, it would be impossible for him to be so fast. 20 minutes later, Mu Chang'an successfully completed a cycle and slowly opened his eyes. He felt exhausted both physically and mentally, and his shirt was soaked with sweat without him noticing. So tired. It turns out that cultivation is so tiring. There are very few people who can practice a skill for the first time and circulate it through the qi. You have a great talent. Yet Chu Shui's voice came from above, and when Mu Chang'an looked up, he saw that stunning face. This was the first time Ye Chu Shui praised him. Mu Chang'an enjoyed it very much, and the resentment he had from being beaten up before disappeared instantly. He got up from the ground and smiled at Ye Chu Shui. According to what you said, isn't it possible for me to catch up with you? It is indeed the treatment of the protagonist. Not only has an immortal palace, but also terrifying talents. Just you? Ye Chu Shui did not continue to comment, but poured cold water on him. No matter how good your talent is, you are just an ordinary person now. Want to catch up with me? Maybe in the next life. Who knows what will happen in the future? Mu Chang'an curled his lips. Ye Chu Shui was so angry that he laughed. Do you really think cultivation is so easy? Thinking back to the beginning, she had gone through so much blood and gore to achieve that level of cultivation. Looking at Ye Chu Shui's smile, Mu Chang'an was a little dazed. Wearing a JK uniform and with a condescending temperament, she had the domineering aura of a class monitor. You are not even at the first level of bodybuilding now. I don't know what you are so proud of. Ye Chu Shui shook his head speechlessly. Isn't it possible to practice? Mu Chang'an was very excited. Quick, Sister Chu Shui, teach me how to exercise. You can't do physical training yet. Ah, why? Your body is very weak now. I'm afraid it can't sustain the consumption of body training, so you need to replenish it. Ye Chu Shui's eyes turned into contempt. You said I'm weak? Mu Chang'an's smile froze. Impossible. It takes me half an hour each time. Ye Chu Shui didn't know what half an hour meant, so she pointed at various parts of Mu Chang'an's body. Your body looks strong on the outside, but is actually very weak. Your meridians are clogged and blocked. That's fine. You look tall and strong, but in fact your muscles are flabby and your internal organs are restless. Mu Chang'an suddenly felt embarrassed. He accepted the fact that he looked strong on the outside but was weak on the inside, and his muscles were flabby. I practiced it for a semester during high school, but I stopped practicing after I went to college and started playing computer games. But the word virtual easily makes him associate it with something bad. I am not weak, am I? Ye Chu Shui pointed at Mu Chang'an's belly again. The strange thing is, there is an extremely pure energy in your body. It should be the energy you have taken in recently. This energy is subtly improving your physical condition. Otherwise, do you think you can circulate the qi smoothly with your weak body? You are dreaming. Can you stop talking about being weak all the time and give me some face? Mu Chang'an retorted in a low voice. As a man, you can be fake in everything except that part. Especially in front of women. What's wrong? Ye Chu Shui was not a pure and flawless piece of white paper. She had practiced for thousands of years and had seen everything. From Mu Chang'an's abnormal behavior, she guessed what he meant and became excited. The 5 internal organs include the kidneys. You have kidney deficiency, so why can't you say it? Impossible. Mu Chang'an's eyes instantly turned red. Ye Chu Shui looked him up and down with contempt and said in the same tone as Mu Chang'an just now, who knows? **** T. Mu Chang'an jumped up on the spot. You can hit me, but you can't insult me. Why don't you try it? Mu Chang'an thought she would be beaten, but she saw Ye Chu Shui looking at her with a very pitiful look. Mu Chang'an's face was as suffocated as a monkey's butt. Ye Chu Shui, you just wait for me. I will start training today. One day I will prove that I am not kidney deficient. After saying that, Mu Chang'an put on his short-sleeved shirt and shorts and went out to run. When you practice, remember to practice the exercise I gave you. It can help you utilize the pure energy in your body. Mu Chang'an didn't even turn his head and slammed the door shut, as if venting his anger. Looking at Mu Chang'an's back as he rushed out the door, Ye Chu Shui chuckled for some reason. Why do I feel that this man is kind of cute? Chapter 25. How to make money. In the morning, Mu Chang'an was awakened by the sound of keyboard clacking. I opened my eyes hazily and saw JK Snow White back in uniform. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and each strand was clearly visible, like willow catkins. Ye Chu Shui's graceful body curves make people imagine a lot. She was sitting in a chair watching the show intently. Mu Chang'an rubbed her eyes and yawned. Mu Chang'an's words yesterday aroused Ye Chu Shui's competitive spirit. She was determined to learn more about the world, so she took over Mu Chang'an's computer. Of course Mu Chang'an didn't want to. Are you kidding? It's my computer, don't I play with it? The two of them struggled for the entire night, and of course Ye Chu Shui won in the end. Mu Chang'an lay on the ground, sobbing and talking to himself. I'm so stupid. I knew I couldn't win, but I still resisted. I might as well enjoy it quietly. My aunt, you didn't stay up all night, did you? Ye Chu Shui turned around, looked at Mu Chang'an's lazy look, frowned and asked, what's an all-nighter? It means I didn't sleep all night. Mu Chang'an saw that Ye Chu Shui's mental state had not changed at all from yesterday, not even a trace of dark circles under his eyes, and he couldn't believe that this was the person who had stayed up all night. Others at least have some dark circles under their eyes after practicing Taoism all night, but you practice Taoism all night and nothing happens. Well, Taoism practitioners are really awesome, Mu Chang'an complained. What's the meaning? Ye Chu Shui's eyes were full of confusion. According to her understanding, the spiritual energy in this world is thin, and there are almost no practitioners. How can one still cultivate immortality? The cultivation of immortality that Mu Chang'an was talking about was not that kind of cultivation of immortality. Yet Chu Shui had just come into contact with the internet, so naturally he did not understand the internet terms. Mu Chang'an shook his head without explaining and said, "You watched it all night. What did you learn?" "A lot of things. For example, girlfriend doesn't mean a female friend." Yet Chu Shui's eyes instantly became sharp, staring at Mu Chang'an, who broke out in a cold sweat. "I didn't admit it at the time. It was the clerk's wishful thinking. It was a misunderstanding." Mu Chang'an laughed and changed the subject without blushing. "There are other things. For example, you should know now that there are no magic weapons in this world." Before, he said that computers were not magic weapons, but Ye Chu Shui didn't believe it and explained it to him several times. When talking about the magic weapon, Ye Chu Shui's face turned slightly red. The complexity of society in this world is not much different from that of the cultivation world. The two even have something in common. After watching the drama for a whole night, Ye Chu Shui already had a preliminary understanding of this world. The society of this world is a replica of the Kyushu cultivation world, and both are for the sake of living and survival. However, in this world society, order is mainly determined by rules. In the cultivation world of Jujo, the strength based on the way of heaven is respected. I can understand why you don't stop me from using my magic power. My power is beyond the rules of this world. Once it is exposed, it will disrupt the order that has always existed. If there is a problem with the order, the entire society will collapse. Indeed. Mu Chang'an nodded in approval. "Well, it's good. My all-night stay was not in vain. I have some modern thinking now." He was relieved because this way he didn't have to explain everything. However, since spiritual energy exists in this world, there will naturally be power that breeds spirits. There should be more than just me as a cultivator. Huh? Mu Chang'an widened his eyes, thinking about what Ji Young had discussed with him before. The person who flew out of the fire and was still safe and sound. Could that person be? Mu Chang'an quickly shook his head, not wanting to think about these things that had nothing to do with him. "I say, you didn't believe it just because you read some comments online. In this world today, there are no other practitioners except you." Ye Chu Shui was keenly aware of Mu Chang'an's hesitation, but she did not point it out. This kind of thing is best seen with one's own eyes to be believed. Even if there are cultivators, with the amount of spiritual energy in this world, it is impossible for there to be cultivators who exceed the Golden Core realm. She looked out the window and saw that the spiritual energy in the entire city, with this place as its center, was slowly increasing day by day. The rate of increase was very slow, and if she hadn't used her tribulation transcending spiritual sense to investigate, she wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. However, why would the spiritual energy increase? Is the increase in spiritual energy here related to Mu Chang'an's immortal palace? Also, Mu Chang'an's immortal palace connects two planes. Will this world be related to Kyushu? This was extremely terrifying when she thought about it carefully. She didn't dare to think about it any further. "What are your plans for the future?" Mu Chang'an was reluctant to continue the topic. It can be seen that after a night of thinking, Ye Chu Shui has a clear goal of his own. "The wonders of this world will definitely help me find a new path. From now on, I will stay here with peace of mind, understand this world, and find a new path." After saying that, Ye Chu Shui let out a long breath, then relaxedly lay down on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. Since waking up, her nerves have been tense, and she has always been on guard without any slackness. If anyone were to come to a completely unfamiliar world, they would naturally not let their guard down. Mu Chang'an smiled, put on his clothes, and prepared to go downstairs for a run. Once you have decided on something, you must carry it through to the end. He had no motivation to exercise before, but now he didn't want to be treated as if he had kidney deficiency by Ye Chu Shui. "This is absolutely unbearable. What do you want for breakfast?" Before leaving, Mu Chang'an asked considerately. Ye Chu Shui stretched lazily, showing off her proud curves, and said casually, "Milk or bread is fine." The people in the show she watched last night ate this kind of thing for breakfast. "Okay." Mu Chang'an nodded. It feels like Ye Chu Shui is not far from becoming a modern person. When Mu Chang'an went downstairs, he saw Mr. Han sitting on a wooden chair and rocking. "Boy, why are you up so early today? What are you busy doing?" Old man Han looked at Mu Chang'an while waving a palm leaf fan. "It's been a while since I last exercised. Let's go out for a run." Mu Chang'an jumped up to stretch his muscles. "Uncle, I see you've been lying in that chair all day. It's time to move around." "Who are you calling uncle?" Old man Han slapped his palm leaf fan in dissatisfaction. "I'm strong. When I was young, I wasn't like you young people today who just stayed at home playing games all day. Back then, I was a very powerful old man, very handsome and awesome. You're bragging. You're so old and you can brag without blushing." Mu Chang'an didn't believe it. "Then why are you lying here now?" "I'm retired now. I'm old now. Can't I enjoy some peace and quiet for a while?" Old man Han opened one eye and glanced at Mu Chang'an. "Hey kid, you are in a good mood today. What happy things have happened to you? Tell me about it and make me happy." "Do I look happy?" Mu Chang'an didn't realize that he had lost nearly 1,000 yuan of savings yesterday. If he hadn't saved some money in his daily life, he would have had to eat dirt this month. How could he be happy? "You look so happy. Do you have a girlfriend?" "Not yet, but I guess I have a goal now." Mu Chang'an didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer. God knows whether Ye Chu Shui could hear him or not. "Uncle, I see you have nothing to do all day. Grandma Xia has to work so hard alone in the morning. You should at least go and help her." "That old woman has hands and feet. Why should we help her?" When talking about the old lady, Uncle Han's expression began to show dissatisfaction. "That spendthrift woman deducted my pocket money." Old man Han became more and more excited as he spoke. "Isn't it easier to make money from the poker table than from selling those eggs? She wanted to do it on her own. It's none of my business. I'm not saying this, but when have you ever won a card game?" Mu Chang'an rolled his eyes at the old man. Go, go, go. I was in a good mood, but after talking to you, my mood is gone in an instant." I'm not lying, Mu Chang'an shrugged. Hey Tilda, you kid, you're not leaving, right? Be careful or I'll raise your rent. Mu Chang'an's face immediately changed, and he smiled and said, No, no, Uncle Han, this dish is for you. I specially selected it from the vegetable market. It looks really good. When I cook later, Grandma Xia will be happy too. Mr. Han was in a bad mood at first, but when he saw the dish in Mu Chang'an's hand, he smiled and happily took the dish. You are a sensible boy. The vegetables grown by Mu Chang'an in Xianfu have a very short maturity period and a large yield, so one person definitely cannot eat them all. So I thought of giving something to these two old people. Mu Chang'an delivered the dishes, but still didn't leave. Old man Han instantly knew what he was thinking, put the dishes into the house, walked out, and looked at Mu Chang'an. Tell me what you want from me. Mu Chang'an smiled and said, Uncle Han, you see, recently my school has been taking the CET4 exam, the Mandarin exam, the computer level exam, and other miscellaneous activities. These expenses may not seem like a lot, but when added up, they can cost me my life. Stop beating around the bush and speak your mind. It's just, I'm a little short on money lately. Can you give me a discount on this month's rent? You kids still want to lose weight. Old man Han stood up from his chair. That spendthrift woman has already reduced your weight by half, and you still want to cheat us two old people. Just reduce it by 100 this month and return to normal next month, Mu Chang'an said with an apologetic smile. 100 yen is still money, and it is his living expenses for several days. All right. Since you delivered the food, I'll tell my wife about it later. Uncle Han also knew Mu Chang'an's situation. It was not easy for him to be outside alone, and he was still in school, so he agreed easily. Thank you very much, Mu Chang'an whispered in Uncle Han's ear. I'll check your email later. I've collected a lot of good pictures recently. You should like them. Hearing this, Mr. Han smiled happily again. I knew you were a sensible kid. Come on, let's go. I will definitely get things done for you. Mu Chang'an smiled and walked away. Mu Chang'an ran around the community for an hour, silently reciting the exercises all the time, and he could increasingly appreciate the mysteries of the immortal cultivators. It feels like there is a warm current flowing in the body all the time. Whenever your feet feel sore or your body is tired, the warm current will start to work and heal the body. I ran for an hour without stopping to rest. After finishing, my whole body was hot and sweaty, but I didn't feel tired. After returning home, Ye Chushui drank milk and ate tea eggs, but his expression seemed a little disappointed. The energy in the milk and eggs is far less than that in the vegetables grown in the immortal palace. Ye Chushui shook his head. Mu Chang'an's face darkened. These things have not been nurtured by the spiritual energy of the immortal palace, so their energy is naturally not as good as the food cultivated in the immortal palace. When eating, don't worry about whether you can measure it or not. The taste of the food itself is the most important thing. He pointed to the eggshell he had just peeled and asked, How does this tea egg taste? Ye Chushui thought for a while and replied, The taste is very unique with a special flavor. I remember this kind of egg was mentioned in a certain video, saying it was braised. There are a lot of delicious braised dishes out there. I'll take you out to try some when I have the chance. Ye Chushui was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay. By the way, I have classes this afternoon, so I need to use the computer in the morning. Ye Chushui frowned and said subconsciously, You want to use the computer? Sister, I need to make money to eat, Mu Chang'an said bitterly. I almost ran out of money to buy you new clothes yesterday. If I don't make money, will I have any food? Ye Chushui suddenly realized. But I only have 3 episodes left to watch. Ye Chushui's voice sounded unconfident, as if she also knew that she was in the wrong in this matter. Mu Chang'an laughed and said, You're starting to watch dramas so soon? Putting aside the realm of cultivation, she is still a woman after all. No, nothing, Mu Chang'an said with a smile. Actually, if you want to watch a drama, you don't have to watch it on the computer. You can watch it on your phone. Mu Chang'an threw the phone to Ye Chushui and said, Nowadays, mobile phones are equivalent to computers. Some mobile phones even have more functions than computers. Mobile phones are much more portable than computers. In today's society, even primary school students use mobile phones, which shows how popular they are. Ye Chushui did not immediately try to understand the functions of the mobile phone, but instead began to think about a very realistic problem. Mu Chang'an, tell me how to make money. Chapter 26. A world gradually clearing up. Why do you want to make money? Mu Chang'an asked subconsciously. Ye Chushui bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, her expression showing pride and complexity, and Mu Chang'an suddenly realized. Oh yes, with your personality, you won't be willing to live under someone else's roof. Ye Chushui did not reply. She ate Mu Chang'an's food, lived in his house, and borrowed money from him to buy clothes. She did not want to keep borrowing from him like this, relying on her own rich experience and strength as a cultivator. In this mundane world, making money isn't easy. Let me think about it. Mu Chang'an instantly became interested and began to think seriously. It is indeed a good idea for Ye Chushui to make money. And, however, whether it can be achieved is uncertain. In modern society, there are many ways to make money. Among them, the fastest way is to rob a bank. However, robbing a bank is a technical job. It should not be a problem for you, but it is illegal. No. Otherwise, getting into an electronics factory to screw in screws is a good way to get in, and it doesn't require any skills. But you need an ID card to get in, and you don't have that right now, so no. Ye Chushui was stunned as he listened. Rob a bank? Bank what? Go to the factory to screw in screws? What are screws? And there is an ID card. What is that? I really don't understand, Tilda. Mu Chang'an touched his chin and looked at Ye Chushui. As for the ID card, there will always be a way in the future. He actually wanted Ye Chushui to work as a cashier in a hot pot restaurant or a supermarket, but that kind of job requires being in the spotlight, and based on Ye Chushui's personality, he probably wouldn't want to do that kind of thing. After all, for a woman who gets angry when a man looks at her a few times, Yet Chu Shui is really not suitable for a job that requires her to be in the spotlight. After thinking about it, it seems that there are not many jobs suitable for you. Is it really that difficult? Yet Chu Shui frowned subconsciously. In this big world, is there no job suitable for her? It's not a difficult problem. It's that you don't have an ID card. If you had one, it would be much easier. Mu Chang'an shook his head. Identity is indeed a difficult issue. I can rob the rich and give to the poor. Yet Chu Shui suddenly said on a whim. In the TV series she watched last night, there was a scene similar to robbing the rich to help the poor. In JoJo, she would occasionally rob the monks of the magic sect and use the money to help the refugees in distress. Huh? Mu Chang'an looked at her in surprise. You're going to rob? Yet Chu Shui patted his chest, confident in himself. Don't worry, with my body movements, it's impossible for anyone to see my appearance clearly. Is this a question of whether or not it will be seen? Mu Chang'an was speechless and quickly stopped her and dispelled her idea. My dear aunt, please don't do anything illegal. We have police here. Although they can't catch you, we must not do anything illegal. First, to avoid getting into trouble, and second, this is a matter of principle. No. After 9 years of compulsory education, Mu Chang'an's worldview was shaped into a very upright one. I would rather beg on the street without money than do something illegal. This is the bottom line of being a human being, and it cannot be touched. Yet Chu Shui was a little surprised when he heard what Mu Chang'an said. I didn't expect that this man had such a strong sense of righteousness in his heart. However, she did not think there was anything wrong in robbing the rich to help the poor, she said dissatisfiedly. I'm not doing evil on purpose. I use the money I robbed to help people in need. Isn't this doing good? Although it is a charity, the behavior is wrong. Can you guarantee that you will use all your money to help others and not keep any money? After hearing this, Ye Chu Shui muttered softly. The bulk of it will definitely be used to help refugees. I'll keep some for myself. Isn't it also to pay you back? No, this is a matter of principle. We can't do it. Mu Chang'an was extremely firm in his attitude towards this. We live in a society ruled by law. There are surveillance cameras everywhere on the streets. If you are caught on tape, even if you are very fast, we can still use modern technology to analyze your movements. I am also worried about you. Do you know that? This unexpected worry made Ye Chu Shui at a loss. Worried about her? But what she didn't know was that with existing technology, it is easy to slow down 1 second by dozens of times. In this way, even the fastest movements will leave flaws. Unless it is a method that can cross space, it will definitely be exposed. However, what you said reminds me that with your own conditions, you will definitely make a lot of money as a mercenary in Syria. Mu Chang'an suddenly thought of something and said jokingly, oh, Ye Chu Shui suddenly understood. After hearing the word mercenary, is it similar to the business of Tingyu Pavilion, where people sell their lives for money? Tingyu Pavilion? Mu Chang'an asked curiously, what kind of organization is that? Tingyu Pavilion is the top assassin organization in Juzhou. Its power is distributed in all regions of Juzhou, and its influence is extremely powerful. The successive pavilion masters of Tingyu Pavilion are very mysterious. Even I don't know their true appearance. Having said this, Ye Chu Shui's eyes became extremely cold. If you think about that battle of discussion carefully, an organization like Tingyu Pavilion, which is spread all over the world, might have known about her discussion with Zhang Wuya. Only Tingyu Pavilion has the ability to sell the information. Most people, upon learning of the debate between her and Zhang Wuya, would not be afraid, but would definitely not want to come and cause trouble. What's wrong with you? Mu Chang'an waved his hands in front of Ye Chu Shui's eyes. Why are you suddenly silent, and your face doesn't look good? Where are the mercenaries you mentioned? I'll go there immediately. Ye Chu Shui replied coldly. F***K. I was just joking, but you really want to go? Mu Chang'an was shocked. If you really go, it means you are an immortal cultivator and it won't work. Neither this nor that. Don't you want to get back the money you lent? I didn't ask you to pay me back now. Mu Chang'an sighed. Relax. For the sake of our relationship, I won't charge you interest. Stop it. I have nothing to do with you. Ye Chu Shui snorted coldly at Mu Chang'an. How can it not matter? I am your savior. Mu Chang'an raised his chest. Ye Chu Shui did not refute, but turned her head away as if she didn't want to see his face warm. Arnett, Mu Chang'an looked at her cute reaction and wanted to laugh. It doesn't matter now, but it doesn't mean it won't matter in the future. He was determined to be with Ye Chu Shui. Oh, must catch up. Mu Chang'an smiled and continued. Let's be a little more low-key in our conduct in life. Look at me. I have such a big immortal palace, but I don't show it off. Do you know why? I'm just being low-key. In fact, it is because he himself has no strength. If you have enough strength, why do you keep a low profile? Isn't it more refreshing to just run outside and show off than to stay at home? Although you are a cultivator, there are still many hot weapons in this world that can threaten you. Mu Chang'an became interested again as he spoke. Ye Chu Shui, tell me, can you block the bullet in your current condition? Ye Chu Shui did not hesitate and answered instantly. Although my realm is foundation building, my physical realm has not dropped significantly. With my Taoist body, I am invulnerable to water and fire. Ordinary bullets have no effect on me at all. Not only that, she also has the spiritual light of the foundation building period to protect her body, plus powerful spiritual power. If someone shoots at her, whether she hits her or not is another matter. Her spiritual sense is not just for show. Oh, are you so sure? Mu Chang'an was a little skeptical. Do you really know the power of bullets? Why don't you know? She had learned about firearms last night while sleeping in Mu Chang'an. For a strange world, it is important to determine how much power there is in this world that can threaten oneself. With her foundation-building strength, ordinary firearms can do nothing to her, but large missiles or atomic bombs can pose a fatal threat to her. Okay, you're awesome. Ordinary bullets won't work. How about armor-piercing bullets? Ye Chu Shui fell into deep thought for a long time before he uttered a word. Armor-piercing bullets can't hit me. That is to say, if it hits her, It might hurt her body. Mu Chang'an did not continue to attack her self-esteem. Okay, don't think about making money for now. Even if I'm poor, you won't starve to death, Mu Chang'an said in the most sincere tone. Nowadays, as long as you have hands and feet, you will never starve to death. Afterwards, Mu Chang'an gave another step-by-step teaching. Perhaps it was because of the first time, when the second time came, yet Chu Shui didn't have much resistance to some physical contact. He didn't push his luck further, and just touched upon it a little under the pretext of teaching. After the teaching was over, he had no desire to linger, and they separated quickly, knowing how to hold back very well, which made Ye Chu Shui feel a little sorry. This man was really cunning and didn't give her even a chance to vent her anger. A cell phone is that simple? Compared to computers, mobile phones can be operated with just your hands. Ye Chu Shui tried to fiddle with the phone and found that the operation was unusually simple. What else do you want? Mu Chang'an crossed his arms and said, mobile phones are designed to facilitate people's lives. If a mobile phone requires various operations to use, it goes against the original intention of the design. You play for a while. I have something else to do here. Mu Chang'an let Ye Chu Shui play with his phone alone on the bed, and he started typing on the computer. Ji Yang. Chang'an, I'll give you my classmate's QQ number. You can chat with him yourself. Yeah, okay. Ji Yang immediately sent a QQ number, and Mu Chang'an added him as a friend without hesitation. Great God, are you the shepherd god? The other party's tone seemed very excited, but Mu Chang'an didn't feel anything. You know me? I have joined several power leveling groups before, and they all said that Mushin has the best reputation. The orders they place are very stable, and there have never been any problems. Mu Chang'an didn't feel anything. The most important thing in doing business is reputation. Only with reputation can the business last long. Since you know the market, I won't waste my words. 1 hand a day, no guarantee of winning or losing. 300 a month, no bargaining. No problem. The other party was also very straightforward. Do you have any other requests? If you want to rank higher, master rank and above 100 rank will cost you 200 yuan, grandmaster rank will cost you 300 yuan, and king rank will cost you 400 yuan. My account is currently at master 20 points. Can you help me get to grandmaster 500 points? Which district? Net 3. Mu Chang'an agreed without even thinking about it. It is not difficult to play the master account of Net 3. It is not too difficult to reach the grandmaster level of 500 in a month. Thank you for the trouble, great God. No, please contact me if you have any questions. Mu Chang'an closed the chat, logged into the account given by the other party, and first took a look at the number of skins. Wow, there are more than 1,000 skins. It seems like this is a rich man's account. He started to rank, which usually took more than 10 minutes. Over the years, the number of people in each district had dropped significantly, and the people with high ranks were the same people, and they were all familiar with each other. What are you looking at? It was very boring while waiting, and I couldn't check my phone, so I could only go to see what Ye Chu Shui was doing. Ye Chu Shui was studying WeChat at this time. Can this thing really transmit messages thousands of miles away? She watched a short video about WeChat and was amazed at the functionality of this app. Not just 1,000 miles away, as long as it is within the coverage of the base station, information can be received anywhere in the world. You practitioners don't have this kind of means. No. Ye Chu Shui nodded honestly. Generally speaking, the 1,000 miles transmission technique can be used with an ordinary golden elixir. But the longer the distance, the higher the requirements. The requirements for the soul are very strict. It is basically only possible for cultivators above the spiritual transformation stage to do it. After saying this, Ye Chu Shui felt a little bit of admiration for the functions of the mobile phone. Such a small device can be equivalent to their thousands of years of hard practice. No wonder there is almost no one practicing in this world. There are so many novel and interesting items, which are obvious at a glance compared to the boring practice. Although there is no cultivation in this world, the shadow of the cultivation world is everywhere. You practice cultivation to achieve things that you couldn't do before. Mu Chang'an suddenly said, we just transform our desire for cultivation into the power of technology. Ye Chu Shui seemed to be thinking about something. This world is no longer confusing to her, but gradually becomes clearer. After waiting in line for 15 minutes, Mu Chang'an finally found a match and moved his hands. You continue your research. I'm playing a game. Don't disturb me, Mu Chang'an reminded him, then turned around and focused on playing the game. Ye Chu Shui studied the phone for a while, but the functions of the phone were too simple, and he could understand many things by analogy. As for the rest, which is the understanding of certain applications, Ye Chu Shui is definitely not in a hurry for this. There is still a lot of time. Now that you know how to use it, you can slowly explore its functions later. Potential, this kind of behavior is not much different from spiritual practice. First, determine the path, and then slowly move forward after you have a goal. She put down her phone and quietly walked behind Mu Chang'an to watch him play games. When she woke up, the first thing she saw was this kind of game, which seemed to be called League of Legends. The images on the screen kept flashing. Mu Chang'an was in the crucial moment of a team fight. Ye Chu Shui was very curious about the skill effects displayed by the characters. But she did not make a sound to disturb Mu Chang'an, but watched quietly, with a thoughtful expression. She was somewhat surprised by the man's concentration when playing the game. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. If this level of concentration can be combined with corresponding exercises, the training of the soul will be extremely terrifying. Not only that, she watched for a long time and found that this so-called game had certain requirements on reaction ability and physical coordination. She checked Mu Chang'an's spiritual power and found that it was almost at the threshold of enlightenment. One more step would lead to a breakthrough. This is a very terrifying situation. You have to know that this man is just a mortal, but his spiritual power is about to reach the point of enlightenment. Generally, practitioners will cultivate their spirit and soul and enter the stage of awakening after they have established their foundation. The game lasted 25 minutes, and Mu Chang'an played normally and won easily. I'm in pretty good shape today. Mu Chang'an stretched and went out of the room to pour a glass of boiled water. What's wrong? You want to play this too? Seeing that she was staring at the game screen, Mu Chang'an couldn't help but ask. Yet Chu Shui shook her head. She was not interested in games, but other things. The game you just played can make you extremely focused. If you can use the exercises to train your spirit in that state, it will be very effective. Is it possible? Playing games can train the soul. Mu Chang'an's jaw dropped. Why are you standing there? Teach me the technique. Yet Chu Shui poured a basin of cold water on Mu Chang'an's head. To practice the technique, you need to be at least in the Qi training stage. You can't do it. Then how long will it take for me to start practicing? Yet Chu Shui thought for a moment, opened his palm and said, according to your current training intensity, it will take at least 5 days. What if I intensify my training? Can I shorten the time? Can. Mu Chang'an secretly made up his mind that he must undergo devilish training in the next few days. Strive to practice cultivation as soon as possible. Chapter 27. Physical changes. For the next 3 days, Mu Chang'an went to school, exercised, and occasionally did some work, so his life was quite abundant. Squats, running, push-ups. I feel tired every day, but the effect of exercise is obvious to the naked eye. For a long time, I've been sitting in front of the computer playing games, and my waist and neck always hurt from time to time. Right. But after these 3 days, apart from muscle fatigue, there was no pain at all. On the contrary, my body is becoming more and more energetic. When I get up in the morning, I feel like a pillar of strength, pointing my sword to the sky, very strong. The energy in your body exceeded my expectations. It has changed your physique in just 3 days. With your current physical strength, you should be able to withstand the exertion of training. Ye Chu Shui looked Mu Chang'an's body up and down. Mu Chang'an was a little embarrassed because he was being stared at. Is this a disguised admission of the fact that he was weak before? Impossible. I, Mu Chang'an, have never been empty. What should I do next? Ye Chu Shui thought for a while and pointed to the utility room. Oh, since you have decided to strengthen your body, it is best to go to the Immortal Palace. The spiritual energy there is rich and can bring the power of the skills to the extreme. Mu Chang'an was prepared to listen to Ye Chu Shui in cultivation. The two of them passed through the door and entered the Immortal Palace. The passage will only appear when Mu Chang'an opens the door. When others open the door, it will just be an ordinary utility room. Stepping onto the land of the Immortal Palace once again, Ye Chu Shui felt as if he was in another world. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that there is such a magical place in Kyushu. Ye Chu Shui felt the rich spiritual energy of the Immortal Palace and was filled with emotion. It was clear that we were in such a troubled world just a second ago, but now we are in the ethereal fairyland. Mu Chang'an had long been accustomed to this feeling and walked out of the cave. Brother Ban, are you there? I thought you were obsessed with women and forgot about the existence of the Immortal Palace. The forbidden voice entered his mind, and Mu Chang'an smiled awkwardly. I have been busy these days and finally settled down. I came to see you. How can you say that I am addicted to women? Stop talking nonsense. Where's the water you promised me? The forbidden voice exploded in his mind. Mu Chang'an endured the pain and said, okay. As soon as he had a thought, a column of water rose into the sky from the direction of the medicine garden. After entering the clouds, it disappeared. After being nourished by the well water, the attitude of the ban has obviously improved. Well, very good. It seems that you, the master of the Immortal Palace, are not completely useless. Mu Chang'an ignored him. Sooner or later, this restriction would suffer. Ye Chu Shui looked into the distance in amazement. The water column that reached the sky contained enormous energy. In the cultivation world, this kind of method would require at least a cultivator in the Gendan stage to accomplish. Now, Mu Chang'an, an ordinary person, could actually cause such a strange phenomenon in the Immortal Palace, which was really terrifying. She looked at Mu Chang'an and asked, how much of this fairy palace can you control? Although he is just a mortal body, he can use his consciousness to connect to the entire Immortal Palace. This has nothing to do with Mu Chang'an. Everything is caused by the strangeness of the Immortal Mansion. Now I can only control the things in this medicine garden. The rest, it should be because of my lack of ability. Mu Chang'an scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Because he is so useless, he can only control one medicine garden. If you say that, you will be despised. This is also the reason why he wants to practice. I thought that after practicing, I might be able to develop other functions of the Immortal Palace. You are such a huge Immortal Palace, but you can only manage a medicine garden. And you still say that you are the master of the Immortal Palace? Mu Chang'an's worries became a reality, and Ye Chu Shui cast a disdainful look at him. Such a magical fairy palace actually recognizes this man as its owner. It is such a waste of God's gift. Hey, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want, Mu Chang'an said, unconvinced. I am the master of the Immortal Palace. This is an established fact. Can you change it? You can't. Ye Chu Shui was so angry that his teeth were itching. She found that whenever this man had something he could show off in front of her, he would come and show off. Do you still want to practice? Yes, of course. Mu Chang'an nodded repeatedly. But before that, I have to prepare the vegetables in the medicine garden first. Mu Chang'an did not rush to practice, but ran to the medicine garden to see how his vegetables were growing. I haven't watered it for 3 days. I hope nothing goes wrong. In the medicine garden, Chu Shui followed Mu Chang'an to the medicine garden, looking at the yellow-brown soil all over the ground. He had a surprised guess in his heart. Could this be Zitu? What is Zitu? Mu Chang'an looked at her and asked. Zitu is the most advanced soil in Zhuzhou. It has the best adaptability and can nurture any spiritual herb in the world. It is one of the rare innate spiritual treasures. In Kyushu, once someone discovers Zitu, there will definitely be a bloody storm. Is it really that powerful? Mu Chang'an grabbed a handful of soil and rubbed it in his hands. I don't feel there's anything special about it. Although it feels much more comfortable to the touch than ordinary soil, there is nothing better about it. Yet Chu Shui also grabbed a handful of soil in his hand, observed it carefully, and drew a conclusion. It is indeed the Zitu that was rumored. I didn't expect there would be so many of them here. As far as she knew, the place with the most Zitu in Juzhou was Yawang Valley. However, the amount of sun soil in Yawang Valley is far less than that in this medicine garden. Yet Chu Shui took a quick look and found that the area of this medicine garden was as large as 10,000 acres. Even if all the C2 and Kyushu were added together, there might not be as much as here. No, that's not right. You actually use Z2 to grow mortal food? Yet Chu Shui suddenly realized a fact. No wonder the food he ate contained energy even more terrifying than that of high-level monsters. How can the vegetables grown with Shi2 not be special? Mu Chang'an ignored her and continued with the work in his hands. After walking around the field, he found that all the vegetables were in good condition and there were no rotten leaves. Then he walked to the well with confidence to fetch water and prepare to water the vegetables. When Ye Chu Shui sensed the breath in the well, he was stunned on the spot. Wait, Mu Chang'an, the water in your hand is… What are you going to do? Ye Chu Shui hurried over to stop Mu Chang'an. She was not wrong. That water turned out to be spiritual liquid. Spiritual fluid formed by liquefaction of spiritual energy. Although it is diluted spiritual liquid and not pure, it is still spiritual liquid in essence. Mu Chang'an actually wanted to use spiritual fluid to water the plants. This was simply a waste of resources. Mu Chang'an looked at Ye Chu Shui with a strange expression. Why are you stopping me? I used this water to water the plants before. What did you say? Ye Chu Shui opened his eyes wide and looked at him in disbelief. That's spiritual liquid. It's spiritual liquid, and you actually used it to water plants. Ye Chu Shui felt like he was on the verge of collapse. Use the Zitu to plant the land and use the spiritual liquid to water it. Why don't you go to heaven? Looking at Ye Chu Shui standing there in a daze, Mu Chang'an suddenly felt that she was very cute. He couldn't help but stop what he was doing and decided to tease her. Is this spiritual fluid you're talking about powerful? It's not a question of whether he's powerful or not. He's the kind of person. The kind of person? How do you know this? Mu Chang'an couldn't help but complain. Spiritual liquid is a spiritual object created by heaven and earth. It takes hundreds of years of spiritual energy to form a drop of spiritual liquid. Ye Chu Shui tried his best to make his voice sound normal. Also, I use it to irrigate the fields. The premise for farming is that the water will never run out. Oh, Mu Chang'an nodded. What's your reaction? Ye Chu Shui was about to collapse. That's spiritual liquid. Real spiritual liquid. It doesn't matter if it's spiritual liquid or something else. As long as it's liquid, as long as it's water, it can be used to grow crops. Mu Chang'an curled his lips. You know what? Using this water is more useful than using fertilizer. At first he considered spreading fertilizer when planting, but after a day he realized that this place could not be treated with common sense. So he decided not to apply fertilizer and see what would grow. You will be punished by God for wasting the spiritual liquid like this. You know that. Ye Chu Shui didn't know what to say. Say he is ignorant. He really didn't know that this was spiritual fluid. Say he doesn't understand. But he also understood that this water was not ordinary. Why are you so nervous? The water will never run out. Mu Chang'an pulled Ye Chu Shui to the well. Here, look for yourself. This well is full of them. I used a lot before, but I didn't see any reduction in this well. Ye Chu Shui's eyes were fixed on the well water. The water surface is very clear, but you can't see the bottom of the well. You can imagine how deep the well is. Based on her knowledge, there is real spiritual fluid at the bottom of the well, and it might even be spiritual milk. Ye Chu Shui was so shocked that he was speechless. When she wanted to use her spiritual sense to investigate, she found that she could not touch the well water at all. This well is no ordinary thing. This fairy palace exudes magic everywhere. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but stare at Mu Chang'an for a long time. Could this man be the reincarnation of an immortal? Otherwise, how could he become the master of this fairy palace? Mu Chang'an came out after watering the fields, twisting his waist in the sun to stretch his body. Oh, next, let's start practicing formally. Chapter 28. Hidden Affairs Department, in an abandoned, unfinished building on the west side of Guiyang Road. Xia Yuchen was walking in the dark and damp corridor, followed by a pretty girl wearing glasses. She looks about the same age as Xia Yuchen, but Xia Yuchen calls her sister. Sister Luoyang, why do you think Yanfei did this? There is an unwritten rule in the hidden world. Any personal grudges must not endanger ordinary people, not to mention that Yanfei's actions are tantamount to killing innocent people. This behavior seriously violated the bottom line of the hidden world. Under such circumstances, the Huoyan clan could not have any objection to any action they took against Yanfei. The information we have about Yanfei is not comprehensive. Yanfei, age 27, unexpectedly awakened his fire ability after experiencing a fire when he was 12 years old. He was spotted by the Huoyan sect and brought into the sect for training. He began to show his talent at the age of 15 and appeared in front of all the major sects for the first time. At the age of 25, he defeated the Huoyan sect's fellow disciples and became a leader of the younger generation. According to ancient records, whenever there is an increase in spiritual energy like this, a rare treasure will appear. I guess the fire sect came here for this reason. Gu Luoyang pushed his black frame glasses and looked solemn. The world is not as peaceful as it seems. It is consistent with Ye Chu Shui's previous guess. Since spiritual power exists, there must be power that is born from the soul. Most people who possess this power are in the hidden world. Superpowers are just one of them, and this kind of power is mainly concentrated abroad. There are very few people with awakened supernatural powers in the country, and the country's main strength comes from the cultivation culture that has been passed down for thousands of years. Cultivate your body and mind, cultivate your innate qi, strengthen your muscles and bones, and enhance your physical fitness. This kind of power gained through training is more stable and powerful than the supernatural powers that are suddenly awakened. But the disadvantages are also obvious. Due to the thin spiritual energy, it is difficult for people who have undergone spiritual practice to achieve too high achievements. Of course, there are people with unique talents who combine superpowers with spiritual practice and practice them together. Such people have unique qualifications. The most representative one is the criminal of this incident, Yan Fei. As one of the hidden sects, the Huoyan sect's inherited cultivation techniques complement Yan Fei's own awakened fire abilities. This is why Yan Fei was able to dominate his peers at the age of 25. Sister Luo Yang, are you saying that Yan Fei and Chen Hongyi fought because of a fight? These are just my guesses. We can only know the answers after Sister Lan and the others come into contact with Chen Hongyi. The department where Gu Luoyang and Xiao Yuchun work is specifically responsible for managing the order between the hidden world and the present world. Once the power possessed by some people is too great and cannot be restrained by modern rules. If order is to be maintained, someone must step forward to enforce the law. The two of them walked up the stairs while talking, their eyes constantly paying attention to the movements around them without slacking off. According to the investigation report, Yan Fei is in this building. Yuchun, you better be careful. Yes, I know. Xiao Yuchun nodded and looked around seriously. The light shines through the gaps between the bricks, adding a touch of brightness to the dim floor. The two went up to the 10th floor and made a discovery. They found plastic bags and empty bread packaging in a room in the corridor. The two looked at each other, and each saw the solemnity in his eyes. Yan Fei is most likely around here. Luo Yang moved his lips and said something, but no sound came out. Xiao Yuchun nodded in response and fished out a laser sword from her pocket. The two of them walked slowly in the corridor back to back. The next moment, Gu Luoyang felt a huge amount of heat coming from above his head. Looking up, they saw a blazing fireball falling from above their heads. Yuchun, be careful. Gu Luoyang turned around and pushed Xiao Yuchun away, then rolled on the ground. The fireball hit the ground but did not stop. Instead, it bounced like a rubber ball and shot towards Xiao Yuchun. After the shock just now, Xiao Yuchun came back to her senses instantly. Seeing the scorching heat coming towards her, she did not panic. Instead, he gripped the hilt with both hands and activated the laser sword. The lightsaber suddenly lit up with a blue light, and Xiao Yuchun slashed forward and downward with the sword, and the fireball instantly split into two. I thought it would end like this, but the fireball that was split into two pieces suddenly exploded, and Xiao Yuchun was completely swallowed up. Ha ha ha, you actually sent two little girls like this? Is there really no one left in your hidden affairs department? As the voice appeared, a figure stood on the stairs above Gu Luoyang's head. Gu Luoyang didn't look at the place where Xiao Yuchun exploded. His eyes were fixed on Yan Fei. Yan Fei, you have seriously violated the code of seclusion. Please come with us. Just you? Yan Fei said with disdain. Call out. There was a sound of breaking air, and Yan Fei looked horrified and saw a blue lightsaber flying towards his face. The speed was so fast that he had no time to react, so he had to bend over and lean back, somersaulting several times before he could stand firm. Yan Fei's face looked ugly. After he stood firm, there were burn marks from the lightsaber on the front of his collar and a slight scratch on his chin. Don't underestimate me. Xiao Yuchun walked out of the smoke safely. Earlier, when the broken fireball exploded, Gu Luoyang used his ability to block the power of the explosion for Xiao Yuchun. Therefore, Gu Luoyang did not pay attention to Xiao Yuchun's safety. Yan Fei looked at the two of them with an arrogant smile on his face. Not bad, not bad. I'll feel the killing when I have some strength. Xiao Yuchun stared at the other party warily. Sister Luoyang, be careful. His aura is very dangerous, and he already has the strength of the early stage of the transformation realm. I know, you should be careful too. Xiao Yuchun took out a lightsaber again, and bubbles appeared on Gu Luoyang's hands. She originally practiced swordsmanship, but it was very strange for her to carry a sword in her daily life. The lightsaber itself is very portable and more powerful than an ordinary sword. The two men quickly separated and surrounded Yan Fei. Yan Fei, you intentionally hurt ordinary people and are guilty of a serious crime. If you resist, we have the right to execute you directly. Gu Luoyang's tone was threatening. Yan Fei had no fear at all. Execute me? Just because I fought with someone else? Are you fighting? That's a wanton massacre, Xiao Yuchun said angrily. If it was a simple fight, you must be able to control the power. Also, why did you leave the fire at the scene when you left? You knew very well what kind of disaster the supernatural fire would bring to ordinary people, Gu Luoyang said in a stern tone. Because of Yan Fei's special abilities, it was impossible for the number of deaths in the hotel at that time to be so high. Yan Fei did not reflect at all, and the smile on his face became even more arrogant. Oh, so that's it. I did it on purpose. What's wrong? Your stupid rules may be binding on other losers, but they are useless to me, Yan Fei. Yan Fei laughed and said, since I have such strong power, why should I abide by your stupid rules? It was just a fight, but you're making a big deal out of it. In my opinion, it's all because of those people who didn't know what was good for them. They didn't get away and died, so you can't blame anyone else. You, Xiao Yuchun glared at Yan Fei angrily. Gu Luoyang did not continue to persuade and directly ordered Xiao Yuchun to take action. Yuchun, there's no point in reasoning with him, just use force. A loud explosion sounded in the abandoned corridor. The entire building was engulfed in flames, and the temperature of the flames was so high that no one dared to get close. Xiao Yuchun and Gu Luoyang evacuated the people around them in advance. Otherwise, the residual power of the fire alone could burn people. I don't know how long this battle lasted. A ball of fire suddenly fell from a building more than 20 stories high. Oh! The flames hit the ground, forming a conspicuous hole, with Yan Fei's embarrassed figure revealed in the center of the hole. Yan Fei's body was covered with varying degrees of burns and sword marks, as well as blisters that could not be wiped off. Yan Fei's face was filled with pain. He glanced resentfully at a certain place in the tall building, then ran away without looking back. Xiao Yuchun landed safely under the influence of Gu Luoyang's ability. Xiao Yuchan subconsciously wanted to chase after him, but Gu Luoyang stopped her. Don't chase him. In his current condition, he won't care about anyone in a fight. With our current strength, we can't protect the people. Gu Luoyang shook his head cautiously. Our first priority is to protect the safety of the people and not cause unnecessary casualties. Xiao Yuchan stopped. There were burn marks of varying degrees on her lower abdomen, and her face was pale. It seemed that the previous battle must not have been easy. Sister Luoyang, what should we do now? Gu Luoyang was in the best condition among the three, and his clothes were basically not affected. Report to Sister Lan first, and then make plans. Chapter 29. Chen Jiabao, Chen Hongyi, the other side. At the entrance of Ping'an Express Company, a man in a suit had a sad look on his face. Beauty, you can't go in without Mr. Chen's instructions. I told you, I have something to talk to your CEO Chen about. The person who spoke was a woman, wearing a black windbreaker. She had an awe-inspiring aura, so much so that the man in the suit didn't dare to look directly at her. Get out of my way! The woman in the windbreaker tried to force her way in. Although the man in the suit was a little scared, he still stood up to block the entrance. Mr. Chen hasn't replied yet. You really can't go in. The woman's face darkened. She had just received a message from Luoyang. They did not stop Yanfei and let him escape. Therefore, the breakthrough point of the hotel incident lies with Chen Hongyi. I must meet him today, no matter what. Hey, I'm telling you, you can't go in. Mr. Chen, I really can't stop this lady. Chen Hongyi was resting with his eyes closed. After hearing the voice, he slowly opened his eyes. After seeing the woman's appearance clearly, he was not surprised and waved to the man in the suit. You go ahead and do your work. I'll take care of this. Good. After the man in the suit left, Chen Hongyi reached out his hand. Captain Ku, please sit down first. Kulun sat down in front of Chen Hongyi and stared at him closely. Captain Ku, next time you want to look for me, can you please let me know first? If you keep barging in like this, my business will be affected. Chen Hongyi looked away, speaking in a calm tone, as if he was chatting with an old friend. Kulun was not as calm as Chen Hongyi and questioned directly. Chen Hongyi, why did you fight with Yanfei that night? If I say I don't know, would you believe me? Chen Hongyi picked up the teacup and took a sip. Kulun's face changed. Chen Hongyi, you and I are both smart people, so please don't say these ridiculous things. Chen Hongyi smiled and said, Okay, I admit that I have a crush on something in Yanfei's hand. So, you were the first to attack? Kulun's eyes became dangerous. Chen Hongyi smiled and shook his head. Although I am not interested in the rules you set, I will not take the initiative to cause trouble for myself, so I was not the first to take action. I liked his stuff and wanted to make a deal with him, but he wanted to get what he wanted from me without paying a penny. So it was Yanfei who took action first. Yanfei is not a fool. What benefit will he get from killing you? Kulun frowned. I don't know that either. If he wanted to take my stuff for free, he had to kill me. I had no choice but to damage the hotel in order to protect myself. But you also know that it's not so easy for us to control our power, so when the fight started, I tricked Yanfei and ran away. What happened next is what you all know. After I successfully escaped, Yanfei was furious and took out his anger on ordinary people. So this matter has nothing to do with you? Kulun frowned. What Chen Hongyi said was logical, but it was only one-sided. Only Yanfei himself knew whether he was hiding anything. I didn't say that, Chen Hongyi said. I did take action regarding the hotel incident, but I didn't hurt anyone. You can confirm this from the dead people. There was no trace of my power left in them. However, if you insist on pushing the hotel matter to me, I can't do anything about it. It's just that the Chung family castle behind me may not sit idly by. In this matter, Chen Hongyi never violated the regulations, nor did he break the rules or harm ordinary people. What on earth is that thing that you and Yanfei possess that would make him willing to take such a big risk? I have no comment on this. If you want to know, you can investigate it yourself. Kulin's face suddenly turned dark. I'll look into it. After saying that, he looked at Chen Hongyi and asked, Chen Hongyi, what is your attitude towards the increase in spiritual energy in the city this time? I don't like playing dirty behind people's backs. If there is anything, it should be solved openly. It will be good for both of us. Chen Hongyi smiled and said, Captain Ku, you have stumped me. Although I am from Chen Jiabao, I only have an identity. I was kicked out of Chen Jiabao 5 years ago. It was only because of my status as a member of Chen Jiabao that they had to intervene in some aspects to save face. As for the rest, they would not care about me, and I would not get into trouble. As for the affairs of Chen Jiabao, they have nothing to do with me. Chen Hongyi spoke sincerely, and Kulan's expression eased a little. This information was almost consistent with what he had known, so Chen Hongyi was still able to believe it. Then let me ask you, what is your personal attitude? Chen Hongyi waved his hand and said, I am just a middle-aged man who is starting a business. What kind of attitude can I have? Captain Ku, I suddenly have a suggestion. Chen Hongyi said with a smile. Since I will not be involved in the affairs of Chen Jiabao, in other words, we may become friends in some ways. Would you like to be my friend? Kulan rejected his invitation without any consideration. I never make friends with someone I can't see through. If you really want to be friends, you should at least show due sincerity, Chen Hongyi. So far, all I have seen is your hypocrisy in order to hide something. Chen Hongyi smiled helplessly. Captain Ku, I am sincere in being friends with you. I don't want to become the enemy of the Hidden Affairs Department. I hope you're telling the truth. After saying this, Kulan turned and left. After Kulan left, Chen Hongyi sat alone in a chair, looking at the busy employees outside the window with deep eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 30. Interesting Man. Immortal Palace. Ye Chushui began to explain to Mu Chang'an the method of bodybuilding. There are usually two ways for ordinary people to strengthen their bodies. The first is to use external force to open up the meridians and strengthen the body. The second is to open up the meridians and strengthen the body by taking a medicinal bath. At first, I prepared the first method for you because I didn't have the materials to make a medicinal bath, but she looked at the well water with a complicated look in her eyes. The spiritual liquid is mild in nature and contains extremely pure energy. It is the most suitable medicine for bodybuilding. Yet Chu Shui raised his hand and a wooden barrel flew over from somewhere. Now you have two choices. First, I will help you open up your meridians. Second, you can take a medicinal bath to open up your meridians yourself. Let me remind you first that the second method may fail. Yet Chu Shui explained, some people may not be able to endure the pain of bodybuilding, so they may fail. This is a normal phenomenon. How painful is the second method? Mu Chang'an asked carefully. The pain varies from person to person. In my opinion, the pain is not as great as that felt by a cultivator. Mu Chang'an's eyes flickered, and he was a little hesitant. Yet Chu Shui naturally saw his hesitation and spoke slowly. If I take action, I will succeed in one go. However, there is a difference between the two methods. You can judge for yourself which one is better. Cultivation is one's own business. Others can help remind you, but they cannot help you practice. She left the choice to Mu Chang'an because it was his practice. Mu Chang'an was in a dilemma. Of the two methods, he could naturally guess that it would be better to open up the meridians by himself compared to external force. But he is afraid of pain. He is not someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder who has to have a perfect body to show that he is different from others. If you can successfully exercise your body smoothly and comfortably, you don't want to go through the pain and take the risk of failure. Although there are differences between the two methods, he has no problem with it. His practice was purely a hobby. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to get closer to Ye Chu Shui and shorten the distance between them. Both methods, the results are the same. He doesn't want to make things complicated if he can choose stability. So Mu Chang'an was ready to choose the first option, but at this moment, Ye Chu Shui suddenly spoke. When I was training my body, the pain was not severe, so I succeeded in one go. After saying that, she looked at Mu Chang'an, as if to say, you, a man, are not as good as me, a woman. Mu Chang'an knew she was trying to provoke him, but he just fell for it. No matter what I lose, I can't lose to this woman. Isn't it just a pain point? I'll endure it. I choose the second one, Mu Chang'an said with a proud look on his face. A smile of success appeared on Ye Chu Shui's lips. Then he waved his fingers to draw the water out of the well, but there was no response. What's going on? Ye Chu Shui forgot one thing. Whose immortal palace is this? This is Mu Chang'an's immortal residence. Even the restrictions of the immortal palace did not allow her to use the well water. As an outsider, she could not touch the water in the well without Mu Chang'an's permission. Mu Chang'an also sensed through his consciousness that someone wanted to control the well water, and he blinked and looked at Ye Chu Shui. Ye Chu Shui also looked at her, as if telling her to let him give her permission so that she could get in some water. But Mu Chang'an just wouldn't let go, and his eyes were full of smiles as he looked at Ye Chu Shui. If you want to use the well water, you have to ask me for help. The two of them were in a stalemate for a while. Ye Chu Shui couldn't stand Mu Chang'an's expression anymore and couldn't help but kick him. What are you looking at? Go get some water yourself. Mu Chang'an was kicked out, and when he landed, a gust of wind helped him to eliminate the impact, so he was not injured. Seeing the scene, Ye Chu Shui realized a fact. In this very palace, he had no way to deal with Mu Chang'an. Mu Chang'an didn't continue teasing her and ran happily to fetch water. Although it was a physical job, Mu Chang'an did it easily, and in a short while the wooden barrel was filled with spiritual fluid. Ye Chu Shui put one hand into the water and held the other hand in the air as he made a gesture. The originally clear water slowly turned into milky white, and the calm water surface gradually began to boil. Mu Chang'an stared at the wooden barrel in a daze. The boiling water and steam gave him a bad feeling. You don't want him to soak in such high-temperature water. Ye Chu Shui glanced at Mu Chang'an and shouted at him. What are you standing there for? Jump in now. I don't want it. Mu Chang'an screamed on the spot. Such hot water. Are you trying to murder me? He didn't say the word husband. If he did, he would probably die. This is an illusion that the spiritual liquid is emitting energy. The internal temperature is actually not high, Ye Chu Shui explained. Mu Chang'an still didn't move. You must be lying to me. I don't believe you. You're a grown man. I don't know what you're talking about. Ye Chu Shui couldn't bear it anymore, so he grabbed Mu Chang'an, used his magic power to take off his clothes, and threw him in. You! Mu Chang'an screamed, covered his vital parts with his hands and was thrown in. Hiss! As soon as he entered, he couldn't help shouting. Ye Chu Shui did not lie to him. Although the water temperature looked very high, it was actually not that terrible. Soaking in it is actually very comfortable, just like soaking in a hot spring, and all the pores on the body are relaxed. I said it hurt, but I didn't expect it to be so comfortable. However, this comfort only lasted 10 seconds, and Mu Chang'an's face twisted instantly. Oh shit! What is this? His eyes were so wide that they looked like they were about to pop out. The comfortable feeling disappeared in an instant, replaced by indescribable discomfort. It felt like countless ants were crawling on his body. He scratched it frantically with his hands, but the pain did not get better at all. Instead, it got worse. Ye Chu Shui, what is this? I feel so uncomfortable. Mu Chang'an kept scratching his whole body. Your body is already absorbing the energy from the medicinal bath. Maintain the state and silently recite the technique I gave you. Mu Chang'an didn't listen. He subconsciously wanted to get up and escape from this feeling, but Ye Chu Shui pushed him back hard. If you can't even bear this little pain, you're not a man. Damn, you don't feel any pain in your waist when you talk while standing. Come and try it. Mu Chang'an cried and glared at her. Ye Chu Shui looked at him with disdain. The pain I endured when I was training my body was far greater than what you are feeling now. Mu Chang'an said nothing more. Oh shit. Isn't it just a little uncomfortable? In order not to be despised, Mu Chang'an simply closed his eyes, put aside all distracting thoughts, and silently recited the exercises. Just like this, half an hour passed, and Mu Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes. The pain cannot be described in words. It felt like countless needles were piercing his entire body at the same time, and the pain was so severe that he almost fainted. It hurts so much. Hold on. Ye Chushui also understood Mu Chang'an's pain, and said with a hint of encouragement, now is the final stage of bone breaking. Whether it will succeed depends on whether you can get through it. Mu Chang'an gritted his teeth. The severe pain made him lose consciousness from head to body. His head floated on the water, but the part below the neck seemed to have been cut off, and he couldn't feel anything. Ku Ye Chushui, if I die here in pain today, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Didn't you say it didn't hurt that much? I believed your lies. Please be patient. Your meridians have just been opened up, and your muscles and bones are extremely weak. The longer you hold on, the more benefits you will gain. Seeing Mu Chang'an cursing, Ye Chushui for the first time didn't care and encouraged him. Mu Chang'an suffered from severe pain, which was a necessary process to open up the meridians on his own. However, the medicine Mu Chang'an used this time was different. There is no doubt that spiritual liquid is the best material for medicine. But the energy of the spiritual liquid is too terrifying. If the liquid is used as the main ingredient, the pain during body training will increase exponentially. This is a double-edged sword. The stronger the power, the more painful the training will be. It is precisely because of this that even people who have the conditions to use spiritual liquid usually do not choose to use spiritual liquid to strengthen their bodies. It hurts so much. There is also a probability of failure, which is not worth it. This is where she failed in the beginning. When she first started practicing, she did not have the strong willpower she has now. The pain brought by the spiritual liquid was unbearable for her, so she changed to other medicines. After changing to other medicinal ingredients, she succeeded in strengthening her body at once, without any deception. The reason why I didn't say this was because I wanted to make Mu Chang'an suffer a little. Now, seeing Mu Chang'an gritting his teeth and resisting desperately, he felt a little guilty. If you fail to persist, it will leave an indelible impression in your heart, and you may become afraid of practicing, which will lead to your inability to practice. Ye Chushui, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations, and it doesn't hurt. I'm dying. Mu Chang'an was still cursing there. Now he is in so much pain that he has lost his mind. The reason why he was still conscious was entirely because of his anger towards Ye Chushui. Damn! Is this something a human can endure? As time passed, Mu Chang'an felt his consciousness becoming increasingly dim. It was as if there was a voice echoing in my ears. Go to sleep! Go to sleep! The pain will go away if you fall asleep. Mu Chang'an wanted to fall asleep just like that, but at this moment, a pair of cold eyes appeared in front of him. There was a look of superiority and pride, as well as disdainful indifference in those eyes. Mu Chang'an will always remember this look. It was a look Ye Chushui gave him when he first looked at her. I've long been fed up with this look. Mu Chang'an roared in his heart, and his originally immersed consciousness suddenly glowed with a powerful vitality. Sleep on me. Get up and have fun. Sooner or later, he would turn these eyes into shyness and deep love. He wants Ye Chushui to become his wife. This will make his mind clear instantly. If we fail at this step, what's the point of dreaming? The technique operated on its own, and the energy of the spiritual fluid continuously entered his body, flowing to the meridians throughout the body, tempering every muscle and bone. Mu Chang'an had a distinct feeling that his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Ye Chushui thought Mu Chang'an couldn't hold on any longer and was ready to rescue him. Unexpectedly, Mu Chang'an suddenly burst out with willpower and forced himself to get through it. Her eyes were full of surprise. It turns out, I got through it. Mu Chang'an did what she had never done before. This man is obviously just an ordinary person. Why does he have such willpower? For the first time, Ye Chushui began to look at Mu Chang'an as an equal. Those bright eyes were always looking at the determined figure in the barrel, with only one thought in his mind. Funny man. Chapter 31, Fourth Level of Body Forging. Mu Chang'an didn't know when he lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he found himself lying on his bed at home. He sat up and looked around. His head felt like a mess, and his vision was blurry. Woke up? Ye Chushui noticed the movement behind him and turned to look at him. Mu Chang'an opened his eyes and saw Ye Chushui still sitting in front of the computer as usual, with a web drama playing on the screen behind him. I remember I was practicing just now. Why? Mu Chang'an covered his forehead, trying to recall, but felt a sharp pain. Ye Chushui glanced at him and said, You passed out after you successfully forged your body. Since it was your first time forging your body was very weak, and it was not suitable for you to stay in the immortal palace. So I brought you back. Mu Chang'an suddenly understood and remembered everything. Then he glared at Ye Chushui and questioned, Ye Chushui, you said it wouldn't hurt that much, so what happened? He became furious when he thought of the pain he had experienced before. It's almost killing me. Do you know that? Although he knew that he could not die in the immortal palace, he still felt a lingering fear. That kind of pain is simply unbearable for a human being. Ye Chushui must be held accountable for this matter. Otherwise, if I am dealt with in this unclear way again in the future, will I still be able to survive? Ye Chushui's eyelashes trembled slightly, and a trace of guilt flashed in her eyes when she looked at Mu Chang'an. I was inconsiderate in this matter. I apologize. Sorry. Ye Chushui's tone was very gentle. She was really apologizing. Forehead. Mu Chang'an didn't expect her to apologize directly, and he didn't know what to say next. Ye Chushui had a very proud personality. To her surprise, such a proud person took the initiative to apologize. Her anger instantly dissipated by half. What to do after this? I don't know. Then tell me what happened and why it hurt so much. Mu Chang'an still wanted to understand the reason. That kind of pain was definitely not normal. If I have to go through this kind of pain every time I practice, it doesn't matter if this immortal doesn't practice. In fact, although using spiritual fluid to strengthen the body is the most effective, the pain is also the most intense. Many people in Kyushu will choose to give up even if they have such conditions. Compared with other medicinal ingredients, the spiritual liquid bodybuilding can only increase a little bit of basic ability. Without the spiritual liquid, the lack of basic ability can be made up by other medicinal materials in the future. I didn't explain this point. I'm sorry. Ye Chu Shui told what she had concealed. Huh? Mu Chang'an looked depressed. It seemed that this woman had kept silent on purpose in order to trick him. So I was deceived so badly by you, and you just apologize and that's it? Ye Chu Shui bit her lower lip, her eyes flickered, and there was a hint of stubbornness in her tone. Acid, it's true that I hid something from you, but I didn't lie to you. Mu Chang'an was speechless for a moment. Ye Chu Shui really didn't lie to him. He didn't want to be outdone by Ye Chu Shui, so he chose the second method to show off. But can this matter just be left like this? I don't care. I'm in so much pain, you have to be responsible for me. Mu Chang'an glared. How to be responsible? When Ye Chu Shui said this, he himself felt a little unbelievable. Mu Chang'an had the choice, and she had also been told that it would cause pain. Why should she be responsible now? I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I think about it. Mu Chang'an's eyes rolled around, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ye Chu Shui suddenly had a bad feeling, as if she was going to be eaten by this man. No, no, no. What is she thinking about? Although Mu Chang'an has now reached the 4th level of body forging, his strength is still very weak. If anyone dared to make excessive demands, she naturally had the right to refuse, let alone coercion. If Mu Chang'an dares to get ahead of me, I'll just punch him in the head. Thinking of this, she felt relieved. Before this, I didn't think you would force your way through, so I planned to take action when you failed, but your behavior exceeded my expectations. Not only did you succeed, you also advanced 4 levels. Your current realm is the 4th level of body forging. Ye Chu Shui sighed, feeling a little resentful that he couldn't express. What is this called? He got the advantage, but still made her take responsibility. You know, she couldn't bear the pain of the spiritual liquid when she was training her body before. But this man managed to pull through, and her inner pride subconsciously made her not want to admit it. If I could kill this stinky man, I would have killed him with my sword long ago. Why would I bother myself here? After hearing what Ye Chu Shui said, Mu Chang'an felt that his body had become different. Although he looks weak, his whole body is full of strength. The most obvious thing is the skin. I used to have a few small pimples on my back, but now they are gone. It has become smoother and even cleaner than a woman's. Speaking of which, where are his clothes? Mu Chang'an looked around, but couldn't find his clothes. Ye Chu Shui, you didn't forget my clothes in the immortal mansion, did you? Speaking of this, Ye Chu Shui's face flushed with shame and anger. I'm lucky enough to carry you back. Why should I get clothes for you? Fastris gastris ki, you must have seen my entire body. Mu Chang'an cried. Whoa, my innocence. With your fragile body, what's wrong with me seeing it? Ye Chu Shui suddenly felt a sense of pleasure, as if he had taken revenge. Didn't you look at my body before? Now I'm looking back at you. What's the big deal? Mu Chang'an didn't know what to say for a moment. Is this the thinking of a great immortal cultivator? He didn't mind being seen naked by others, as it wouldn't hurt him anyway. Then turn around. I need to get up and put on my clothes. Mu Chang'an shouted at Ye Chu Shui out of shame. Because Ye Chu Shui was dissatisfied with Mu Chang'an's arrogant attitude before, she didn't obey and stared at Mu Chang'an. Your short, skinny body is not something you can let others see? Mu Chang'an was furious on the spot. You actually said I'm short? Ye Chu Shui cast a look of contempt, and that look made him understand. You want to see it, right? I'll let you see it clearly. Mu Chang'an gritted his teeth and stood up from the bed abruptly. The sheets on his body immediately slipped off, revealing his muscular body. After body training, his body is indeed whiter than a woman's skin. Ye Chu Shui's eyes widened, and considering their previous positions, her gaze was fixed directly on Mu Chang'an. In just 3 seconds, Ye Chu Shui's roar and Mu Chang'an's screams were heard in the room. Mu Chang'an, go to hell! Mu Chang'an put on his clothes and got up from the ground. The pain from bodybuilding was made worse by being beaten by Ye Chu Shui. Woohoo! It was obviously you who wanted to watch it. Why did you hit me? Mu Chang'an glared at Ye Chu Shui in dissatisfaction. After reaching the 4th level of body forging, his ability to withstand attacks has been greatly improved. He could feel that Ye Chu Shui's strength was gradually increasing. Perhaps he realized this. Perhaps Ye Chu Shui agreed to teach him cultivation just for this reason. You scoundrel, you rogue. Ye Chu Shui cursed without hesitation. Look at what time it is. Why don't you go cook? She pointed at the time on the computer. Mu Chang'an looked over and saw that it was already past 9 o'clock. He had been unconscious for at least 4 hours before that. I'm so tired today. I don't want to cook. Mu Chang'an was dejected. He had just tasted the hardships of cultivation, and he really didn't want to bother himself with cooking anymore. How about you do it? He looked at Ye Chu Shui with shining eyes. I can't. Ye Chu Shui looked at him coldly. You can't even cook. You're useless. Mu Chang'an muttered. Why should I learn how to cook if I am an immortal? Ye Chu Shui glared at him fiercely. Forget it. I knew I couldn't count on you. Mu Chang'an waved his hand. Let's go out to eat today. I'll take you to a restaurant. Chapter 32. Strawberries are so sweet. I'll take you to a restaurant today. After Mu Chang'an finished speaking, he looked at Ye Chu Shui as if waiting for her response. Okay. Ye Chu Shui agreed without thinking. Yeah, it has been 4 or 5 days since I last went out, and I want to go out and see the colorful world again. When getting ready to go out, Ye Chu Shui ran to the room and changed his clothes. Mu Chang'an looked Ye Chu Shui up and down, blinked, and was full of shock. Why did you change your clothes? Which one did you change before? The last time I went clothes shopping, I bought 2 sets. One set was a JK uniform and white over-the-knee socks. The other set is what Ye Chushui is wearing now, a black suit with an OL skirt, giving her the feeling of a white-collar worker in the workplace. This outfit is completely different from the previous JK style, but when worn by Ye Chushui, there is no feeling of abnormality at all. One is pure and beautiful, the other is mature and seductive. Both have their own characteristics and are very beautiful. I washed it, Ye Chushui answered casually. I've worn it for a few days. It's so dirty. The concentration of spiritual energy in this world is too low, and the dust in the air is increasing every moment. Clothes become dirty after just a few days of wearing. Don't you have the cleaning skill? Mu Chang'an was a little confused. Such a useful method is not used? He hadn't smelled any strange smell in the house in the past few days, and thought it was because of Ye Chushui. If you want to understand everything in this world, how can you experience it if you keep using magic? Ye Chushui glanced at him. In fact, the fundamental reason was that when she wore that dress before, many people were looking at her. This time, change your clothes and see if the effect is different. But the result is obvious. There will definitely be more people watching this time than last time. Sure enough, as the two of them walked on the road, Ye Chushui was very troubled by the gazes coming from all around. Men in your world are so shameless. If they stare at women like this, they will have their eyes gouged out sooner or later in Juzhou. Ye Chushui frowned and spoke in a cold tone. Mu Chang'an looked at Ye Chushui, who was standing aside. The latter had an angry expression and clenched his tender little hands into fists, trying hard to resist the urge to take action. Mu Chang'an felt very satisfied with her like this. This means that she has begun to accept the concepts of this world and is trying to integrate into society. Mu Chang'an walked side by side with Ye Chushui and said with a smile, "We call this appreciating beautiful things. In fact, many people just take a look. Even though they have desires in their hearts, they will not take action. At most, they will go home to vent. No one will come and make themselves bored. I look at the history of this world. The gap between ancient times and modern times is so huge. Why did it become like this? Compared to the cultivation world in Juzhou, it always looks the same, practicing, seeking the truth." Mu Chang'an didn't know how to answer. I can't explain this question, but I know one thing. Such a modern society is the result of the efforts of our ancestors. It is because of their endless exploration and their actions to put their longing for a better life that we have today's prosperity. A prosperous age? Ye Chushui murmured to himself. Yes, it's a prosperous era, the kind that can't be exchanged for a dozen cultivation worlds. Mu Chang'an nodded affirmatively. Ye Chushui wanted to refute Mu Chang'an's words. How could the cultivation world be as unbearable as Mu Chang'an said? But he suddenly got stuck in the middle of his words. Because he thought of mobile phones, computers, and cars. Items like this, each one has unimaginable uses. It is because of this that she becomes curious about this world. Such a prosperous era is hard to describe in words. Mu Chang'an found a noodle shop that he often went to. "Boss, give me a bowl of beef noodles with 2 eggs, okay?" The boss obviously knew Mu Chang'an and smiled at him. "What do you want to eat?" Mu Chang'an turned to Ye Chushui and asked. Ye Chushui pointed at the menu. "Pork rib noodles." Mu Chang'an shouted, "Boss, another bowl of pork chop noodles, no egg, more pork ribs." "Okay." The boss was very straightforward and had no objection to this request. After all, it was the first time he saw someone as beautiful as Ye Chushui. She was pleasing to the eyes and might even bring more customers to the store, so he was naturally willing to put more ribs in. While the two were waiting, Mu Chang'an discovered that many people were secretly looking at Ye Chushui and casting jealous glances at him. It was the first time for him to receive such a look. What should he say? Very cool. It feels so good. In the past, he had always watched other couples get together, but now it was his turn to endure this pain. While the two were waiting for the noodles to be served, several people took out their phones to take pictures, only to find that the screens had gone dark. Those people were all fiddling with their phones. How come they suddenly broke? Seeing this, Mu Chang'an turned to Ye Chushui. Ye Chushui didn't look at the surrounding situation. "Don't worry, I didn't damage their things." Mu Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief, then sighed. "Although I want to be low-key, but with your looks, how can I be low-key?" Maybe it was because Ye Chushui was pretty. Their faces changed much faster than others. After a while, Ye Chushui had the hot pork ribs noodles. She took a sip first, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Tasty. After eating several mouthfuls, she felt that eating noodles with chopsticks was too slow. So she put down her chopsticks and picked up the bowl with both hands. Mu Chang'an realized something was wrong when Ye Chushui brought the bowl and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. She picked up the bowl and poured it into her mouth. Gulp, gulp. She swallowed the whole bowl of pork ribs noodles, along with the ribs and soup. At this moment, all the people eating in the noodle shop stopped what they were doing, and the look they gave Ye Chushui was no longer filled with desire, but rather, it was like looking at a monster. Cold sweat broke out on Mu Chang'an's forehead. After Ye Chushui finished a bowl of pork chop noodles, he looked at Mu Chang'an and asked slowly, "Can I have another bowl?" Mu Chang'an. "Boss, another bowl of pork rib noodles, but with less pork ribs this time." Mu Chang'an was stunned for a while and shouted. While looking at her, he asked quietly, "Who told you to eat noodles like this, swallowing all the bones? Do you want others to treat you as a monster?" Ye Chushui ignored him. "I saw those people in the video eat like this." She remembered those people were called food bloggers? Mu Chang'an was a little upset. They didn't drink the bones. Also, it was such a big bowl of steaming soup, and you drank it without any expression on your face. I told you to keep a low profile. Ye Chushui frowned slightly. Be careful next time. Mu Chang'an shook his head and sighed. In fact, Ye Chushui also ate like this at home, but he didn't expect that he would still do the same outside. Perhaps it was because other people's gazes were too strange. Mu Chang'an didn't have the inclination to chew his noodles slowly. He finished his noodles in a hurry and fled away with Ye Shui. The two walked on the neon-lit street, and Ye Shui gradually got used to the gazes from people. Aren't they just some glances with a hint of desire? This kind of gaze reminded him of the covetous looks those evil demons and monsters had cast upon her before she grew up in Juzhou. Compared to this, the desires of those men were nothing more than that. What is that red fruit? Ye Shui suddenly pointed to a glass cabinet. That's a strawberry, and the one underneath is a cake. So together they make a strawberry cake. Mu Chang'an said with a smile. If you want to eat it, you can buy one and take it home. Didn't you say that your savings had hit rock bottom? Ye Shui looked at him puzzled. Based on what he had learned in the past few days, he also had a certain understanding of Mu Chang'an. He is still a student. According to his understanding of the students in this world, he is equivalent to the outer disciples of some third-rate sects in Juzhou. They receive a corresponding salary every month to maintain their lives and practice. But Mu Chang'an is a little different. He did not ask for a salary, but chose to earn this salary through his own labor and efforts. Therefore, he did not ask his family for living expenses, and all his living expenses were supported by taking orders and working part-time. I asked Mu Chang'an why, because according to the laws of this world, parents should be obliged to raise their children to graduation. It's like the sect has the obligation to pay salaries to its disciples. But Mu Chang'an said that he wanted independence. According to Mu Chang'an, he stopped asking his parents for money after he turned 18. All subsequent expenses were met using the New Year's money saved from the previous 18 years. Ye Shui also thought that maybe he had a conflict with his family, so he refused to accept the salary. But Mu Chang'an shook his head firmly. There was no conflict. Instead, Mu Chang'an had a very harmonious relationship with his family. His parents would call him from time to time to ask about his situation during this period. Every time he asks me how my food is, whether I have lost weight, and whether I need money. Mu Chang'an would refuse every time, naturally because he wanted to be independent. Besides, given his current situation, it is not necessary. However, now with the incident of Ye Shui, just going out to buy clothes almost made his savings dry up, which shows Mu Chang'an's current financial situation. Mu Chang'an smiled slightly. You don't know that every man has his own little treasury, which is the so-called private money. That money was originally intended to be used to date a girlfriend and support a wife. I spent your money, but I'm not your girlfriend. Ye Shui suddenly became alert. I know. These are all borrowed from you. Mu Chang'an chuckled. Just tell me what you like, as long as it's not too expensive, and I can afford it with my little treasury for now. Ye Shui didn't act pretentiously. Since he had already borrowed a lot of money, he didn't mind borrowing a little more. Anyway, it will be paid back sooner or later. After buying a strawberry cake, Ye Shui started eating it on the spot. Mu Chang'an discovered that Ye Shui had the attribute of a foodie, and unconsciously looked at her stomach. The practitioner's body just doesn't want to eat that much every day. But his weight doesn't seem to increase at all. Don't eat it all by yourself. Leave some for me. Mu Chang'an saw that the cake he just bought was almost finished, and the corners of his mouth twitched. I want to eat too. Give me some. Mu Chang'an said. Ah. He opened his mouth and went over. Ye Shui subconsciously put the cake into her mouth. As soon as she made the move, she realized something and wanted to take it back. But Mu Chang'an did not give her the chance to take it back and bit it off. It tastes really good. I spent a lot of money on it. Mu Chang'an seemed to be completely unaware and recalled the taste of the cake. Ye Shui stared blankly at the spoon that Mu Chang'an had licked for a long time and gave him the rest of the cake. I ate it, and the rest is yours. Oh. Mu Chang'an took the cake and ate it with relish. The strawberry cake is indeed very sweet. Chapter 33. Ye Shui's infatuation. Time flies, and it is the weekend. Mu Chang'an is preparing to go out to do a part-time job. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be off work at 6 p.m. You'll be home alone, so be careful and don't break anything. Before Mu Chang'an left, he warned Ye Shui. Also, be careful with your neighbors. Don't let them see you using magic. I understand? Ye Shui glanced at him. She felt like she was being treated like a child. Was this man looking down on her? Why don't you leave quickly? Ye Shui frowned and started to chase people away, as if he would be unable to resist hitting someone if he looked at Mu Chang'an for one more second. It's not a normal job. It's just a part-time job. It's okay to be late for a while. Mu Chang'an continued to chat with Ye Shui about this and that, and they barely managed to chat for a while. I'm leaving. Don't miss me. Mu Chang'an went downstairs with Ye Shui's murderous look in his eyes. Not long after Mu Chang'an left, Ye Shui ran to the window and watched Mu Chang'an's back as he walked away. I felt a little puzzled. This man would not be back all day, so why would I want to see his back? I shook my head, threw away all these distracting thoughts, and turned back to watching the drama. The drama I watched today was Anti-Japanese Heroes. It all started when I was searching for information online and saw someone discussing the drama very heatedly. It seemed like they were arguing about who was better at tearing the Japanese apart with bare hands, having strong chest muscles, smashing eggs from a distance, or using car fighting techniques. Ye Shui was very interested in their conversation. It turned out that there were such methods in this world, some of which were even more powerful than those of ordinary cultivators. Puyang City, Shibai Community. Chang'an, you're a little late today. Mu Chang'an walked into the express delivery station, and a middle-aged man in work clothes just came out holding a box. Sorry, Uncle Chen. Something delayed me today, so I'm late. It's okay. There's a lot of cargo today. Go unload it. Chen Hongyi put down the box and smiled heartily at Mu Chang'an. I'm in good spirits today. Let's do a good job. Got it, Uncle Chen. Mu Chang'an ran into the warehouse and started working. Mu Chang'an plays games and takes orders at home from Monday to Friday and comes to the express delivery storage station to help out part-time on weekends. He was paid daily wages of 200 yuan a day, and Uncle Chen took good care of him. He had been working there for almost 2 months. Halfway through, Chen Hongyi saw Mu Chang'an working hard to carry the express and spoke. Xiaoan, come work with me after you graduate. Although my job here is a bit tiring, there is still room for advancement. Don't underestimate the express delivery business. Thank you, Uncle Chen. After all, my major is not suitable for this field. I have some ideas after graduation. I will answer you after I have thought it through. Mu Chang'an studied mechanical and electrical engineering, but he wanted to work in digital media. Xu Yu and Xie Yang both had ideas in this regard, so he planned to try to teach himself and develop a game on his own. I am still 2 years away from graduation in my sophomore year, so I still have relatively enough time. Okay, young people should go out and explore more. I will always keep a place for you here. Chen Hongyi smiled and looked at Mu Chang'an kindly as if he was looking at his own junior. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Mu Chang'an thanked him again. Chen Hongyi seemed to treat him not like a boss, but like an elder, which touched him deeply. Mu Chang'an didn't say much, ran into the warehouse and started moving the goods. There was really a lot of cargo today, and he kept unloading it until noon before he sat down to rest. Sweat flowed down his forehead. He wiped his back with a tissue and fanned himself by holding his collar with one hand. He didn't feel tired, but felt very comfortable. After all, he is now a cultivator at the 4th level of body forging. So moving dozens of kilograms of goods is a piece of cake for him. Xiaoan, come and have a drink of water. Chen Hongyi came up from behind Mu Chang'an and handed him a bottle of Nongfu Spring. Chen Hongyi sat down next to Mu Chang'an, looking at him, sweating profusely, and couldn't help laughing. There was so much work this morning. I see you hardly had a rest. You must be tired. He takes care of Mu Chang'an because he likes Mu Chang'an's work attitude. He is very down to earth, sticks to his duties, works seriously, and never complains about being tired. In today's working environment, there are almost no people who don't work and slack off, especially college students. Mu Chang'an took the water with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Chen. These are what I should do. You do as much work as you get paid. This is Mu Chang'an's work creed. Since Uncle Chen treats him well, he must do his job well. Uncle Chen, I brought some water with me. You can drink it. He took out a thermos, unscrewed it, and drank from it in big gulps. Ever since he drank the water from the Immortal Palace, he didn't want to drink any other water. Every time I go out to work part-time, I bring a bottle with me. It is not only cool and refreshing, but also can relieve fatigue. After taking a bite, Mu Chang'an smacked his lips in a satisfaction. It's really delicious. Chen Hongyi glanced at Mu Chang'an's water cup for a moment longer, then looked away. Shangan, we have a lot of goods today, and we may have to work overtime in the afternoon. Can you stay? Don't worry, the overtime pay you deserve will be there. Okay. Mu Chang'an couldn't refuse, so he nodded and agreed. In fact, he wanted to go home earlier, but it was okay to earn an extra $100. After taking a break for lunch and before going to work, Mu Chang'an used his mobile phone to send a message to his computer at home. Are you there? Exist. The person who replied was, of course, Ye Chu Shui. She was alone at home, concentrating on studying knowledge on the computer. What are you doing? Mu Chang'an asked. Watch the video. Have you eaten yet? Before leaving in the morning, he prepared the meals and put them in the refrigerator, so he only had to take them out and heat them up before eating. Have eaten. Ye Chu Shui replied to 3 messages in a row very quickly. Ever since she learned how to type, she liked the feeling of typing on the keyboard. Something unexpected happened today. I have to work overtime tonight, so I will be back late. Because he was too lazy to type, Mu Chang'an used voice. There is a piece of hind leg meat in the freezer. Take it out and thaw it first. I will come back tonight to make you some fish-flavored, shredded pork. Good. Her replies were very brief, probably because she was concentrating on watching the video. Mu Chang'an thought of this. A smile appeared on his face and he sent another voice message. By the way, the clothes on the balcony should be dry. Can you help collect them? Ye Chu Shui sat in front of the computer, typing back messages, clicking on the incoming voice messages, and listening to Mu Chang'an's voice, feeling a very novel feeling. Although they are far apart, they can communicate with each other through a machine without any spiritual energy. This kind of method is really clever. She even admired the people who created such things. Ordinary people could use them easily. No wonder there were no powerful practitioners in this world. Everything is so convenient. Why do people still want to become immortals? With this in mind, he suddenly had a strange feeling, as if there was a thick fog covering the eyes. As long as he pushed away the fog, he would be able to find a new path. After practicing for many years, this is the first time I have such an understanding. Why can't I send voice messages? Ye Chu Shui was confused. Well, it's very simple. Just put on headphones, Mu Chang'an explained, and then Ye Chu Shui actually put it into practice. Oh, can you hear me? Ye Chu Shui repeated. Can you hear me? Still silent. Can you hear me or not? This time her voice got louder. Mu Chang'an stopped teasing her. Why are you yelling so loudly? I can hear you. Then why didn't you reply to me just now? I want to hear your voice more. Mu Chang'an answered without hesitation. Go to hell. Ye Chu Shui sent Mu Chang'an an emoji of a bloody sword. I'm dead.jpd. Mu Chang'an also sent an emoji in response. Ye Chu Shui found it somewhat amusing, so he replied with an emoticon of Director Jin holding a 30-meter-long sword. Mu Chang'an also found it very interesting. Ye Chu Shui had finished reading all the emoticons in his collection and actually started a battle of emoticons with him. As a fan of Kim Guan-song, he was naturally not afraid of a fight and sent a series of emoticons in succession. Among them, there was one with panda eyes pretending to be a fairy, which made Ye Chu Shui instantly angry, and he slammed the table. The force was so great that the table was almost broken. The two of them worked tirelessly on their drawings. Before they knew it, the break was over, but Mu Chang'an still felt a little unsatisfied. I'm not going to play anymore. I'm going to go to work. Remember to put away the clothes. On the other side, in the rental house, Ye Shui looked at Mu Chang'an's gray profile picture and felt something was wrong. She actually felt a little fascinated by it. This feeling made her realize something was wrong instantly. With her personality, she shouldn't have such feelings. But why? After thinking for a while, I understood. The 1,000 years of practice before made her a little bored, and the sudden exposure to so many interesting things made her a little addicted. Yet Shui suddenly realized this. His pupils contracted, and after thinking for a while, he made a decision. Afterwards, Ye Shui's expression returned to the cold expression he had when he first met Mu Chang'an. Chapter 34. Wanted, Puyang City, inside the Hidden Affairs Bureau. As Kulan listened to Xia Yuchan and Guloyang's reports, his expression became increasingly gloomy. Haven't you found anyone yet? Since Yan Fei escaped, he seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. We have been searching for him for 2 days, but have not found any trace of him. Guloyang looked at the palm of his hand. Yan Fei must have a treasure with hidden aura in his hand. During the previous battle, he installed coordinates on him, but now he can't observe the direction of the coordinates. There is only one reason for this situation. Yan Fei used some means to cover up his coordinates. I had people blockade Puyang City in advance. Now there is no news from there. The Yan Fei people must still be in the city. Sister Lan continued with her head down. Expand the search area to the entire Puyang City. No matter what method we use, as long as he is still in the city, we will be able to find him. Kulan seemed determined. I will send more people to assist you, and at the same time I will issue a reward for Yan Fei. Anyone who can provide clues will be rewarded handsomely. Guloyang's face became serious. Issuing a bounty order? Will the Huoyan sect? Don't worry about the Huoyan sect. Kulan said firmly. Based on what Yan Fei did before, if the Huoyan sect dares to protect him, things will not be so simple. Guloyang seemed to have thought of something and breathed a sigh of relief. Given the strength of the Hidden Affairs Bureau, the Huoyan clan would not completely turn against the Hidden Affairs Bureau for the sake of a criminal. We must catch Yan Fei before he causes another casualty. Yes, the two answered in unison, and then began to patrol the entire city to find Yan Fei's whereabouts. On the other side, inside a single apartment, a man covered in flames is stepping on a man's head. The man looked around as if examining something and nodded with satisfaction. This room is great. I'll take it. Woo, woo. The man on the ground had eyes full of fear. His mouth was taped so he couldn't speak, and he could only shake his body in resistance. But his resistance seemed extremely weak, and the man who was stepping on him did not move at all, without being affected at all. You don't agree? Yan Fei looked down at the man holding a ball of fire in his hand. As a mortal, you dare to refuse my invitation. The man's face twisted, and he threw the flames directly at the man. The man screamed in agony, but because his mouth was sealed, he couldn't shout out. After a while, the man's body was burned by the flames, leaving behind a charred remains. Yan Fei's face was fierce, and he rubbed his hands. It's your blessing that I like this place, and you dare to object. This is the result. Afterwards, Yan Fei walked around the room, went to the refrigerator, took out the milk, and drank it in big gulps. Then he lay down on the soft sofa, turned on the TV, and started watching, just like he was at home. After watching TV for a while, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. After the call was connected, before Yan Fei could say anything, an extremely angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Yan Fei, look at what you have done. His voice was hoarse, like that of an old man, but his tone was full of energy and sounded majestic. Why are you breaking the rules? Yan Fei showed a dissatisfied expression. Isn't it just to deal with some onlookers? That B*************. Di Chen Hongyi deceived me. Why did you attack Chen Hongyi? The other party's voice sounded very angry. Don't you know his identity and who is behind him? Who made the thing in his hand so tempting? Yan Fei curled his lips. He actually wanted to use that thing to trade with me. Haha, is he worthy? Yan Fei, do you know your current situation? The Hidden Affairs Department has issued a warrant for your arrest. If you are caught, no one can save you. I know, so I haven't been caught. Yan Fei showed no fear at all and said shamelessly, how could that bunch of scum catch me? Don't be too complacent. The people in the Hidden Affairs Department are not as simple as you think. If you keep this attitude, you will always pay the price. Yan Fei thought of the two women, Xia Yuchan and Guloyang, and his expression instantly twisted. I admit that those two girls from the Hidden Affairs Department caused me a lot of trouble. But what I said before is the truth. It's absolutely impossible to catch me. Yan Fei laughed. You old man, those people from the Hidden Affairs Department must be looking for me all over the street. Isn't this a good opportunity? You must be very interested in the reason why the spiritual energy has increased. Isn't this a good opportunity to explore? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. The whole city has been sealed off now. You can't leave for the time being. I have asked people to block the site of the Hidden Affairs Department. As long as you don't mess around, come back after a while when everything is calm. Yan Fei can be caught, but the things in his hands cannot fall into the hands of the Hidden Affairs Bureau. This is the consensus among all members of the Huoyan sect. Come back? Yan Fei laughed on the spot. You asked me to come back, old man. Do you really think I'm stupid? Why did you come back? Come back so I can give you something. You old man, why don't you just dream? As soon as I come back, if you don't control me, I will be useless once you get the things. By then, you will either hand me over to the Hidden Affairs Department or cripple me and leave me to die. Yan Fei laughed cruelly. He knew all too well what those people were thinking. How is it possible to trick him into going back? You still have the identity of the Fire Clan. As long as you give us the things, we won't do anything to you, the voice on the other end advised. I got these things by my own ability. If you want them, you can exchange them for the heart of the blazing sun. Yan Fei, don't go too far. Damn, old man, am I being too much? Yanfei gritted his teeth and said, "That thing should have belonged to me, but you actually used some bullshit reason that my character was not qualified for the appraisal and refused to give it to me. Since you won't give it to me, I can only get it by my own means. I got this with my own ability, so you can't say anything about it. Yanfei, you have become possessed by a demon." The voice on the other end of the phone sighed heavily. "Possessed by demons?" Yanfei laughed disdainfully. "You guys are the demons. You obviously have such powerful strength, but you have to hide it. You obviously can live an upright life, but you are timid and can't even take action against those ordinary ant people. You are possessed by demons." After saying that, Yanfei hung up the phone. "Aturum, you old man, you want to use the phone to track me?" Yanfei smiled contemptuously. "Even if you find me, you can't catch me." Chapter 35. Dangerous Sights. The afternoon work was busy. Mu Chang'an has already reached the 4th level of bodybuilding. His physique is completely different from that of an ordinary person. After working for an entire afternoon without resting, he feels more and more energetic without any sign of fatigue. "Chang'an, are you okay today?" During the break, a colleague looked at Mu Chang'an as if he was a monster. "Why are you as strong as a bull today? You have been working without stopping." Mu Chang'an turned around and said, "Is there? Chang'an, listen to my advice. There is always work to do, and health is the most important thing. Come and slack off together." Mu Chang'an put down the more than 10 kilograms of goods in his hand, looked at him and shook his head. "I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Finish moving your things early so you can go home early." "Why do you want to get off work so early?" "No one's waiting for you at home." The man came over and put his arm around Mu Chang'an's shoulders. "We're all single, so why are you in such a hurry to go home? Are you playing games or playing with your hands?" Mu Chang'an smiled. Of course he would not say that Ye Chushui was waiting for him at home. The two chatted for a while and Chen Hongyi walked in. He was a little surprised when he saw the goods that had been processed. "You finished it so quickly. Thank you for your hard work. It's all Chang'an's credit. He did the most work today." The colleague didn't take credit for it, but pushed Mu Chang'an's shoulder and said with a smile. Chen Hongyi looked at Mu Chang'an unexpectedly, with a hint of realization in his eyes. He walked over and patted the dust off Mu Chang'an like a boss who cares about his subordinates. Not bad, Chang'an. You did a great job today." "Boss, what about me?" The colleague pointed at himself. "I'm tired too. You are okay." Chen Hongyi pondered for a while. Now, my colleague's face immediately darkened. Chen Hongyi ignored it and spoke to Mu Chang'an again. "Chang'an, the express station still has some items that need to be delivered to your door. If you have time, can I give them to you to send off?" Well, Mu Chang'an knew that there were not many items and they could be delivered in an hour. However, if he agreed, it would mean that he would not be able to go home for another hour. He wants to go home early. Chen Hongyi seemed to see through his thoughts and patted his shoulder and smiled. "Chang'an, I have transferred today's salary to you, 400 yen. After delivering these goods, go home and have a good rest." When Mu Chang'an heard that there was 400 yen today, he immediately became energetic. "It's just one more hour. Done. Uncle Chen, I'll go and take it right away." He thanked Chen Hongyi and then ran to deliver the goods. A colleague watching the scene couldn't help but say to Chen Hongyi, "Boss, you wouldn't go to such lengths to win people over." He looked a little dissatisfied. "Working one more hour gets me an extra 100 yen. I work so hard and only get 200 or 300 yen a day. What is this? This is discrimination." The colleague had a sad face and showed no respect to the boss. Boss Chen, when will you give me a raise?" Chen Hongyi's smile disappeared, and he looked at his colleague's face. "What do you know? This is called investment. Don't you see that Chang'an's body is special? How could I not see it? He must have just awakened recently. He wasn't like this before." The colleague squinted his eyes and said, "Judging from his performance, he should be a power type. I just don't know what his specific abilities are and whether he has any flaws. However, power type ones generally have good development potential. Judging from the state of Mu Chang'an's work today, he is probably still growing. I think the awakened ability will not be too ordinary." Chen Hongyi smiled and nodded. "So, Chang'an is so capable. What's wrong with giving him a higher salary? They earn their money based on their own abilities, so they feel at ease with it. Unlike you, who slacks off every day and still has the nerve to ask me for a raise?" The colleague laughed and looked at Chen Hongyi and shook his head. "Hey, I'm just a poor worker. Sooner or later, I will be like you. Open a company and let others work for me." Chen Hongyi ignored him and turned away. Starting a company is not that easy. Mu Chang'an was on his way to deliver the goods and sent a text message to Ye Chushui. "There's still an hour until get-off work ends, so prepare the meal first." Ye Chushui replied, "How?" Mu Chang'an wanted to let her search on her own, but then she thought that cooking was such a simple thing that she could just say it casually without making a fuss. "Put 1 cup of rice in 4 cups of water. Wash the rice twice with water. As for the water, use spiritual liquid. Isn't it because it lacks energy? The rice cooked with spiritual liquid will definitely have enough energy." "Good." Mu Chang'an did not continue chatting, but quickened his pace to deliver the express delivery in his hand. On the other side, Ye Chushui looked at the 5 cups in the pot, and her intuition told her that something was wrong. But she didn't feel anything was wrong. She just followed Mu Chang'an's instructions and put 1 cup of rice and 4 cups of water. "Forget it. I'd better check it online. Don't make a mistake by accident, or I'll have no food to eat." To be on the safe side, Ye Chushui searched the internet for the correct way to cook. "Sir, there's a delivery for you." Mu Chang'an knocked on the door gently, but no one responded. He knocked again. "Sir, there's a delivery for you." Logically speaking, the person who delivers the item should be at home, so Mu Chang'an prepared to call the sender or consignee. Just at this moment, I heard a voice coming from inside. "Leave it outside for me. I'll come out and get it later." Mu Chang'an was a little embarrassed and shouted into the house. Sir, this item needs a signature. You'd better come out first. After a long while, the voice came. Okay, I got it. About 2 minutes later, the door slowly opened. It was a man wearing a black jumpsuit. His face couldn't be seen clearly because he was wearing a hat. His head was lowered very low and his face was bandaged. It's really troublesome to sign it. The man was about to grab the package, but Mu Chang'an subconsciously shrank back. Please tell me your phone number. The man shouted impatiently. You've already delivered the goods to my door, and you still want to see the phone number? That's the rule. As soon as Mu Chang'an finished speaking, the package in his hand was snatched away by the man, who scratched the package a few times with a pen. It's just a courier. How annoying. After saying that, he was about to turn around and go back into the house. Sir, please wait a moment. Mu Chang'an pulled the man's clothes. Mu Chang'an's behavior made the man very impatient. He looked up at Mu Chang'an and seemed to have made some surprising discoveries. Hey, you are. Mu Chang'an was stared at by the man in front of him, feeling like a hunter staring at his prey, extremely eerie. He suddenly had a bad feeling that this man was not a good person. He did not pursue the courier's information any further, but let go of her hand and stepped back. I'm sorry, sir, I made a mistake. Since the package has been delivered, I'll leave now. After saying that, he turned and ran into the elevator. The man looked in the direction where Mu Chang'an ran away, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Such a strong energy fluctuation. Could that person be an awakened one? The man rolled his eyes, a hint of gloom flashing across them. If he could absorb the energy in that person's body, his injuries would be healed. Chapter 36. Are you scared? After Mu Chang'an went downstairs, he looked at that floor with lingering fear. Being stared at by that man just now, he felt a very strong sense of crisis in his heart, which prompted him to flee the scene. Looking back now, he was sure that man was definitely not an ordinary person. For his own safety, he returned the remaining packages to the delivery station and ran home. On the way home, he paid special attention to see if anyone was following him, but he found nothing and breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Chang'an opened the door with the key and shouted inside, I'm back. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Ye Chu Shui sitting alone on the ground, with his hands on his knees in a meditation posture. Ye Chu Shui's eyes were closed, his body was motionless, and no one knew what he was doing. You're back? Ye Chu Shui did not open his eyes and kept his movements as before. What are you doing? Mu Chang'an couldn't help but walk over and look down at her. When I went home these days, Ye Chu Shui always stayed in her room watching TV. This was the first time I saw her sitting quietly in a chair. Practice. Ye Chu Shui answered casually. Practice? Mu Chang'an asked. You are injured. How can you still practice? Ye Chu Shui opened his eyes. So-called cultivation does not necessarily require breathing and spiritual energy to be considered cultivation. Oh. Mu Chang'an doesn't understand. He can only say, oh. Then I sat next to her and looked at her. After 10 minutes, Ye Chu Shui still didn't move. Even her eyelashes didn't move at all. He couldn't help but wave his hand in front of her eyes. Could it be that he fell asleep? I am practicing. Please stay away from me, Ye Chu Shui said lightly. I said, did you not take your medicine today? Or did you get sick? Mu Chang'an didn't understand and he couldn't help but complain. It was clearly mentioned before that practice had no effect on her at all. Why do you still do this even though you know it has no effect? Is it because of something stimulating? Mu Chang'an thought about this and then took out his mobile phone, trying to distract her. I found something interesting today. Come and have a look. Ye Chu Shui didn't even look at him and just slightly opened her red lips. I have become addicted to the glitz and glamour of this world, which has hindered my stability in my Tao heart. From now on, I don't need to mention it anymore. Mu Chang'an was dumbfounded. Is this an obsession? However, if you think about it carefully, it seems to make sense. These days, Ye Chu Shui has spent more time looking at his phone and computer than him, and is indeed a little obsessed. But isn't this all about understanding the world? Are you really not going to touch it anymore? Mu Chang'an asked tentatively. You are not going to understand this world anymore? No more. Ye Chu Shui closed his eyes and nodded. There are many ways to understand this world. If this doesn't work, there must be other ways. She did not give up on understanding the world. However, she began to resist electronic products such as computers and mobile phones, and was determined not to touch them. This made Mu Chang'an feel conflicted. If you want to understand the world, mobile phones and computers are the fastest ways. Why cut off these ties? Mu Chang'an thought for a while and had some guesses in his mind. According to his understanding of Ye Chu Shui's words, she had been looking at the computer and playing with her mobile phone for a long time in the past few days, and had developed a mentality of internet addiction, that is, an infatuation. She felt that this emotion would affect herself, so she cut off the connection between the two without hesitation. However, in his eyes, such things are not worth cutting off. Everyone has some internet addiction. Moreover, Ye Chu Shui has been watching for a long time these days. It is normal to have some internet addiction over time. It is very normal. That slight internet addiction has no impact at all. As long as one controls the time spent online properly, combines work and rest, and has a proper balance between tension and relaxation, it will naturally be eliminated. Even he understands this principle, so why does it seem like Ye Chu Shui doesn't know it at all? Just because computers can make her obsessed, this reason is completely rejected, and from then on she decided not to touch it again. This is too pedantic. You really won't look at the computer anymore? Ye Chu Shui maintained his meditation posture, clearing his mind and no longer thinking about anything. Previously, when she realized that she was obsessed with things like computers, she was determined to cut it off. The reason is simple. It hinders the stability of the path. It was this simple reason that made her decide not to touch it again. After thousands of years of practice, she used this method to cut off all obstacles on her path. Although the effect was not very good, it allowed her to practice to the peak of tribulation and be at the top of Kyushu. After thousands of years of practice, I have long regarded this kind of thinking as an obsession. Anything that is detrimental to the mind of Tao should be cut off. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Therefore, I am so determined not to touch the computer. But what she didn't know was that this method was too extreme. It's really extreme. In Mu Chang'an's eyes, this behavior was like that of a machine without emotions. Do not consider the value of things. Just discard them if they hinder the path. Could it be that the same is true for feelings? When he thought about it, he felt very scared. It was as if the goal I had been moving towards suddenly lost its direction, and I felt confused and at a loss. Mu Chang'an stared blankly at her sitting on the ground, and suddenly felt that the person in front of him was a little strange. It was just like the first time he watched her absorb spiritual energy in the immortal palace. At that time, he felt that the distance between them was very far, and they were not from the same world at all. However, after spending these few days together, he gradually forgot that feeling. She would hit people because she was angry. She would explore because of curiosity. She would become addicted to watching TV series. All these things made him feel that Ye Chushui was a living person, not an ethereal fairy. This feeling makes him feel that the two of them are very close and gives him a real feeling. However, when he saw her meditating on the ground today, he felt that sense of distance again. It is natural that the two people live in different eras and have a sense of distance. But Mu Chang'an doesn't think so. After spending these few days together, he thought he had a certain understanding of her. Mu Chang'an kept staring at Ye Chushui's face and spoke softly. "Are you scared?" His voice rang in Ye Chushui's ears, and the latter suddenly opened his eyes, staring at him with a pair of bright eyes. "Why do you say that?" Ye Chushui's tone was flat, as if nothing had changed, but Mu Chang'an could feel that she was wavering inside. He was actually right. You obviously like this kind of thing very much. Even if you are obsessed with it, as long as you control your time and know when to stop, you can naturally get out of it. However, you chose the most extreme approach. You are afraid that you can't control yourself, afraid of that slight possibility. I am not afraid. Anything that hinders the path should be cut off. This is the right thing to do, Ye Chushui retorted. Bullshit. Mu Chang'an thought she was being tough and couldn't help but swear. I think you are a coward. You just don't have confidence in yourself. What's the hindrance to the path? What's the most correct approach? Those are all excuses. Just because it has a little impact, you deny everything. In my opinion, it's a manifestation of fear. Ye Chushui stared at Mu Chang'an and shook his head. My most serious injury is the damage to my foundation. I can't make the slightest mistake before I find a new path. I just don't understand why the path is so important, Mu Chang'an said. If this is really the right approach, then we should have been invincible long ago. Why have we fallen to this point now, seriously injured and unable to breathe in and out spiritual energy to practice? Ye Chushui frowned. She did not agree with what Mu Chang'an said. But these crude words were more powerful than any instigation and caused doubts in her heart. You haven't entered the Tao, so you don't understand. I don't understand, but I see you don't understand anything either. Mu Chang'an said, your approach is too extreme. It may solve the urgent problem for a while, but it won't create a good cycle. No wonder you've been brought to this point. How can a person who has such thoughts have friends? After all, friendship is also a kind of emotion, and it can also hinder the path. He didn't believe he could accomplish much alone. Mortals only live for 100 years, but the supreme immortals can gain eternal life. A hint of fanaticism flashed in Ye Chushui's eyes. Although we live a short life, we live it to the fullest. After practicing for so many years, don't you feel a little lonely? Mu Chang'an shook his head to reject her. Don't you want someone to encourage you when you are frustrated, comfort you when you are sad, and help you when you are in trouble? Is a person's path interesting? Mu Chang'an speaks out his truest thoughts. These words deeply touched Ye Chushui's Tao heart, which had been entwined for thousands of years. The foundation of his Taoism, which had been damaged in battle, was shaken by this shock and became shattered. If she had friends at that time, if she was not alone, would Zhang Wuya not have succeeded? Would she not have ended up like this? The originally calm heart was stirred by Mu Chang'an's words, and finally spread out to the surroundings. Her heart was no longer as calm as before, and she began to doubt her original path. If this is true, then why has she been stuck at the peak of the tribulation for hundreds of years without being able to break through? If it is really true, then why can't she defeat Zhang Wuya? The fundamental reason why Zhang Wuya was able to plot against her was that his strength was superior to hers. Ye Chushui suddenly realized that in order to find a new path, he needed to abandon the previous path first. If this is true, it is no wonder that no one in Kyushu can recover after their path is broken. Abandoning the original path is equivalent to completely discarding all previous efforts in cultivation. In this case, the higher the level of a person, the more difficult it is to let go. Because they know the hardships of practicing better than anyone else. The same is true for her. She has practiced for thousands of years, and the hardships are still fresh in her memory. If she could give up at will, she would never be able to reach the top. Now, having realized this, she still hesitates. Mu Chang'an looked at Ye Chushui like this and felt a little comforted. This is how she makes people feel that she is no longer so far away. Mu Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 37. Uninvited Guests. Just as Mu Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief, Ye Chushui's expression suddenly changed, and he looked toward the door. Oh, Mu Chang'an saw that her face became cautious and couldn't help asking in confusion. What's wrong with you? He was lost in thought one second and on guard the next. The change was so fast that he had no time to react. Ye Chushui kept staring at the door and said, There's someone outside. Is there anyone? Mu Chang'an walked over and looked outside the door through the peephole. Suddenly a black pupil appeared in his field of vision, and there seemed to be a flame burning in the pupil. He was so frightened that he stepped back immediately and sat down on the ground. Here comes with ill intentions. Under Ye Chushui's spiritual gaze, she could see the man's figure under the black clothes clearly. He looked to be in his 20s, his eyes moving around, alert and cruel. There was no kindness in the aura around the man, and there was also a faint murderous intent. Yet Chu Shui did not act rashly before confirming the other party's identity. She used her spiritual sense to observe and simply calculated the man's strength. He was very strong among humans, especially strong. But in her eyes, he was of the same nature as the cultivators in the early stage of foundation building, in Zhuzhou, and perhaps even stronger than the ordinary cultivators in the early stage of foundation building. But for her, it's nothing to be afraid of. She did not act rashly, but lifted Mu Chang'an up by the scruff of her neck. "Go open the door," she pointed to the door. Mu Chang'an stared at her. After the shock just now, he remembered who the man outside was. He was the man who had been staring at him when the express delivery was delivered to his door. He didn't expect that he would come to his door. However, with Ye Chu Shui here, there shouldn't be any problem. Mu Chang'an did not choose to open the door at the first time but shouted outside, "Who are you?" I thought there would be no response, but a strong voice came from outside the door. "Of course it's me," Mu Chang'an complained in his heart. "Who the hell knows you?" He took the clothesline from the balcony and used it as a weapon and opened the door. The man's figure was revealed, his black clothes covering his body but unable to hide his fierce appearance. There were obvious scars on his face, and his pupils were fiery red, making it look like there were flames burning in his eyes. Mu Chang'an subconsciously used his body to block Ye Chu Shui. "Be careful, he is not an ordinary person." Ye Chu Shui blinked and looked at Mu Chang'an's back, his expression somewhat surprised. "Are you worried about me?" "Nonsense. Not only did this guy follow me, he also came to my door. He must not be a good person." Ye Chu Shui shook her head. This was not the answer she wanted. Instead, she wanted Mu Chang'an to answer why he was worried about her. "Don't you know her strength?" In other words, it was to show off in front of her. Later, Ye Chu Shui rejected the second idea because, in her perception, Mu Chang'an's behavior did not seem deliberate, but rather a subconscious action from the heart. In Mu Chang'an's opinion, he had to do this because it was a man's thing. Suddenly, I had a strange feeling in my heart, very unfamiliar and very special. I didn't know how to describe it. It seemed like a feeling that I must experience in life. It was the first time that she had a man protecting her like this. On her path of cultivation, she braved all difficulties and obstacles and overcame them all by herself. Because she is the only one. If it were her previous self, she would have taken the initiative to eliminate this feeling the moment it arose, because this feeling might very likely hinder her path. However, after what Mu Chang'an said just now, she did not eliminate the strange feeling this time, but looked at it with an objective perspective. Why does this feeling arise? Why does it feel strange? I thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't get the answer. She had a feeling that if she could figure this out, her state of mind would likely be elevated to a higher level. While she was thinking, Mu Chang'an had already had some conversation with the man. The moment Yan Fei opened the door, he saw Ye Chu Shui and Mu Chang'an. His pupils contracted and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. What a beautiful woman! He had never seen such a beautiful woman. Just one look is enough to make people unforgettable, and his eyes were instantly filled with desire. Mu Chang'an noticed the man's gaze and blocked his view with his body. "What do you want to do?" Mu Chang'an held up the clothesline and stared at Yan Fei with sharp eyes. "Nice eyes, but unfortunately, he is just an ant." Yan Fei gave him a mocking look, which made Mu Chang'an angry. No matter who it is, it would be uncomfortable to be stared at like that. "You look down on people, don't you?" He simply hit the man on the head with a clothesline pole. "Knock him out with a stick first." Unexpectedly, the man grabbed the pole with his hands, and the huge impact force broke the pole directly. Mu Chang'an was a little dumbfounded. He was no longer a mortal, but a practitioner at the 4th level of body forging. In the past few days, he had crushed several glasses in order to control his strength, so he was very clear about how strong he was. He used all his strength in the attack just now. The clothesline at home is made of wood, which is much harder than aluminum alloy. Despite this, it was still broken by a stick, which is enough to prove how strong he is. Mu Chang'an didn't expect that this man would actually use his hands to attack. How could he not be surprised? Yan Fei looked at his palm, which had a distinct scar on it. The wound was split open and blood was flowing out. This gave Mu Chang'an some comfort. His attack was not without effect. "Your strength is quite good. You are a power-type awakener, right?" Yan Fei licked the blood on his palm with his tongue, and his eyes became fanatical when he looked at Mu Chang'an. He actually underestimated this ant. He didn't expect it to be so powerful that it injured his palm. However, this also indirectly proves that the energy in this ant's body is stronger than that of an ordinary awakener. If he could fully absorb this energy, not only would his injuries be healed, but his realm would also become stronger. It is even possible to break through directly to the middle stage of Huajin. This huge temptation made her almost crazy. "I'm really lucky this time. Not only did I catch an awakener, but I also met such a beautiful woman. It's really a double blessing." Yan Fei's whole body was burning with flames. The scorching temperature was more terrifying than boiling water. "It's so hot!" Mu Chang'an's face instantly turned fiery red, the temperature of Yan Fei's flames causing his face to gradually distort. Ye Chu Shui was not affected at all and looked at Yan Fei with deep eyes. This flame is not formed by spiritual energy, but comes from the blood of the body. It is really an interesting power. Yan Fei is the first person with special powers she has met in this life, so she is naturally curious. Unfortunately, the intensity of the flame was too low, which made her a little disappointed. Chapter 38. Crushing. Mu Chang'an heard Ye Chu Shui's voice and turned back suddenly. "Big sister, what time is it, and you are still curious?" Mu Chang'an complained in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. Since this woman is interested, let him solve it. Since you are so interested, I'll give this person to you, Mu Chang'an said, and suddenly felt like a gentleman and added again. A gentleman does not take away what others like. Remember to compensate me next time. Ye Chushui rolled his eyes at him fiercely. All right, with the way you are now, even 100 of you combined can't beat him. Ye Chushui struck Mu Chang'an without hesitation. Mu Chang'an's self-esteem suffered a severe blow. Is he that weak? However, he did not try to save face and ran behind Ye Chushui obediently. Then I'll leave it to you. If anything goes wrong, follow me back to the Immortal Palace immediately. Mu Chang'an thought clearly. If he couldn't win, could he not hide? Hiding in the Immortal Palace. No one can find him. Ye Chushui nodded. Although Mu Chang'an's concern was unnecessary, it was well-intentioned. After she responded, she looked at Yanfei coldly. She was very curious about the power that came from her blood. This situation is very common in Zhuzhou. Zhuzhou also has many strange bloodlines that are extremely powerful once awakened. However, he had never seen the bloodline of the man before him. It does not come from one's own strength, but from a special gift, which is different in nature from the bloodline of Kyushu. Yanfei saw Ye Chushui standing in front of Mu Chang'an and laughed at him sarcastically. He actually let a woman come out to block his way. What a waste! Mu Chang'an protested from behind. Brother, you should take care of yourself first. Maybe you can't even beat this woman. You are looking for death. This sentence instantly angered Yanfei. The flames on the ladder burned even more fiercely. Ye Chushui frowned. Was Mu Chang'an trying to make things more difficult for her? Never mind, just increase it. It's just from difficulty 1 to difficulty 1.1 comma. It won't affect the overall situation. Yanfei looked at Ye Chushui with crimson eyes. What he saw in Ye Chushui's eyes was not fear, but disdain. Woman, you are looking for death too, he roared at Ye Chushui angrily. He was very familiar with Ye Chushui's eyes because that was the look he used to look at that group of ants. However, this kind of look is now used on him by others. He was treated like an ant by others, which was an experience he had never had before. Before this, everyone was afraid of him, and no one dared to look at him like that. Never before? I will burn your entire body to a crisp, and then slowly peel off your skin and bones. The cruel words coming out of Yanfei's mouth, and the murderous intent in his eyes made Mu Chang'an shudder. He seemed to be able to see the mountain of corpses in a sea of blood behind Yanfei. This was a real desperado, and the lives on his hands were by no means a simple number. Ye Chushui also realized Yanfei's own killing, and his eyes became sharp. Your murderous heart is too strong, and you have fallen into the evil path. Demon Dao, you also say I am a demon. You all say I am a demon. Yanfei went completely crazy and threw out a blazing fireball with both hands, which shot towards Ye Chushui. Go to hell! Facing the fierce and blazing flames, Ye Chushui's expression did not change at all. Slowly raise your arm and point forward. There seemed to be blue ripples in the air, and an invisible barrier appeared in front of Ye Chushui, blocking the flames. Yanfei's flames seemed to be frozen, stopped in midair, unable to move forward. What? Yanfei looked at the scene in shock. What kind of method is this? Space ability? No, it's impossible. The probability of awakening space-related abilities is 1 in a million, so it is impossible for him to encounter it. Yanfei gritted his teeth and increased the flame output. The blazing temperature directly set Mu Chang'an's house on fire, as if there was a fire. Ye Chushui, don't let him mess around, Mu Chang'an said to Ye Chushui while putting out the fire. If we make such a big noise and someone calls the police, it will be troublesome. Ye Chushui has no identity now. If he is taken away by the police for investigation, how will he answer? Ye Chushui frowned, blocked the fireball attack with one hand, and simply waved the other hand, creating a circle of water mist. The water mist instantly filled the entire room and extinguished the fire. When Yanfei saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. How come this woman has elemental abilities? Could he be a person with multiple abilities? But how is this possible? Here, Mu Chang'an was putting out the fire, but found that it had been solved by Ye Chushui. He couldn't help but stand there in a daze, looking in the direction of Ye Chushui, feeling a little distressed. Big sister, please give me something to do. Ye Chushui ignored him, looked at Yanfei with cold eyes and a cold tone. Are these the only moves you have? Yanfei gritted his teeth. He was the only one who had ever said such things. Now that he was treated like this by a woman, his self-esteem suffered a severe blow. You'll regret this. The flames all over Yanfei's body erupted again, and the temperature rose sharply. Ye Chushui's expression was a little solemn. Such power was enough to rival the full-strength attack of a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. The next moment, Yanfei clenched his fist wrapped in flames and rushed towards her. Yanfei was extremely fast. He arrived in front of her almost instantly and punched the invisible barrier. Huge flames rippled and brilliant sparks spread as if fireworks were exploding in the sky. Mu Chang'an looked on with a dull expression. The scene before his eyes seemed like a special effect, a little unreal, but the scorching temperature of the flame made him face the reality. This was real. Damn it! Yanfei's fist slammed on the barrier, but no matter how he increased the flame output, he was unable to break the barrier. A hint of disappointment flashed across Ye Chushui's eyes. The open palms suddenly clenched, and at that moment, it seemed as if the world fell into silence. The originally blazing flames seemed to have lost their temperature and stagnated in midair. The flames on Yanfei's body also seemed to have been extinguished and disappeared. I thought you could bring me a little surprise, but who knew it would be just this level? Yanfei's eyes finally changed from rage to fear. What's wrong with this woman? Why is it so ridiculously strong? After a brief fight, he was completely suppressed by the opponent and had no power to fight back at all. Not only can you not touch the opponent, you can't even break the opponent's defense. This was a ruthless crushing. Even that old man in the fire set couldn't do this. Who is this woman? Who are you? Yanfei retreated quickly. At this point, he no longer had the desire to fight. There was only one thought in my mind: run. Run away. If you don't run now, you won't be able to escape. Yanfei quickly turned around and turned into a ball of fire, intending to fly down from the 7th floor. At the same time, he also used that thing to conceal his own breath. A hint of surprise flashed across Ye Chushui's eyes. She was unable to lock onto the man's breath. Although he couldn't lock onto him with his spiritual sense, he could see with his eyes that Ye Chushui was one step faster than Yanfei. She flashed and appeared behind Yanfei before he jumped off the building. A slender hand rested on Yanfei's shoulder. Yanfei was horrified to find that his body was unable to move. Chapter 39. Consolation from Ye Chushui. What is going on? A huge wave of shock rose in Yanfei's heart. Not only is there an indestructible invisible barrier, there is also water mist that can extinguish his flames, and it can also control his body so that he cannot move. What kind of ability does this woman have? Could it be the legendary master? But how is this possible? How is it possible for such a young master? Before he had time to think too much, Yanfei felt the threat of death coming from behind him. At Ye Chushui's side, a long sword condensed by spiritual energy was pointing at Yanfei's head. Yanfei felt a cold breath behind him, and his eyes widened instantly, with the fear in his heart becoming even greater. This woman wants to kill him! Before following Mu Chang'an, he never thought the situation would be like this. He was crushed by a woman and had no power to fight back. No, don't kill me. I have an innate spiritual treasure. You will definitely be interested. There was no change in Ye Chushui's expression. The innate spiritual treasure has no appeal to her at all. She just wants to kill people now. From the very beginning, when this man expressed his desire for her, his end was announced. Since you attacked me, you should be responsible for your actions. Ye Chushui directed the sword and was about to pierce Yanfei's head, but was stopped by a voice. Wait a moment. Mu Chang'an ran out of the room and couldn't help shouting. Ye Chushui turned his head and looked at Mu Chang'an with cold eyes. Give me a reason. Don't kill him yet. I have a lot of questions I want to know. Mu Chang'an walked over and explained in Ye Chushui's ear. Didn't you say before that there is more than one cultivator in this world, right? Ye Chushui shook his head. His power is very special and does not belong to the cultivation system. After that, he pondered for a while and then said, but there is another power in his body that is somewhat similar to martial arts. In that case, don't you want to find out? Ye Chushui retracted the sword and used his spiritual sense to control the man's body to turn around. Ask whatever you want to ask. Mu Chang'an walked forward and looked closely at the man's appearance. Suddenly, I thought of the information about the hotel bombing that Shi Yang mentioned before. Combined with the previous battle, this man is most likely the murderer. However, he still wanted to figure out why this person was targeting him. Why are you following me? Yanfei stared at the weak Mu Chang'an in front of him with resentment, a ferocious look on his face. Why should I tell you? Yanfei stared at Mu Chang'an fiercely. If it weren't for this woman, how dare you, an ant like you, look me in the face? Mu Chang'an frowned. This man had such a bad character that he hated him. If you don't tell me, I'll have to ask her to kill you. Do you want to die? Yanfei suddenly sneered. Ha 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 ha, I just want to die. Kill me. If you kill me, you won't know anything. Mu Chang'an frowned. This man is very smart. Knowing that he wanted to get information from him, he deliberately didn't say anything to delay time. The next moment, Mu Chang'an seemed to have thought of something and suddenly laughed. Yanfei felt creepy, looking at Mu Chang'an's smile. Even he couldn't believe why he would have such a feeling towards an ant. Mu Chang'an ran to Ye Chushui's ear and asked, do you have the means to search souls? Ye Chushui instantly understood Mu Chang'an's thoughts and couldn't help but look at him more. Mu Chang'an didn't seem as good as he imagined. And ordinary soul-searching techniques can cause indelible damage to the mind. This method is inhumane and most people will not perform it easily. But Mu Chang'an seemed a little unconcerned. Are you kidding? How could he be merciful to a psychopathic killer who was stalking him and wanted to kill him for no apparent reason? Mu Chang'an admitted that he was kind, but not everything was worthy of his kindness. The reason why he stopped Ye Chushui from killing him was simply because this man was useful to him. It doesn't matter if you don't want to tell me. I have other ways anyway. Mu Chang'an intended to discuss the other party. He touched Yanfei's head, and the latter glared at him angrily. Mu Chang'an was not afraid at all and patted Yanfei's face with his hand. You were so arrogant just now. How come you can't even beat a woman? I'm going to kill you. Yanfei bit Mu Chang'an's hand fiercely. Mu Chang'an retracted his fingers in time. Asterisk key. Are you a dog? He did not continue teasing, but pointed at Yanfei's head. Do you know how to search the soul? It means invading your brain and finding out all your secrets. If you are lucky, you may survive. If you are not so lucky, you will be in a vegetative state at the very least. Yanfei's angry eyes instantly turned into horror. He didn't know what soul-searching was, but he had to believe Mu Chang'an's words. No, don't search my soul. I'll tell you what you want to know. I'll tell you everything. Mu Chang'an grinned at him. Sorry, it's late. Mu Chang'an turned and winked at Ye Chushui. Let's do it. Ye Chushui placed his hand on Yanfei's head and began to search his soul. Yanfei was still fighting desperately at first, but after a while he became motionless, and his eyes gradually became empty. Half an hour later, Ye Chushui loosened his hand, and Yanfei's body fell down due to lack of strength. Ye Chushui frowned, as if he was digesting the information he had just received. Her expression was a little strange. If Mu Chang'an knew these things, would he also have his cognition refreshed like her? Seeing Ye Chushui's gaze, Mu Chang'an asked doubtfully, how is it? What's going on? See for yourself. Yet Chu Shui pointed his finger at Mu Chang'an's head and transmitted the information to him. However, he did not reveal everything, but selected some information about the hidden world so as not to cause damage to Mu Chang'an's brain. Mu Chang'an felt that there were many more images in his head, and he was stunned for a long time before he digested this information. After a long while, Mu Chang'an reacted and sighed heavily. He never thought that there were so many magical powers in this world that he didn't know about. Information such as awakening of superpowers, practice of ancient martial arts, revival of spiritual energy, etc., refreshed his cognition. His feelings today were no less than the first time he entered the Immortal Palace. The feeling of having your cognition refreshed really cannot be explained in words. Yet Chu Shui looked at the expression on his face and asked, "What do you think?" Mu Chang'an looked up at her. "You know, I'm just an ordinary person, an ordinary college student. I just became the owner of the Immortal Palace by chance. If it weren't for you, I would probably never know these things in my life, live an ordinary life, and grow old." Yeah, Chu Shui stared at Mu Chang'an. "Are you feeling uneasy?" Mu Chang'an nodded and said with a wry smile, "Of course, I thought that as long as I didn't expose the Immortal Palace, even if it was you, as long as you lived a stable life, there would be no problem, but it turned out that I was wrong. Everything that happened today was not accidental, but was caused by the spiritual energy of the Immortal Palace that contaminated his body after he came into contact with it. In other words, the moment he entered the Immortal Palace and became the master of the Immortal Palace, it would be impossible for him to live a peaceful, ordinary life. Just like today, if he doesn't take the initiative to contact others, trouble will come to him. The reason for the uneasiness is this." Yet Chu Shui looked deeply at Mu Chang'an, as if he could see through his heart, and spoke again. "Although you feel uneasy, you also feel eager inside. The two are contradictory." Mu Chang'an was stunned, then admitted, "You're right. That man has never been a middle school student. He never fantasized about special abilities. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have any expectations or thoughts of trying it out. As early as when Mu Chang'an was in junior high and high school, he had read novels countless times and fantasized about having the power to save the world. This was his dream when he was a child, but now that the dream has become reality, he feels uneasy and panicked." Mu Chang'an thought seriously for a while. "On the one hand, I am worried that it will destroy my original life. On the other hand, I want to get in touch with that wonderful world, which is very contradictory." Yet Chu Shui looked into Mu Chang'an's eyes and seemed to understand something. Only then did she finally understand that Mu Chang'an was a real ordinary person. There will be worry, fear, panic, but also expectation, curiosity, and desire. In general, your insecurity comes from your own weakness. If you are strong enough, who can control your life? Yet Chu Shui's voice was like an invisible sword piercing into Mu Chang'an's heart. "Oh, but I have nothing else to do except the Immortal Palace." Mu Chang'an felt bitter in his heart, looking at his hands. He felt powerless. Apart from the Immortal Palace, he is useless. Others have more or less awakened superpowers, but he is just an ordinary person. What a huge difference. Today, the battle between Ye Chu Shui and Yan Fei made him feel powerless and weak. If Ye Chu Shui hadn't protected him, he wouldn't even be qualified to watch the battle. Hearing this, Ye Chu Shui suddenly became angry. "There is nothing else except the Immortal Palace? Are you kidding?" That Immortal Palace was something she could not explore even in her prime. Besides, isn't there me by his side? Others awaken their abilities and practice ancient martial arts. Is that their own ability? It is not something that came from nowhere. You don't have to belittle yourself. Even if you don't have the status of the master of the Immortal Palace, you have your own differences. Mu Chang'an suddenly looked up and looked into Ye Chu Shui's eyes. Ye Chu Shui blushed and looked away. "You can forge your body through spiritual fluids. That's the difference. Those who can strengthen their bodies through spiritual fluids have immeasurable potential in terms of spiritual will." She was well aware of Mu Chang'an's potential. Even she couldn't do that. "Besides, you still have me to guide you in your practice. The people Ye Chu Shui, teach cannot be useless." Ye Chu Shui said this with great confidence. Mu Chang'an looked at her like this and smiled very gently. It feels good to be recognized. Chapter 40. Aftermath. "Why are you laughing?" Looking at Mu Chang'an's smile, Ye Chu Shui felt a strange feeling that he had never experienced before. Mu Chang'an looked at her and said with some emotion, "I am laughing. Before this, I was the one comforting you, but not long after, you are the one comforting me." One battle caused their positions to switch, and it seemed as if a century had passed. Ye Chu Shui glanced at it and said, "That's the change in your own state of mind. A single thought can make a huge difference." Mu Chang'an seemed to have realized something. His mentality and ideas had indeed changed a lot, and he gradually understood Ye Chu Shui's previous thoughts. As long as you are strong enough, you don't have to worry about anything. Precisely because Ye Chu Shui is very strong, I don't have to worry so much. Precisely because Ye Chu Shui is very strong, he cannot allow himself to become weak. What makes her weaker is the possibility of that trace of emotion that could affect her path. This kind of understanding is just like Ye Chu Shui's understanding of him before. The two looked at each other and smiled at the same time, although they didn't know what they were laughing at. Perhaps Mu Chang'an did not realize that once the two of them could understand each other, the distance between them would no longer exist. "What should we do with this person?" Ye Chu Shui erased all traces of the battle in the room and pointed at Yan Fei lying on the ground. "Is he dead?" Mu Chang'an asked. He thought the other person was dead. "No, but he will probably be a vegetable when he wakes up," Ye Chu Shui replied calmly. She controlled her strength and did not kill anyone. As a modern man, Mu Chang'an still has some resistance to killing people, which is due to the different environment he lives in. She understood the difference in concepts, so for Mu Chang'an, she did not choose to kill. Mu Chang'an also realized this and looked at her gratefully. "Thank you." He looked at Yan Fei and continued, "In that case, throw him out on the street and call the police." This man is related to the hotel bombing a few days ago. The police in the Hidden Affairs Bureau are looking for him. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ye Shui fully approved of Mu Chang'an's approach. Dao Ji's injuries haven't healed yet, so he should try to keep a low profile. Later, Ye Shui used magic to make himself invisible. Mu Chang'an watched this scene and almost asked Ye Shui to teach him on the spot. That's invisibility, a skill many men dream of. Invisibility, hypnosis, and perspective are the three most coveted magical items. Ye Shui abandoned Yan Fei in an inconspicuous alley, and then made some noise to let others find Yan Fei. Finally, she followed Mu Chang'an's instructions and used someone else's cell phone to call the police, so that no information about them would be left. After finishing everything, Ye Shui flew back to the rental house in stealth. Mu Chang'an was hesitating at home. After all, it was the first time he did such a thing, so it was inevitable that he was a little nervous. Seeing Ye Shui suddenly appear in the house, Mu Chang'an was not panicked. Instead, he showed joy on his face and hurried forward to ask, "How are you? Are you okay? Have you been seen by anyone? Who can detect my action?" Ye Shui raised his chin proudly. Mu Chang'an couldn't help but pour cold water on her. Don't underestimate the power of technology. Don't worry, those surveillance cameras will only record the appearance and cannot see through my invisibility. Mu Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief and was about to say something when he saw Ye Shui take out 300 yuan from his pocket and handed it to him. "What is this for?" "I'll give it back to you. I owe you money, so I'll pay you back 300 first. "Where did you get the money?" Mu Chang'an looked at her puzzledly, with an unnatural expression. "This is what Yan Fei took from him. This is the only cash he has on him. He is really poor," Ye Shui said casually. "What did you say? Why are you shouting so loudly?" Ye Shui glared at him, then exhaled. "I've been feeling very frustrated these past few days. I have power but can't use it, and I can't rob the rich to help the poor. I didn't expect someone to send money to my door today." Mu Chang'an. Judging from the way she was acting, she was really holding it in. A peerless, powerful man in Zhuzhou actually has to owe money to live. If this gets out, wouldn't everyone laugh to death? "You didn't touch Yan Fei's phone?" Mu Chang'an suddenly realized something. Ye Shui shook his head and looked at Mu Chang'an with some dissatisfaction. "I'm not stupid. If I touch the money in the phone, it will leave a record. She has been looking at the computer for 20 hours a day and is almost addicted. If she doesn't learn something, will it be a waste of her time? Is Ye Shui that stupid? I'll pay you back 300 yuan this time. As for the rest, how much is left?" Ye Shui had no idea how much he owed Mu Chang'an. Mu Chang'an didn't know the exact number either. In his heart, he didn't care how much money Ye Shui owed her. But Ye Shui insisted on figuring it out, so he had to start calculating. "I broke 3 pairs of chopsticks, 4 cups, and 2 pairs of bowls, which added up to $1. Then, last time I went out to buy clothes, I spent $800. Then I went out to eat noodles, which cost $32. I bought a cake, which cost $101. When I came back, I bought stinky tofu, which cost another $8. Plus the fare for the trip, and the living expenses for food and accommodation at home." "Wait," Ye Shui stopped Mu Chang'an. "Stop reading it, just tell me the specific number." Mu Chang'an made a rough estimate and reported a number. "The total is about 1,500 yuan, minus 300 yuan. There is still 1,300 yuan left. I will return the remaining money to you when I have money." Ye Shui nodded slightly without any doubt. Mu Chang'an knew that she was serious about this aspect, so he didn't say anything and nodded in agreement. Then he looked at the several $100s in his hand and felt something strange. "Don't do this kind of thing next time. I know you're eager to pay me back, but I really won't ask you to pay me back. I feel weird about getting money in this way." Ye Shui frowned slightly. "It is common for people to rob each other of treasures in the cultivation world. I read similar descriptions in novels of this world. Why is it not allowed?" Mu Chang'an shook his head and explained, "I didn't say this method is not possible. I just suggested that you don't do it. This situation goes against the education I have received since I was a child. I hope you can understand. To be honest, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just feel that it's too easy to make money this way. If I do it too much, I'm afraid that once I get used to it, I won't be able to turn back." He learned from Yan Fei's memory that Yan Fei's excessive reliance on powerful forces led him to the path of evil step by step. Ye Shui pondered for a while and understood Mu Chang'an's concerns. "Okay, I understand. I'll pay attention." After saying that, she fell into deep thought. It's not that much, so how can she pay it back? Mu Chang'an thought of a great idea. "In fact, you can pay off your debt with labor." "Labor?" Ye Shui looked at her and asked. "Well, I can pay off your debt with labor. For example, if you cook for me, wash clothes, clean the house, etc., I will forgive part of your debt." Mu Chang'an thought that if she found something for Ye Shui to do, she herself would not be addicted to the internet. "Cooking?" Ye Shui's eyes lit up. "Yes, she can pay it back through her own labor." She also felt good about the money she earned through her own labor. The key is that these things are simple. Let's not talk about cooking for now. Washing clothes and cleaning can all be done with just one spell. There's no need for her to do it herself. But Mu Chang'an saw through her thoughts. "Let me make it clear first, the prices for the 2 methods of laboring with your own hands and using magic are different. You get what you pay for," Mu Chang'an said neatly. "You get what you pay for." Ye Shui bit her lower lip and said, "I will use magic to return it. Then you still need to eat my food to replenish your spiritual energy. Oh, and this also costs money. The food in the immortal mansion is not like the cabbage outside. It is a bit more expensive." Ye Shui suddenly felt that it was a wrong approach to try to figure out everything. "Isn't it just doing it myself? I'm not a delicate little girl." Ye Shui turned her head away, too angry to look at Mu Chang'an. "Then let me cook today," Ye Shui asked eagerly. Mu Chang'an then remembered that it was so late and they hadn't even had dinner. "Forget about it today. Even if I ask you to do it, you won't be able to do it." Yet Xiu Shui was about to retort, but he didn't know where to start. How could she, a cultivator, cook? Mu Chang'an was telling the truth. In that case, I'm hungry. I want to eat braised pork today. Well, Mu Chang'an rushed into the kitchen and started cooking. Yet Xiu Shui was sitting on the sofa, holding Mu Chang'an's phone and searching for videos on how to cook. After Mu Chang'an's guidance, she decided not to stop using electronic products for the time being. As long as the usage time is controlled, there will be no obsession. For her, this is a different kind of challenge. Similarly, she also wanted to verify her inner guess. Was there really anything wrong with the path she had taken in the past?